Everybody treading fairly lightly.
And that's what you will see, generally speaking, at these.
I feel like we're inside his mouth. For that.
I honestly feel like the players' mics might be just a little
they're
bit
very
too high
sensitive.
on the volume. I was saying that typically with final tables where there is such a big pay jump, especially between, the last 3 spots at the final and the top 3 spots, you will see people play pretty cautiously in the beginning. They are just hoping that 1 or 2 people can bust and they can survive that ladder.
The shirt size boss anyway.
The short size boss?
No, he's got a boss shirt.
Oh.
I mean, I try to really get involved as much as possible in the early part. Going for it. 1 and 3. 1 and 2.
Congrats.
Easy game.
Easy.
Jordan Fisch with the raise and take it.
Still in.
Is it?
The white hat right there?
4 big blind. He gets to double.
4 and a half, yeah. Just like sweating where the button's gonna be.
How do we know we're on break?
There will be breaks every 2 hours or so. They were in the middle of a level.
Yeah, 90 minutes.
Yeah, we're finishing up this level and then 1 more level. We have 48 minutes to start.
Oh. Wait a second. So
We're not-
minutes and then another hour and a half.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
40 minutes and then another hour and a half before we get a break.
Chong 10-5 under the gun folds. Chicken sandwich, Carl folds the 9-5.
You double? Very first hand, I'll jack. He makes it 50K. Yeah, I shove King Jack.
Sean Winter unopened. King Jack.
Oh my god.
Oh, Harar.
Yeah, he tripled first.
Rebets pocket 5s.
I mean, certainly mixing it up, but it appears that he is playing a little bit more on the aggressive side against the chip leaders, which is a very interesting strategy that most people don't employ, to be honest.
As a guy who often wears a flag as a bib, I can tell you that I understand this move. You never believe the chip leader has it when it's unopened. The chip leader raises. I think 5s are kind of a weird hand to do it with.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I understand the rationale.
I mean, I would much rather his 3-bet ranges be polarized to absolute bluffs that he won't ever mind folding to a 4-bet or strong hands.
Give me a 10-8 suited.
5-6
And
minutes.
yeah, and so I understand both sides of the coin. Obviously, it makes sense to play a little bit more
No problem. Take your time.
on the cautious side against chip leaders. But if you do know that they are going to come out swinging and take advantage of the fact that they expect people to play cautiously against them, then playing aggressively against them is a great counter strategy to that. But I will say Winter is not one to do that against, in my experience. Winter is just
Maybe he could stick it in your ear with if he is opening late.
right. And once he picks up on the dynamic that you might be employing this specific strategy, he is not afraid to really put you in a coffin.
I did give you that one.
Not a pretty sweet hand.
You heard him.
What did you have? 10s?
In that range, yes.
8. I think he said, right?
9%.
Nice.
So you don't have to wait 30 minutes to figure that one out.
Yeah, we have to wait 2.5 hours.
Sorry, 2.5 hours.
And that's why Winter, I think, is taking as long as he is. Because imagine,
We're flipping.
oh, I think it looks
Is
like
it coffin time?
it looks like it is.
Welcome to the funeral home.
Or dominate.
4-bet.
950.
950,000.
Yeah, and what I was going to say is, if Winter was in this hand with Schwarmann or somebody who had not already 3-bet previously,
really?
He would have let King Jack go pretty easily, I think, against a 3-bet. But I think kudos to Winter for picking up on this so early on.
And Elharar looks so uncomfortable now.
Is there a clock there?
Yeah, there's a little stopwatch.
There is, okay.
And this is what I'm saying. You can set mine with 5s, you know?
Right.
You can play in position against the chip leader.
Now you would be set fracking.
Yeah, and now you are at best getting involved unnecessarily in a huge pot with a very, very meager holding.
On the FT, some guy had like pirates. And I was like, what are those? And he just went. I was like, what are those? He went, someone else that's shorter.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't have all those.
Yeah, I usually do 40s and they don't really do that anymore.
Yeah, no, really.
It's too, that's too hard, you know.
Does shalom mean both hello and goodbye?
It's a lot more too long.
I don't have the answer to that.
Like day 5 and
Yeah, I
Wow,
think that's
chips,
one for the
some of these
Google
snacks.
machine.
Jesse, does shalom mean hello and goodbye? Or is that just aloha?
I can see it. How much is it?
I can definitely
I was like,
verify that aloha is indeed both hello and goodbye.
Well, I wish
but-
his name was Aloha Elharar.
Some guy jammed on me. And I just
These
assumed-
guys are saying yes. Well, we could be saying shalom to shalom if he...
It's an easier call.
Although we know if he loses his mind here, he's very likely to get a fold. But he's not going to lose his mind in the aggressive sense. We're going to play a 2 million chip pre-flop pot. King Jack versus pocket 5s. It's one of those unavoidable confrontations. And what do you do now? What do you do now with pocket 5s?
Yeah.
You'd love to see it.
Yes and no. I mean, to be honest, I expect Winter, if he's going to take the 4-bet line,
Yeah.
he
He's got to keep
has-
repping over pairs.
absolutely, and this is not a bad board whatsoever, to really fire 3 barrels right into Elharar's face.
Elharar's face is looking like a piece of Kevlar right now. He is taking it right on the chin, no problem. Betting a call. 2.5 million in the middle now, and another not scary card for pocket 5s. In fact, he picks up the up and down draw now.
Yeah, now it makes it a bit tougher for Winter, I think.
people always play the same way. It only matters for one guy. So.
Love to Poker says Elharar a lunatic.
No, he threw it down
Can't
the
say
middle.
I disagree, but also I love it.
But I will say that it looks like Winter is going to fire again. Winter obviously has overpairs, but he does have a lot of the ace kings as well, which is going to bet this type of equity, I think, on the turn. You do have 2 overs with a gut shot to Broadway. I think you do rep a lot of credible hands that either what just happened? What did he say?
I don't think he said anything. He just leaned in for a good long look. Drink it in. And this is a pretty pure run out for pocket 5s.
Yes, but again, if Winter is going to stick to this story, because I think he knows King High is not going to win right now. At worst, Elharar has a big ace high. That's right.
There it is. What a hand, huh?
Winter's so excited that Elharar didn't snap call him, by the way. He is very excited. And this is what I'm saying. Like, yes, props to Elharar for not backing down from the chip leader. But also, you have just played a monstrous pot where now you are going to have to hero call it off for your tournament life when there are 5, 6 shorter stacks than you coming into this hand. I mean, there is this term called ICM suicide. And yes, if he makes the correct call,
What?
if he makes the correct call, sure, people will be results oriented and say, oh yeah, you're a hero, Elharar. But if he folds and now is going to be down to 3 million in chips, it looks a little reckless on his part.
It is reckless either way you slice it.
This is an insane hand, by the way. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. But Winter, and this is what I'm saying, Winter's not the guy you want to do this with, not the guy you want to get involved with for multiple reasons.
Isn't
you
it
are the
crazy?
hero or I am the hero. It's fucking unbelievable. Can't believe it. Really push it.
Winter's been in this situation
Nothing.
so many
fucking
times.
ace.
Stop there.
Fucking ace.
Streams right
That's
there.
what you got.
Really.
Just ace.
But are you willing to risk your tournament life when you could potentially finish in 9th?
Second hand. Flop stop there. Then we start. We get
Wow.
aces.
The range of emotions Shalom is displaying here.
Right?
Obstinance, fear, confusion, a touch of hunger.
Don't worry, we can just move it away.
What the fuck? Believe.
Kings and kings.
Unbelievable.
I bet Sean thinks he is struggling with a much better hand than this right now.
100%.
And he folds the 5s. Sean Winter just absolutely punches his way through this hand.
I'll find out in an hour.
Gets
There is
max
that,
value with king high.
Yeah, right.
What an absolute gift. Although I've heard it's pronounced gift. Sean Winter now up to almost 13 million in chips. Everyone else at the table not happy about this. Not happy about the fact that Elharar, who is just
was ready to go.
second in chips,
I thought we were ready to go.
has call folded
All right, back in second.
even more millions of chips to the table chip leader. Sean Winters, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Winter, singular.
I was about to be in last place if you called.
He had to say it. He couldn't hold it in for 30 minutes. He couldn't wait.
You're
He
right.
couldn't wait for it.
Winter is coming.
I didn't show the cards.
You know what? I was thinking we might.
Hmm?
You didn't
Huh?
show them.
So I'm still recovering
Got there early.
from that last hand. Actions folded around there. Jordan Fisch.
Oh.
Do you think his name was originally Fish, F-I-S-H, and he realized that was a bad name for a poker player, so he just threw it in the C? So
I-
he's like, I'm not, a fish is bad for a poker player. I'm actually Fish.
I honestly think that's plausible. Out of all the stories you've told me,
Yeah,
Joe,
that
that
one's the
might be
most believable.
one of the most believable. Fish limping in with King 8 off from the small blind, and Chong raises it with 10-4 offsuit. And I like that raise. I think it's nice to pick these type of hands that don't have any real equity. When you're in position and your opponent limps in from the small blind, I think it's
Tap him.
okay to try to take it down right there pre.
Shalom Elharar, a
Couldn't change the
31-year-old business owner from Israel
Me?
who
Yeah.
stressed on his bio sheet that he only plays
You think
poker for
everybody bluffing
fun.
you? I think you bluffing 90%.
Story checks out.
Just got you cheap.
I don't know how much fun he
choosing-
had on that hand, though. That hand didn't seem that fun for Elharar.
It makes perfect sense,
Yeah,
the
this is
situation he
definitely
just got himself into. He owns a horror-themed escape
You bluff
room.
when you have it.
When you cover me. You know, if you didn't cover me.
He sure knows how to get himself into scary
I won the hand. I don't
situations.
think you had it, but it's okay.
It's not easy for everyone.
Action folds around to Fish.
He didn't
Pocket
come out of
eights.
that one unscathed, that's for sure.
No, he sure didn't. He had to call the front desk for help.
Fish,
Thanks very much to BJ Nemeth, by the way, for these bios that I'm reading literally word for word on the air.
Fish again with 8s, but this time on the button. And this might get in pre because Joe Chong is most certainly going to choose to 3-bet with ace jack suited from the small blind. But because the positions are much later now with Fish opening on the button versus under the gun +3 in the earlier scenario, I think you kind of have to go with it. And he does.
That all in sounded like a question, though. And there's the call. So we have our first flip of the day. Like Joe Stapleton versus Norman Chad. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Yeah, who's got the update on the poll, guys? What is it? Is it
I don't want to know.
coin flipping? Is it a aces versus smaller pair situation? What's happening over there?
The flop. 10, 9, 6. 8's holding.
Did you hear that, Joe?
I did hear that. I don't want to win or lose. Why you do this?
Wow, huge turn card for Chong.
Big turn card. Now got a flush draw to go with his aces and jacks as outs. For Fisch's tournament life, Chong misses everything. Fisch doubles up.
Now, Chong made this final table last year, so he is back to back, but he finished 8th last year. And this time around, he's come in with a lot more chips, coming in second in chips. And of course, losing that huge flip doesn't feel good, but he is still in second in the overall chip count. And of course, hoping to improve on his 8th place finish from last year. Chong won his first WSOP bracelet this summer, so he is coming off of a bit of a heater.
I mean, this is pretty sick, Maria. Joe Chong, second in chips, despite being doubled through there. Sean Winter has 4 times as many chips as him.
And this is where a lot of the people are going to just start playing a waiting game and allow their stack to dwindle down to where Sean Winter is just going to be able to absolutely run them over. With this kind of chip disparity, I think you will see how someone as experienced as Sean in closing tournaments out is going to wield this type of edge.
All this talk of pre and edging, what kind of stream is this? Poker Night America, that's what. Welcome. Hi, how are you? Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Championship Event 2019. Nearly $700,000 up top.
Whoever's editing this down for CBS Sports already has that marked. What's the
And
timestamp on that?
Nope, that hand isn't going in.
Wow, ace nine of, was that an ace nine suited fold by Lentini?
I will allow
Because
it.
That.
I mean, isn't there something
Too
now
tight,
with
in my
all
opinion.
the stacks being really tight, close together to playing a tighter game?
Yes, but if you open for 2 big blinds, what's the worst that can happen? Tell me what the worst thing that could happen is. You risk 2 big blinds to win 2.5 big blinds. Okay, first of all.
I mean, I can think of a million worse things that can happen.
Yes, but let those things happen. Allow yourself the opportunity, at least, to have the best case scenario.
Which is a raise and take it.
And then
That's the best case scenario.
before
Or a raise and a defend from the big blind, and the flop is 8, 7, 6 of hearts. And your big blind defender has pocket 8.
King, queen of hearts.
Or king, queen of hearts.
Like 48 minutes left.
How long has this been running for? 48 minutes.
So like 42 more minutes, and then we're stopping.
These guys are so concerned over their precious break.
Oh, we're not stopping every hour and a half. So
You're here for us.
an hour and okay. But they're kind of it's weird because like they're playing.
Action folds around the Brandon Carl, who folds. Just the blinds left. Winter and Elharar.
5 seconds. 5 seconds.
Oh, and you know what I love more than a battle of the blinds is a battle of the blinds between 2 people that have the kind of history that these 2 players have.
These 2 stories. They're the Ross and Rachel of this table. Right now, they are on a break.
Possibly confusing.
I think no matter what, they are going to break up regardless of what happens today.
Queen 7-6. Both players check.
Use the big iPad in the middle. with iPad down, like so
Turn card
just had an iPad right there or something.
is on the table. It's a combination of letters and or numbers. There it is. It's a 6. Elharar
Should he start?
betting is jack high.
I think there's a decent chance that we're going to see Winter call with his king high.
Yeah.
Plus, at this point, Winter just really wants Elharar to know who's boss. Like,
This is the moral victory. he's
you
coming
are,
for
yeah,
here.
you are going to try to keep owning him.
Feel bad for you.
And that's just a very clean river, I think, for Winter to
Check out.
hero with king high if Elharar decides to bet again, but he doesn't.
On a break would be nice.
Yeah.
You know, some people like aces. Some people like queens. Sean Winter, king high.
Any king high
Any
will
king
do.
high is good for him.
Yeah, sometimes you start like
You know, if you can make it work, then you should definitely play.
So
For those of you who are looking for some updates from the other final tables here at the Big Four, you could always go to SHRPO.com
That's sick.
as we have some great live reporters on the scene. We've got the 2650 going on, the 1100 going on, and we also have the 25K high roller, which has a separate stream that you guys could also check out. Folded all the way to Winter on the button with Queen 7 offsuit. And I think we're just going to see Winter be very liberal with his button opens. Close to 100%, I would say, just because he has such a big lead. But
Wow.
that is, in my opinion, surprising.
Maybe just taking mercy on Elharar. It's just like, I got to give this guy a second, catch his breath.
Oh, there are. I thought it was just like switching back and forth.
King high flop. Elharar does hold a king. And we do get a call from Nick Schwarmann, who we now reveal has 6 deuce, so a gut shot. That does not get there. It's a deuce on the river. 2 pair for Elharar.
But Schwarmann makes bottom pair on the river, and
I think I
he
might
may
post
consider
the second or third.
looking Harar
So,
up here
Yeah, fine.
if he just feels like Elharar has air.
Have water.
Black coffee when you can.
Excuse me. Have water. Doesn't matter. Thank you. Feel free.
War as well. How many chips in play? You guys think? Like 3 million, I think. 33.
If I don't want to show because he learned me too good, you know.
$3.
So after the tournament, when he's out, I will show you.
They're gonna see it soon. don't worry.
Ah, okay, so you see it in 30 minutes. No,
I appreciate someone who can admit to getting owned.
Yeah, I don't know if I would bank on Sean Winter going out anytime soon. Someone's going to have to double up through him 4 or 5 times before he's even eligible to be eliminated.
It's like about 12 or 13 million.
I just had an impromptu cookie break. Really needed it.
With 9 months.
Baby comes.
I have a deal with my wife. If I still have good chips, I can play it out. I mean, because like,
Is that? I think he's lying here too.
there's no flight anyway. She was thinking about not telling me if she goes. And
Oh,
I'm
and you
like,
know what else is
I'll
nice?
tell you.
Is
I
to
want to know.
triple barrel bluff.
I don't
but
think
then
he
wake
can
up with
play
a huge-
aces, honestly.
with a huge one.
I'd be very surprised if he doesn't completely screw up this hand.
I have
Oh
energy
no!
for
Is
you.
Elharar gonna
Nope.
have kings? Max
Really don't have
Payne?
energy
Ace
for you.
9 on the button. Yeah, see? It's looking like there will be no action for these aces. I told you you'd screw it up. You raised too much.
No energy for you.
But do you see what also happens when Elharar took a very aggressive line with fives, lost a huge pot? Now he's folding ace
Wanna
9
get
on
some
the
pizza?
button against Winter's cutoff opens, and it's like you get inside your
like
head in these
yesterday.
spots, and you just
What?
really need to make sure that you're not doing
Pizza.
something
What
so
about it?
out of
You
your
hungry?
It
comfort
was
zone
luck yesterday.
Food
just
court over there,
because
go get
this
some.
person is the chip leader. That now you are folding hands that you could
Huh?
potentially play back with.
They need like, trust me.
Action
160?
folded to Winter, folds 4 deuce. Elharar wasting no time to get it in there with, not all of it in, don't get me wrong. Get in there with Jack 4 suited.
I think at this point he's like, if Sean Winter's out of the way, then I'll just go for it. Who else could hurt me?
Anyone, literally anyone at this point. And we're waiting on Jerry Robinson in the big blind. Jerry Robinson sounds like the name you would be assigned by witness protection. You're Jerry Robinson now. Hello, Jerry. 9-9 deuce is your flop. Couple of diamonds.
275.
Robinson checks. Elharar acting very quickly, which oftentimes to me is indicative of someone who isn't really thinking about getting max value because they don't have a value hand.
Right. I would tend to agree with that.
But I guess when you're up against the big blind, a lot of times they're not going to have much of a decision on this board.
No, first place. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I wish we could see Robinson's full card so we would know if he has a real decision here or if he just feels like,
Like we do.
yeah, exactly. Like this doesn't make a lot of sense, his timing on the flop.
Robinson does make the call. 8 of clubs is your turn card. Elharar firing again. Still no pair, no draw.
Yeah.
425,000 into a pot of just under $1 million.
Yeah. I had that in the 2K Super Tuesday scoop last week. On graph FRPO. Had like 80% of chips like 16. I was actually in chips like 16 earlier. I think it was like 8 over 100 poles, like he was shoving it.
Elharar reminds me of a mustachioed Vin Diesel, and he is playing fast and furious.
Because like,
I mean, if we want to try to take a guess as to what Robinson has that he called the flop with, I think some likely hands are obviously trip nines, ace highs, deuce, a deuce in his hand, a flush draw. I think those are some very likely hands. But now, depending on what he does on the turn, I think that'll define his potential range a lot more.
His body language says to me that he wants to put his cards into the muck. So I like him for a lot of those ace high and king high hands, maybe even.
Master was nice. In the final table, I think like Master chip with 12 bitcoins.
Like just the way Elharar's been playing and how fast he's been playing, it's really hard to give him credit for having a super strong hand here.
Happens a lot. It does.
And I think potentially what is going through Robinson's head, if he does have one of those middle strength type holdings, is if he calls his turn bet, does he think Elharar would be willing to fire one last shell on the river as a bluff? Or maybe Robinson just has deuces full of nines and is just really putting on this Hollywood for Elharar's benefit. Who knows?
Elharar does river a pair.
Ah, I got sevens.
Ah, pocket sevens. Was that one of the hundreds of guesses we took?
Yeah, I
Pocket
think
sevens?
it's something like a middle, but no, something like a middle pair is similar to having, nines and deuces. I think it's either you think you're beat or you have showdown value that's not that comfortable continuing for 3.
Pretty tough to get someone to fold sevens on that board. So Elharar drops further down. Now under 2 million chips. Still has more than twice as many chips as the 9th and 8th spots.
Sean Winter, another very playable hand, ace jack offsuit.
Not as playable as Jack 4 suited, but I will allow it.
And not as playable as king jack offsuit.
No, goodness no. Hero Values has played with Robinson before, though. He's one of those painfully slow ever, even in trivial spots. Wouldn't say that was a trivial spot. However, I can see now that what I was reading into is just his sort of deliberation that he must have all the time. Sean Winter freezing out this table. Do you want to play my favorite on-stream game, Maria?
Always.
Okay,
Joe.
this game is called What's in Joe's Mouth. You guys ready? Here we go.
Guys, I'm going to give you a hint.
What's in Joe's mouth? Go.
I'm going to let them listen to the audio.
Uh-huh.
Then I'm going to give them a hint. It's white.
Yep. What's in Joe's mouth? It's almost over. Last chance for guesses. Almost gone. Bread is, in fact, white, Nathan Manuel, but incorrect. Joseph Chong limping under the gun, pocket sixes. We'll get back to what's in Joe's mouth momentarily. But we're going to have an all-in to deal with here.
Schwarmann choosing his spot with a pretty decent hand, queen jack suited from the hijack.
You know what you have, though?
8, just over 8.
Just over 8.
You should 305. 4, 7.
He called.
Joe does decide to call with sixes. And I don't think Joe wants to double up yet another player at this final table. And he is hoping that he will be on the good side of this flip.
Our second flip of the final table. Joe Chong on the business end last time.
What happened?
This time, like Call of Duty versus, I can't think of another game. It doesn't matter. Jack high flop.
Not for me.
You got redraws
Chong
here
in
and
bad
there.
shape. 3 of hearts on the turn. Reduces Joe's outs to 1 card in the deck. Ace of spades, not that card. Double up, Nick Schwarmann.
And so far, I don't think this is how Joe envisioned the final table to go for him.
It's exactly how I envisioned it.
But nevertheless, he is still in the middle of the pack as far as overall chip counts go.
John, yes, sir.
What do you mean?
King Jack, good for you.
Which hand?
Doesn't
Oh.
matter.
And it looks like the stream's caught up with Sean's bluff.
Aha.
What'd you have? King Jack? Good for you. Yes. Good for you, Sean Winter.
The big hand.
Yeah, not all yours with shapes kind of stuff.
Also have his quads.
You're not supposed to have your phone.
I have nothing.
Schwarmann with ace king offsuit
I have no friends. I just know.
with a couple more chips to play with.
You know. Well, if he can't understand English, he's saying out loud.
And Joe is going to defend the ace 7.
Want me to be the bad guy? I'm not gonna be the It's clear.
Queen, queen, jack, 2 diamonds. Goes check, check, deuce on the turn. Schwarmann's ace king. Still out in front. Chong checks again. Delayed continuation bet from Schwarmann. Chong calls. Couple of ways he can win this hand. Couple of chop outs as well. No luck, however. Check, check on the river. Chong 7 is out kicked.
All my favorite dealers are not dealing.
Thanks for being with us, guys. You are watching the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open 2019 Championship Event Final Table as a part of the Big Four down here in South Florida, right in the heart of Hollywood. 3 other final tables, all happening concurrently. 25K high roller, the 2650, and the $1,100 events, all happening in the same room. Maria and I typically will call the action from out on the floor. We thought this year, why not bring it indoors? Let you guys know what's happening from right here on the Poker Night in America Twitch channel.
No, good for you.
Fish with jack 8 suit.
But nah, really? When
Obviously, I should have been
when I had the, so you don't have nothing. So you had King Jack and other.
King Jack, you had
That's
your,
what
you had him. You had him.
got a hero.
I say, or you got balls when you push, or I gonna have a,
Yeah, one of you.
Yeah.
You said right. You had it.
I should call him, yes.
Well,
Next
you know he's
time.
got King Jack, yeah?
No,
Yeah, obviously.
But yeah.
now, yeah, I know he got shit, but it's hard to
You know
it's
now.
hard to call,
It's not easy.
I know he had the ace high, he got,
You're still good.
but
I don't think I could go back and look at that hand. It's kind of like looking at an ex-girlfriend's Instagram page. You're just better off not knowing.
I believe that.
But then one of your idiot friends has to tell you anyway.
What kind of flop is that, man? Make him feel comfortable.
Can't believe she's dating a DJ now.
told you,
What?
it's easy to do it. Go
King
in,
Jack?
Play that way. But
Elharar limping in from under the gun with 8-7 suited.
I love it. I will allow it.
Fucking miserable.
King Jack offsuit.
What are you? What are these?
He's still.
I think,
All right, let's play a game.
This is.
Every time Elharar says King Jack offsuit today, one of us has to take
Oh.
it.
I'll take two.
What do you talk about my card? 2 million, about 2 million.
But it has to be
This
stacked
is-
by cards. We have to be able to count everything.
Yeah, that's.
I know what it is.
Action gets all the way around to Winter, who has the option
That's
from
for
the big
TV
blind
for
with Queen 6 offsuit.
tanking.
Oh, for you.
Did anybody ever guess what was in my mouth?
You got to do all.
This is the same, like that.
Okay.
There were a lot of guesses, and I have not seen the correct guess yet. Marshmallow was a decent one. I feel like you are the kind of guy who would just be sitting
Have
here with
a
a bag,
marshmallow.
no, with a bag of marshmallows, like playing chubby bunny with yourself.
Elharar and Winter at it again. Winter turns top pair. Elharar is going to stab with 0 equity. I don't like marshmallows, believe it or not.
Really? You don't strike me as the person who doesn't like many things.
I don't like sweets in general, despite the
Why
fact
do you
that
have 5 cookies on your plate right now, Joe?
exactly. If I liked them, they wouldn't be on my plate anymore.
Need a fucking break.
Ooh, Elharar. River is the worst card possible. Getting frustrated. George is getting a little upset.
And then everything else on the red is
X, the producer, says this guy is on the struggle bus since the bluff. Agreed.
hanging out at the final table.
Playing so good.
And with some money.
No, man.
Chip count update. Ferrell still hanging in there.
Oh, like dog shit today.
Sean Winter just slowly chipping away at everyone else at this table.
It was a roller coaster, yes.
Schwarmann with pocket 8s from under the gun.
Shalom let me down to like 15
Definitely in a
K.
much more comfortable position. He can play post. He can take a lot of different lines now, whereas before he was much more handcuffed to just shoving.
That's how it goes. It was when you messed up the table draw. Remember that? It started off great though. Yeah, true. Yeah, went up very well. Because everyone was short table.
Robinson with pocket 6s from under the gun plus 2.
Serious question. Is it hole cards or hold cards? Is it hole cards or hold
Hold
cards?
cards.
HOLE.
Yeah, why would it be hold cards?
Because it's the
Explain
cards you're
logic.
holding. Like
But
he
it-
held pocket 6s
No,
as
but I
hold
think-
cards. Right?
This is not a real question.
I know.
But it's
all of a
also-
sudden I was like, have I been saying
No, it's-
hold cards all these years? And it's
the whole card cam. That's where it
hold card cam
I'm so,
for the
okay.
cards they're holding.
Honestly, can you go back to eating the white thing that you're eating, Joe, which nobody has yet to guess correctly? Okay, but to be fair, he's eating something different now, and they both just happen
They
to be
share a
white.
same ingredient though. What's in Joe's mouth?
Yes, they do share the same ingredient, which Joe and I had a really nice discussion
A mutual
about.
love of.
Yes. And my second hint will be Remco Rinkema is also a huge fan of this. Because Remco and I have had the same discussion.
Schwarmann and Robinson go heads up to the flop 8s versus 6s.
Yeah. Trying to make a pair.
Queen, Jack,
Made
Jack,
some
a
pairs.
couple of spades. So
Made some pairs.
not a great flop
Then 8 has.
for either player, but not terrible. But the turn is the ace of hearts now, so that is definitely going to be a card that it's going to be bet and take it, I think.
I still don't know the branches.
If Robinson decides to try to rep this.
Over an hour. We should be.
Breaks at the end of the level, no?
Robinson checks behind River. Does it counterfeit them both?
They do the break late. We should do that when there's 22 minutes left in level, I think.
Isn't that what you said was going to happen? Isn't that what you said?
18?
It
But-
did counterfeit them both. Schwarmann gets the insta-fold from Robinson. Folds his hold cards.
Crazy.
72 minutes until level.
Fisch superfan says, it's whole card, you clown. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm just... They sound very similar, whole and hold.
18 more.
Whole cards.
Yeah,
Where's the hole?
like they're in the hole. Like when you look at them, that's the hole. Like you're creating, like you're looking at them in, I mean, you know?
If you look in the hole, you get punched in the arm. That's how it works. Ah, gotcha.
Oh, yeah, it's 9.
How's that? How's that for hold cards? Any 2 cards. Where's my Bubka? This guy. I don't know what his. This guy. Any 2 cards. I don't know what his job is. I don't know where he lives, what he does for a living. But anytime I'm on a stream, he pops up in chat, offers me a Bubka. Jerry Robinson, ace jack suited. Hearts. Winter on the button. Queen 4 suited. Why not, right? Like, come on. Let's just LFG.
Raise 475.
That is not just a call in position. That's a 3 bizzle. Back to Robinson, who we know is a deliberate player.
And it is interesting to note that Winter did open fold Queen 7 offsuit on the button, but now, after facing an early position open from Robinson, decides to 3-bet from the button with Queen 4 suited. Definitely gonna mix it up, but certainly a suited queen is just a 3-bet bluff for him. He would be really happy to take it down right here, but if Robinson chooses to call, Winter gets to play this pot in position, and he knows how to apply, as we've seen, the appropriate amount of pressure on his opponents. I think Robinson has such a good hand to call with pre that I understand that Winter has put the fear of God in a lot of people today, but ace-jack suited against an aggressive chip leader, I'd like the peel.
No peel, no flop. Winter continues to ice out the competition. Jerry Robinson with ace-10 under the gun this time. Opts to ditch it.
Raise 175.
Now Fisch.
Raise from Brandon Carl, ace-jack. Haven't heard much from him. 27-year-old software engineer from California. Runs with the Run It Up gang. Happy to have some of those guys in chat. What's up, my babies? Lentini 6-5
I
suited.
forgot you play with
Gives
us.
up the big blind.
Be quiet. I see.
You have energy for him?
You should put him by stack so they can account it.
This is like, even like, it's like even, you can't be more helpful.
Don't worry, we're gonna help you to organize it soon. It's gonna be easy for everybody to account.
I don't think so. I think we might be seeing wire-to-wire winter here. Kind of feels like that.
You can stack them however he wants to stack them.
No, I'm
You know, it'd be like the biggest
not what
needle
I'm
ever.
asking.
Is if after you win a tournament, if you just like gave 2% to the guy who gave you all the chips early on at the final table.
I mean,
You're just like, here's 30K.
it's definitely.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, it's one of
maybe
those where, as the guy
wants
receiving
to
that,
bluff me,
you're not going to say
they wanna
no
know how
to it,
much
but
I'm
it's a
risking
bit
to
of a
call or something.
dick move. I
Yeah,
think.
wouldn't that be awesome? Has anyone ever done that?
Double me up.
What?
Double me up.
Like, thanks for your
20?
contribution,
Yeah.
guy.
You fixed it.
I feel like I owe you for that hand we played together.
Did
Here
you
you
have it
go.
in your
Wait,
wallet during the
actually-
bracelet win?
Wait, actually, I have something for my bracelet win.
Give me the bracelet. I'll double you.
Yeah, I
Do
still
you have it on you?
I still have it.
No way, it's in your wallet?
No, I have a lucky penny.
Oh, no, thank
I'll
you.
give you this. Double me up.
No, the bracelet, it's a bracelet.
Schwarmann with the loose button open, called by Robinson with his kings. Ace 10-5.
Do you wear the bracelet to home all the time? Yeah. Just walking around. A robe and a bracelet. Go to the gym. Bracelet.
Just win your
And
next flip.
Schwarmann with a very liberal
Yeah, but
open
it's
from the
against
button,
Simmons.
and I think a lot of the times if you open such a weak hand like six deuce off from the button, it's because you perceive the blinds to be weak and that they aren't going to play back at you.
Burn.
Because certainly, I mean, if you had a player that you know is going to defend a very wide range against you, then
Wow,
probably, wow, that is a lot of credit.
Wow,
A lot of credit. Do you know how wide button open ranges are?
Do you know
And if you knew how wide Schwarmann's particular button open ranges are,
pocket kings are the second best hold cards you can get, and we just saw them folded.
to a single bet on the
Single
flop
bet.
against a
A
button,
button
open,
open.
in a
And his hold cards weren't very
Single.
good at all.
in a single raise pot. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Abacus tweets in
I'm gonna come too, but he has to.
saying, Maria and Stapes are cracking me up.
Hey,
Joe Chong not backing down. He'll win a flip shortly.
Basically got
I'm the nicest
Sounds
person
like-
here.
two short stack flips.
I didn't say he had to be nicer.
I know.
Whoa. 9.
Chicken sandwich, Carl. Ace 10 suited, 175,000. Winter's in with pocket sixes. Action now on the big blind, the short stack. Ben Ferrell, a decision with ace 9. He is going to peel for a significant portion of his stack. He's got 500,000 behind. It's 645,000 in the middle. He does flop a 9. Not a horrible flop for ace 10 though. Up and down draw. Pocket sixes can't really love this board. It's going to connect pretty regularly.
Somebody in the chat is asking if they should use a particular hashtag when we tweet at us. Hashtag King Jack for the win.
Hashtag what's in Stape's mouth.
I mean, you guys can
Let's use the hashtag Poker Night TV if you guys want to send us a tweet.
Yes.
You can also tag Maria and myself. Although it might be hard for me to find it through all of the millions of tweets I'm getting about how much better I am than Norman Chad.
But if you do, guys, you can tweet at us at Maria Ho or at Stapes.
Sometimes I accidentally tweet at Mario Ha.
Colin?
Ferrell jamming over the top of the continuation bet from Carl.
5-10? Call, both hands, please.
There's the call. Carl needs to hit to eliminate Ferrell.
We
Otherwise, we're going to see another double up. If that pair of nines holds.
Or we might see our first elimination here at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Big Four Championship event.
Brick, ship it to Ferrell, double up.
This way.
Unfortunate for Carl. Looks like he should have stayed in the house, Carl. Chip counts. Carl now the shortest stack. Not much between him and Elharar or Ferrell for that matter, despite his double up. Still very close to the danger zone.
Danger zone!
There it is. Today is the day you truly became a poker broadcaster.
Yes! James Hardigan. Hope you're watching. I'm trying to make you guys proud of the times that I've done the Poker Stars broadcast with you guys. If there's one thing I learned, it's that.
160?
James pretends like he's not watching and then waits for there to be a mistake and then will text me about it and rub it in my face. Winter raising ace king. Raising and taking with ace king. Todd, did you know it's whole cards and not hold cards? Whole cards? Whole cards. H-O? Yeah. I thought it was hold.
And
It's
this
crazy.
is who you've hired, Todd, as your color
I feel like
commentator.
everyone's playing a trick on me. It's definitely been hold. It's like that Berenstain Bears situation, I think.
Carl now all in from under the gun with pocket eights for just under 1.5 million, shy of 20 big blinds effective.
Yeah, 1.495.
Is it going to get through?
Solid.
It does indeed.
You know what I hate is when I shove from under the gun, gets all the way to the big blind.
And they're like aces.
Exactly. I'm like, one more person.
I one time had a guy look at his cards and say out loud, snap call.
Wait, hold on.
He said snap call.
Okay, you have to set this up a little bit more. Like, what was the buy-in? Where was this tournament? Did you punch him in the face?
It was at Caesars, like a Caesars nightly during the World Series. It was a final table. There was like 6 left. And I had like ace jack in the small blind and I shoved and he just looked down and he goes, snap call. 2 aces out in 6th.
Happy that we don't have a tank holding table though. I really appreciate that.
Me too.
Great deal. You know? That frustrates me the most about watching poker.
Ben Ferrell, Jack 10 of hearts. We love it. Love this hand.
It's like 1.5.
This hand's in our top 10 hands that contain a jack. Joe Chong, ace king in the small blind. Oh, and Brandon Carl not immediately folding. This is a dynamic here where Carl could get into some trouble if he's got any sort of decent holding. Wow, this is a hand he could get into a very big pot with.
All in.
There's the all-in from Carl. Ferrell folds, Chong calls. Again, we are flipping.
Would that be funny if Chong said snap call right there?
Snap call.
He did with his chips. He certainly said that with his chips.
Like KFC versus Popeyes, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
I really want to see Chong win this pot. I just think it's just been too frustrating to get into some of these unavoidable flips.
This is his third flip, and he is
every one
about
of
to
them.
go 0 for 3. Winner, winner, chicken sandwich, Carl.
One's fine.
3 flips. Joe Chong, you can complain. It's okay.
Nice hand.
You can do it. Takes it like a frickin' champ.
Absolutely. But this is how sometimes final tables go, and I think Chong is enough of a seasoned pro to understand that, but of course it's immensely frustrating. He is now the stone last place in chips with 615,000. He came in second in chips. He finished 8th in this event last year, and now it looks like he might be the first player out.
259.
No, actually, yeah, he's definitely first. Let's not. And again, it's because, you know, all right, for time, let's go opposite.
It's a rough 2 hours for Joe.
We have to support. We have to
Both
No, I'm
Joes.
fine. I'm fine. Joe Chong now shorter than the shortest stack has been at any point at this final table. I think if you start off a final table second in chips and lose 4 unavoidable flips to be eliminated, you should be able to like destroy a garbage can in the hallway. It should be totally fine. You can't hurt like a person or an animal, but you should be able to just like kick the crap out of a garbage can.
I'm just glad that I don't have to do any exit interviews today.
Yeah. So, how do you feel about the way you played today? Get out of my face. Fisch, ace 9 of diamonds. Winter, king 7 in the big blind.
Raise.
That's a 3-bet. That is a re-raise, everybody.
0 for 3 flips.
No.
Shortest stack, 8 difference.
No.
9 left.
No.
There we go. See, he's lamenting to someone. He's got to have one of those Robin Williams Goodwill Hunting moments where someone grabs him and goes, "It's not your fault. It's not. Say it. It's not your fault." Three-bet fold. Winter fresh.
It's a clinic, guys. It is.
A winter clinic. Right here in the summer.
Pros, right? Let's just do it for fun.
This is the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Big Four. You're watching the championship event right now, but in the background you will see the 3 other final tables being played out simultaneously. We've got the 25K high roller with Andy Andreevich coming in with the chip lead. 2650 with Faraz Jaka
Or no.
650.
coming in as the chip leader. And the 1100 with a Hollywood local Elchin, who started the day as the chip leader. And if you guys want some live updates from these other final tables that are currently being played right now, you can go to shrpo.com.
Yeah, that guy's good. He's good people.
Did you give out the hashtag?
Hashtag Poker Night TV. If you guys want to tweet at us, could also directly at Maria Ho or at Stapes.
Shame in a walk, boys. I'll just take it down.
Rigged VG asks, should you have some sort of strategy going into a FT? I mean, I think being aware of your chip position in relation to everybody else at the table
Eventually
and
it'll work, right?
your seat position in relation to, of course, the chip leaders and the most active, aggressive players at your table is really important.
Should be 8-16,
Chong,
I guess.
second time moving all in this orbit, ace-6 offsuit from the hijack.
And this is precarious. There we go.
Elharar definitely going to call, if not ISO, over the top.
Interesting ISO.
Good luck, mode. Thanks.
Good luck, Joey, baby.
Don't talk to me. We're not for all ends, we no longer talk. We're friends, but we're not.
Well, here's the good news. He's not flipping.
Yeah, we're silent partners.
Thanks, man.
Every time I said a word, it always breaks out.
So let's just see how good he is at 65-35s then.
This one, he deserves this. There it is. Ace on the flop. Certainly not over, but mathematically doing fine. Boy. Harar up and down now.
Never easy. That is until the river
so sick.
breaks.
So short stacks have only doubled up.
What's that? You would do.
Yeah,
little bit.
you were a little, stick to
bit.
a little overdue.
Stick
Do.
To the 30s.
Yeah, about the 50s. Yeah.
And as you can see, the chip counts, Winter still has a stranglehold here at the final table. All 9 players remaining.
Pretty much 5x
King queen suited, you were losing.
Yeah.
the player who's second in chips, who was all in for his tournament life moments ago.
King queen would be a terrible shot, especially opposite.
Everyone's got like a 20 big blind or less stack except for Winter. Am I reading this correctly?
No, I think the big blind is 80K, so 3.3 million has 40 bigs.
40 bigs, okay.
Head math.
Okay. Yeah, let's just look at each other. No, let's just look at each other and pretend like nothing happened. Nothing happened. Don't worry about it, guys.
Sorry, I forgot to carry the 1.
You got to double check my work there.
Yeah, well, I
Chong!
had to double check what. All right, calm down. I had to double check how I got it so wrong.
Finding aces after just doubling. Has over 20 bigs to start the hand. Ooh, Lentini pocket 8s from the big blind with a similar stack to Chong. I think a lot of the times it's good enough to go with considering where Chong opened from.
And it looks like at least 1 8's been folded given the equities we've got presented there.
I think a call is fine as well. I think taking a mixed strategy between defending the big blind and shoving against a mid to late position opener with 8s is both acceptable options.
Queen 9 tray, 2 hearts. Poker Night TV and Twitch chat invoking the great David Wayne, who said, in my opinion, aces are the best hand you can do. Chong continues.
What do you start Ann with?
1.7-ish, probably.
Thanks, Joe.
1.8, maybe.
It's a really tough board for Lentini's 8s.
Giuliano Lentini, a 34-year-old pro poker player, former equity trader from Manhattan. And he's going to trade his 8s for 2 new cards in the next hand.
Way to lose the minimum.
2 new hold cards, please.
Still hot. It's not break. It was just too
The
much excitement for
SHRPO
2
series
hours.
has awarded over $11 million. Is that right, Joe?
Correct.
Yeah.
They've had over 11,000
excitement or
entrants
disappointment?
across all of their tournaments during the series.
You know, for the first time ever covering this event, I came 1 day early. I got to come more than 1 day early. What's the smallest buy-in event?
Oh, they have like a secondary schedule with couple like 300.
Secondary? I didn't
400.
ask about secondary. I didn't ask about the less than schedule. My God, how rude can one woman be?
At the start of the series, they did.
You know, there's a
on the
secondary
primary,
stream over there, I think, maybe.
On
You could, the 1100 event is commentary list right now.
On the primary schedule, Joe, they had a $600 buy,
Yes.
I believe, with $1 million guarantee,
Yes,
if I'm not
that's the
mistaken.
one.
That would have been
27
your
starting
tournament.
days. That's what I'm talking about.
Joe Chong, raise and take it with queens, just picking up some monsters right now.
Never seen someone 3-bet that many times in like 2 hours of my life.
At that table?
Yeah.
I had it every time.
I mean, after
Joe
the second
Chong.
time we 3-bet him, I was like,
I'm
just
sure you have.
Goonies never say die.
You were playing poker in 2007.
yeah, but you didn't see this guy. Only against Boyvin too. I mean, I guess he was opening every hand. But I got 3-bet a few times, but that was just absurd.
I even called it Ice Jack 2 once. I did open under the gun.
I had a pretty good run of cards. Lots of 2-outers too. It's real good.
Yeah, it was like the 12th time he 3-bet. I was like, maybe he's just not a card.
220. As I'm saying.
Aces going around like a case of mono.
It's sick too, because I was talking to Thomas about it.
This time it's Fisch's turn to get kissed.
Aces, and he hit that queen.
Lentini with another pocket pair. Deuces on the button.
Yeah. No, but like, we're like, I guess he's gotta be just
Are you attacking my big blind?
crazy. Yeah, and like that's why he flats aces. I mean, it's the queen comes anyway.
No set mining.
I guess, and I was like, oh, I guess we're wrong.
Get some 5 space.
My name ain't Earl asking, are you guys setting off firecrackers next to the microphones? No, what you're hearing is the undeniable chemistry between myself and Maria Ho.
Edmund's star poker player.
We pop.
Really?
There's not much we can do about it.
So you were like 23 after college or something?
Like baking soda and vinegar.
I was 23. 24.
4th grade science project.
So you like got a degree in
Chemistry.
Late bloomer. I was a CA in college, if that counts.
מה, איזה אס מסריח.
Schwarmann gonna enter
מה
this
אין
pot.
לעשות?
For like one
אני עם
semester.
500, אני
That's
אעשה דאבל.
Send
טוב,
out
אני
job.
אחכה ליד. אין לחץ, מה, אין מה לעשות, אחי. הייתי חייב להכפיל.
So
מה
there's like
סירס?
the-
ראיתי שיישאר לי עוד 500.
had like a double
Robinson
major.
finding
giving us
jacks
our
on the
phones on break?
button. Earlier he played kings pretty cautiously against Schwarmann, but this time looks like he's reaching for a 3-bet.
Couple of Jerry's for Jerry Robinson. 200,000.
How's the 25K already forehand?
It's like a turbo, right?
Bye-bye.
Because it's a terrible. That's why I said I got this chip leader with 10 left and got 10.
Yeah, but Andy started with over 100 big blinds. Sean had a lot too. So.
They're
I guess
four-handed, you said?
Huh?
They're four-handed?
Yeah.
I got a 20% swap with Andy.
Is he still in?
His chip leader to start.
That's a good swap.
Yeah, not bad.
His is board first.
I would have
Give
done
me
it
the
with
pocket
Sean. I
five.
guess in second.
That would be funny if we did though.
flashed it. Okay. Kind of bounced up.
160.
160 now.
A lot not.
It worked out perfectly.
It's too good.
I'm a great folder. I used to be a professional folder, but in my past life. But like, the way you are in your situation.
Take it.
Yeah, I can't really like curve the rope, you know? I used to be able to fold where it flashes for like a second and curve it down, you know? Or like the cards flash for a second.
Can I play W for this here?
Raise and take it for Sean Winter with ace queen offsuit.
Starts.
Elharar now the shortest stack at the table.
How much you have?
545,000.
Next, go to Vancouver. There didn't be something. Yeah, I'll be back home by then. And
Blind's still at 30-60, so he is under the 10 big blind mark.
Pretty awful. Yeah, there's some schedule starts at like 10 p.m. Like, I can't remember, but yeah.
Sorry, that's not correct. Sorry, 30-60. 2040.
At the time. So, who knows what the time zone is. Vancouver's like 7 a.m. It's
Nope.
like too early for me, but it gets me on like
80,000 the call. It's 40,000, 80,000, guys.
done by dinner time.
Come on, Stapes. I was just testing you guys. Really.
We're the only table to not have anyone buffed.
It's actually
I
surprising.
mean, that makes sense.
Well, all the
Not really.
shorties. 6
Oh,
for 6 on the shorties.
Pretty really uncommon for this to happen.
The high roller should finish first.
3 ways to this flop, which is king, 10, deuce, 2 diamonds. Chong pairs is 10. Looks like Elharar is going to continue. Did he raise pre-flop?
Raise 275.
Often. What was yesterday? I just play my cards.
Did you get the thing?
Joe Chong's going to win this pot. What a horrible limp. Yeah, I think he might have limped Baltimore poker. I think you're right.
They're like,
How much time do we
what
have?
to change this year? Like,
Your
brand better.
It's 3:15. Like,
You been studying? No.
just turn it off.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, you're right. Just turn it off.
It's momentum.
Okay, just
We
leave it
actually
on the
went
table
some
and say,
flips
I'll be right back.
deep in. Helped a lot.
All in. 340.
Elharar shoving under the gun this time. 340,000.
340.
Correct.
Chong with king, queen. Can easily withstand a double up here. It looks like he is going to give action. Despite the fact that it is Domination Nation.
About 500. 340. 260 on top. That's correct. 500, right?
Asians never mess up.
I guess
Math.
it's 600, right?
Yeah, that's the 600.
You're right.
How does that even mean? That's a 4.
Domination Nation.
You missed.
Elharar
He's
King
good at
queen.
in a good spot to double up.
And if he's going to
How do you
get
teach street
up,
equity?
stand up, and start walking away from the table, he's for sure going to win.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yes.
Told you.
That's bad.
The math would tend to agree.
Let Shalon have this one.
Well, now there are certainly outs for Joe Chong. It looks like 2 of the jacks have been folded.
That's not.
Yet another short stack double up.
Pretty good.
So we've got people in the chat asking what you had in your mouth earlier, and I will say
Everyone's had
that
pretty
the
good
answer will be revealed when we have our first
Yesterday, I
elimination
almost
from
cried
this
when
I- Perfect.
championship event final.
Told you.
I love it.
Yesterday, I
Elharar
almost
does not
cried when
move
I
up
told
on the
you.
leaderboard.
No, it's okay. I don't take it. All good.
It does double up.
Well, I mean,
Fine.
if you want to induce action, they should just let me win the flip.
Feel safe when you get saved. A little bit cheap. All good.
My friend, I will never cry for any action I ever do.
All right.
Especially in poker.
Good luck.
Just set up pre-flop.
Cheers, yeah.
No, you just don't go all in.
Made it still. Made it still. There's no water coming out these air ducts.
Play continues here in the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Championship event. Still 9-handed. No eliminations yet, despite multiple opportunities.
In the 25K.
I think I was there. We're the ones-
Short stacks
we're the
keep
ones
popping
Finelli
up
was
like a
just
whack-a-mole.
Getting yelled at by Tony.
Were you at bottomless table?
Schwarmann opening 9-8 of diamonds. Chong's in with pocket fours.
What was that, the bubble to just cash? Or
Yes, the stone bubble and a turbo.
Elharar in the big blind with king queen
There
offsuit.
was like 14 or 15 short stack double ups. Like when we
Comes along.
cashed, like I had 2 bigs and I had like 5 people covered.
That's ridiculous.
It was insane.
Queen 9-7. Schwarmann hits his 9, but it's top pair for Elharar.
I was like, I
And
had
he's
2
just
big
going to
blinds
move
and
all
like
in front
4
of
page up.
the 2 players.
That's rough.
And if Schwarmann thinks that Elharar is doing this with bottom pair, 10-8 suited, perhaps some type of draw, Jack-10 suited, he may decide to call, although it is almost about a quarter of his chip stack, I should say. And he does have Chong to act behind him, which makes his position a bit tougher because it's pretty disastrous for Schwarmann to call and then have Chong shove.
It doesn't feel
behind.
like a bluff or even a semi-bluff spot
Right.
that often.
Right, there aren't that many draws
We'll
except
see it
for the
anyway.
straight draws. And
Feels like a lot of combo draws at best.
yeah,
Here's the bluff. So
and yeah, I
nothing.
think just because of the stack sizes,
Fair enough.
it's
no?
just a big chunk of Nick's stack to call there, and he decides that he wants to preserve his chip stack and his chip position.
Actually, this switched my stack by like 1 million.
Deadpool on Twitch asks, what was the buy-in? This is a 5K event, $3 million guaranteed.
Might want to get yourself a rack pretty soon.
698,000 to the winner.
For the 5Ks? Or are we not taking them off?
I'm going to take most of them off during the break.
I was just saying so you can enjoy your break, unless they're not going to start the break until after the color off.
But this one, this chip right here, this is my 5K.
That way when
And I'm taking it back. I'm taking them all back.
How long is the break?
Action folds around to the overwhelming chip leader, Sean Winter. Queen 9 offsuit on the button. Makes it 160. Elharar with the Sean Winter, the King Jack offsuit.
He's trying to take the Sean Winter hand against Sean Winter himself. I don't know if anyone's going to play it better than Sean Winter.
Shalom checks the best hand, King High.
Really tough one to win.
First time all day I've heard Savage's voice.
Well, you know, it's
Now and
4 p.m. It's about time for him to wake up and do some work.
Winter makes a minimum bet. You got to take one off here, right?
Yeah, if you're not going to check raise, then you're at least going to call, I would think. But the only problem is the spade situation. You have no backdoor spades. But yeah, he is going to raise. because he wants to be the one to get it done with King Jack this time.
And Sean Winter is just so tough to get rid of. He's like bed bugs.
And I think it's tough to really rep ace credibly here just because Sean did limp from the button in this hand and Elharar just called from the small blind and completed his option. So
he's not going to have a ton of aces.
right, that story doesn't quite check out, I think, for Sean.
He's not going to have a lot of tens he can raise.
Right. So it looks pretty draw heavy, I think.
It's going to look semi-bluffy.
I think we just learned to become emotional robots.
175.
Nothing really bothers us.
And now this is an amount that really affects Elharar's stack.
Current poker more.
20% of his remaining stack to call, and he does. Is he going to put himself in another situation here where he's just forced to fold the river? Somehow misses the gut shot. Shows an intense amount of discomfort shifting around in his chair.
I think if Winter goes with his original assessment about the type of value hands that Elharar has here, I think he's going to keep firing and put him all in because the only other hand is a 10.
King guy.
But
Oh, he checks
wow.
behind. Oh, he knows. He could have gotten it done.
See your hand over here, you see? There's a camera above.
I don't really know if you've earned any chirping,
I agree
to
with
be
that.
honest. I will admit that sometimes folks from other countries, it's hard to know when they're chirping or when they're just being friendly because the intonation is a little, people chirp differently in
Thank you,
different
Chief
parts of
Leader.
the world.
It's okay.
It
It's
feels
okay.
chirpy
Slowly,
though.
slowly.
Now that's
No, we're not.
verifiably
You're not
chirpy.
make first today, I promise you. You got my word.
Confirmed chirp.
I will.
In any language.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Winter finding jacks in the cutoff.
Yotun says that is one of the worst hands of poker I have ever seen. Jeez. Harsh.
Elharar on the button with 8-7 of clubs. I feel like the poker gods just want to see these two tango. Schwarmann also comes along from the small blind with 3s.
Did you say shawarma?
That sounds so good right now. I'm still hungry.
Well, hopefully we wrap it up here pretty soon.
They're playing 5 and 4, but it looked like.
Elharar.
My little lamb.
Len. That was a real good one. I'm one for the dad joke.
Three ways to the flop, king, queen, 4. Jacks are good. Can't love the 2 over cards.
On break. Huh? Where we got our phones on break? I wonder. Yeah, we should do, yeah. What is that site? Is
Check.
it a Chinese site or no? American plans,
Action
American
gets
plans,
checked
you know?
around.
No. You can't play in England either, I don't think. Oh, really? It's a skin off Tony Bet. Yeah. Oh, right. I believe. Could be wrong.
I think if Winter knows that Schwarmann's probably not going to check top pair or even a good second pair like
It's
a queen, jack, queen 10 type hand. And he knows that Elharar would bet in position top pair or middle pair from the flop, then I think this bet makes sense. It's going to be a little bit for value, a little bit for protection against some possible ace-X's.
Interesting observation from Miracle, who says Elharar is not even watching the third guy. He's just fixed on Sean Winter.
Winter is going to haunt his dreams for many nights to come.
I, for one, love calling with a gut shot here. What? I said it as a joke, and it didn't even sound right. Pair of eights. Once again, too little, too late for Elharar.
And Winter may have missed an opportunity to put Elharar all in earlier, but will he miss this opportunity to get some value from him?
It's
now
kind of
that-
a tough board to get value on, but this 8 is not great.
I'm so fine.
And Elharar didn't need to turn his other card over because, again, I mean, you will see this on the delayed stream, but no need to give Sean more information that you're literally going after him
Yeah.
when you call that turn.
You heard Matt Savage there in the background. We do have an all-in call on the 1100. We'll try to bring you guys those results as we can. We can't point all the cameras over there, but we will try to keep you up to date who the winners are. So we're synchronizing the breaks, which means they don't happen exactly when levels go up. So right now the blinds are still at 40 and 80,000.
Yeah, I
Wow,
believe
they're
there
down
were.
to 4 in the 1100.
Yeah, I just heard that. Yeah, I think they had some time left over from the previous level, but because there are 3 other final tables playing out at the same time, players want to go on breaks every 2 hours. So that is why.
With a black.
Another raise, shove, fold.
I only got one.
Ben Farrell started the day as the short stack.
Everyone has one.
He's got a different one.
Me?
No, they're just different.
Oh,
size.
I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, we can flip it. Flip one.
Yeah. I like this side better.
I don't think Joe Chong wants to hear the word flip right
I like the
now.
other side. I think it looks more.
He does
clean.
want to hear 35, 65, though.
It's kind of weird colored coding.
Yeah, it is cleaner. Blue and gold.
And Winter, I mean, he is getting his fair share of good hands, but he
160.
is also doing a lot with the not so good hands.
I mean, the hand that catapulted him, he was already the chip leader, but the hand that catapulted him far and away was not a big hand.
No, absolutely not. And we did also see that light 3-bet with Queen 4 suited against Jerry Robinson, who was holding Ace Jack suited. So he's definitely mixing it up, but it will be hard to put him on a hand.
Maria, you're supposed to put someone on a range of hands, not just one hand. Thought you would know that. And when you're trying to guess what somebody's hold cards are, you don't want to guess just 2 specific hold cards. You want to pick a range of hold cards.
Tell me more, Joe. Tell me more.
Do you remember the first time we ever played on a TV table together and you asked me what I was doing and I told you and you went, oh, that's so cute.
No,
Or the particular move I made. You were like, were you waiting for a safe flop with those? And I was like, yeah. And you're like, oh, bless.
I don't remember
I had pocket
that.
jacks. I had like 18 big blinds or something, and I like call jammed with jacks.
Oh, cute.
Ace queen versus 2 jacks here. Top pair for Robinson.
Still looks like a decent enough flop for jacks for Winter to put out a bet. I'd like to see a call from Robinson here because given the fact that Winter is very active and we have seen that he is going to put players in tough spots, you do want to give him that rope. I think Robinson hasn't shown too much aggression. He hasn't shown himself to be someone that gets out of line. So if he were to just raise right here on this dry flop, I think that would just send alarm bells for Winter.
What would the alarm sound like? Would it be like a whoop, 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 like that? Or like a ee-ah, ee-ah, ee-ah?
I
Or
mean,
like a
no. Only the first one was tolerable to my ear, so.
Is that what it would sound like? Whoop, 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 whoop. Like that?
Okay, well, now none of them. I choose none of the options.
Would it be the marimba?
Ooh, is that the like kind of
Yeah.
yeah.
That
I
alarm?
much
That's
prefer that.
That's a gentler alarm.
Winter calls.
Some of us are watching this at work. That's definitely my problem. You're time stealing. If you guys have any suggestions as to what the alarm would sound like, I will happily read them. As soon as his hand's over.
Robinson not willing to bet the turn after Winter called his raise on the flop. And I don't think Winter should go for value. I think this is definitely a spot where if Robinson is bluffing, you should maybe allow him to bet this river. But if you bet and get called, I think Robinson has played so tight that you have to think that you're not good here. And here's the thing about this line is I don't think Winter can find a ton of bluffs. I think the flop is just so dry. There's just no real draws. Yeah.
Wow,
I mean,
what a laydown.
It's just not a board that many people's going to raise, flop, check, turn, and then bet river without at least having a queen.
It's not the craziest laydown in the world for the reasons you mentioned, but just to do it so efficiently and quickly and make it look so easy. Because it's also would be very easy just to flick it in there and
For sure,
and
with
pay
all
it
the
off.
chips that Sean has, I mean, he's just really dialed in, I think.
Pretty sure they were wrong about your king jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for kings.
That might have been-
Yeah, 100% right.
I think they
There's
were
no,
wrong.
there's no telling how many hands it's been different.
Were they
today.
really wrong? They
What's
were
that?
like 1,000% wrong. They didn't get the suit right. They said that it had a king of diamonds, it had a king of hearts, and 7 of
Yeah,
clubs, respectively.
that's
Mine's all been faced up, so
And this 6 deuce offsuit.
so no problem.
Yeah.
Like we're supposed to believe that.
Did they report that?
Yeah, they did. That one was right. You don't need to.
You followed that because you said that I had
Yeah, but
kings.
no stick and report.
Mr. Carl's jersey says that the alarm sound should be Phil Hellmuth quotes.
My buddy said you're a giant net for
The ace 9 hearts? Yeah. I know.
Idiot from Northern Europe.
nines versus king queen.
That really?
yeah.
Honey, called with Jack 7.
200.
Yours actually happened. Mine.
Yeah, mine was real. Mine was real. I know, don't worry. I never thought about it. But I've lost my thought about it. You're probably just gonna lose the flip. That's exactly what I thought about. The one, the ace 9 of hearts, I should have opened. But at the same time, I was already thinking about other shit. Too early. Too many people doing it. Let's go.
Just makes me wonder, like all these streams you watch, all these high rollers, like how many of them are accurate?
Mm-hmm.
Like 99.9%,
This one even has a
maybe
camera
more.
to pick it up.
This wasn't the first time they messed up my cards.
I'm not sure.
I do not know how to interpret that one.
Like, is he leveling us or not?
This is totally
You see that little... There you go.
Can't even keep a
mine
straight
was
face
wrong.
anymore.
Put it in the
Well, I mean,
box.
'cause you guys
Just
laughed.
put it in the
Bro.
box.
Wait, 175.
J. Robinson finding nice suited Broadway in the hijack.
Here you go.
Let me see this.
Let me do it. Cheers.
Another shrimp on the barbie.
The big four. Looks like the 1100 event will be wrapping up sometime in the next couple hours. We're still waiting for our first elimination in the championship event. Josh wants you to know that he loves you.
Love you too, Josh. Mean it.
Actually, my friend was like, don't say anything, but I'm just.
I would do that. It's different. Right?
Maria's writing her name over and over again with your last name. Different hyphenates.
Maria Reed.
Maria Ho Reed. Maria Reed Ho. Maria H. Reed.
You do got it in you. 7-9 type stuff. I know you have it in your repertoire.
Go to the flop. Fours first ten. Flop is jack 5-6. Jack 5-6 on the flop. And still in the lead. Turn card is the jack. And the river.
Is that a walk for Sean Winter? It is indeed.
I mean, I wouldn't want to mess with him. Shoot.
That was weird though.
Shows a
They said
6.
that the river was a 6.
Takes on 24,955. Down to the final four. Next prize is 32,550.
Woodsy says, I really appreciate silence. Why? 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 Woodsy, why? Why do you appreciate silence? Woodsy. Woodsy, why? What's the matter? Why?
You kinda
Why?
go
Is this
through
bothering you? Am I annoying you? Woodsy, why?
Up front.
Why?
Or small, sorry.
Woodsy. Woodsy. Woodsy, are you there? Are you still there? Woodsy. Woodsy, what's the matter?
Shove over you.
Woodsy. Woodsy, if you were hold cards, you'd be 7 deuce. That's what you are.
Keep sinking.
Woodsy wants to hear the game chat. Okay, let's be quiet for the chat. There's a camera on me now. I can't be quiet. It looks like I'm not doing my job. Oh, and what a big hand we have developing here. Crazy amounts of chips are going into the middle. The money on the line. Can you believe it? Did you get what you needed? This is going out live. It's not at all matching the action. Okay. Heads up to the flop. Queen, 10, 10, and 2 hearts. And it goes check, check. That's a deuce. That's a pair. A pair for Elharar. This is it. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for.
But he does not want to do anything but keep this pot real small against his nemesis here at the final table.
Not a super scary river.
Deuce.
Deuces never loses. Elharar wants to be winter's global warming. No more winter.
As you heard Matt say, you guys are watching the 5250 buy-in $3 million guaranteed SHRPO Big Four Championship event. And one of these people, I mean, who knows who it could be? It's anybody's game. Will take home just under $700,000. Okay, guys, that's not anybody's game. It's really Sean Winter's tournament to lose.
Yeah, it's I'm just gonna take a quick snooze, really. Just kidding, you guys aren't getting off that easy. Sean Winter is an unstoppable rebel force.
There are other streams happening with the other 3 final tables of the Big Four. The 1100 and the 2650 doesn't have any hole cards or commentary to go with it, but you could go to shrpo.com for the latest. The 25K high roller does have hole cards and commentary. Looks like Matt Salzberg is over there with Bob Mather.
Still need them for 2 more hands.
Following the call on the 1100, he's clean. Following the anchor's pick is 2 jacks.
Still at the 40,000, 80,000 blind level.
Ball's on king high. King spades 3.
Folds around to Sean Winter, Jack 7 suited. Unopened pot, late position. Hoorah!
Turns and 5 spades, 2 jacks.
Ain't nobody gonna get in his way.
Now we see the river. Deuce, hearts, and Easton will double.
How many you have?
3, but just wait till like the next hand.
Okay.
Looks like they're
So 4 players left in the 1100.
buying
Might as well
up
give me
some
2.
small denomination chips.
Looks like, for those asking, there are 4 players left in the 1100, by the way.
Wonder how much I made there.
How much time is it? 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Right.
All right, one more shot.
1.21 once again. 1.21. Just a 2650. And 4-handed.
We had Carl folding king queen there.
You know, I think that is a great indication of the way that these players want to approach this spot, which is survival mode.
What do you think of what Subit is saying, that since 8 through 6 are about the same ICM-wise, the short stack should be more aggressive right now?
I completely agree with that. I feel like that is absolutely the right way to look at this situation. If the payouts right now are somewhat flat and there are so many similar stack sizes on the bottom of the chip counts, then you have less to lose and you have everything to gain when you still have fold equity in your stack. You don't want to lose that fold equity because then you have less options. If you know Sean Winter is going to open at a very, very high frequency, your 3-bet shoves against him are so profitable.
Okay, so you're leave it.
Yeah, true. No
Now?
I didn't even know he was
The next time we
ace
play
jack
right
right,
now,
so I
it's
didn't
gonna
even
be
know which
big new one.
It's going up right now.
Right now, so he needs to buy. Okay.
Wait, you said next hand.
He meant like it's coming
This
up right
hand.
now. Yeah.
This
So, but we're gonna do this first. We're gonna do the race off first. And color this up.
All right, let me see what I have. I have
So blinds are
4,
about to
yeah.
go up. We're going to race off the yellow chips, it looks like.
Get lost in a hand with this high board.
sweet.
Let me double check this to make sure it's only 15. Okay.
This is the very exciting accounting and administration part of the tournament.
But isn't it funny how you could have all the chips right now, and if you lose this chip race, you feel a little bit.
I run so
guilty?
bad.
You're like, I had 4 shots at it.
Never lucky. I like it when I play in a tournament where they just give everyone a chip anyway. What's the difference here?
Those
Just
are
take
the
another-
tournaments you play in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at my house mostly.
All right, so what do you got? 100 there? Here. 7.
Who's the time to run a race?
Good time to take a look at the current chip counts, though. No surprise to see Winter still very much in control. And I believe the big blind is going to go up to 100K. So as you can see, that really puts the bottom 4 in a bit of a predicament.
In a pickle.
Yeah, where they do need to start picking some spots to get their chips in the middle.
Well, the big blind should be a little bit easier to determine at this point.
I mean, I kind of had a lot of 100Ks, but no
Barrett's-
extras, so.
Go ahead,
I
Joe.
bet I can figure it out, that's all.
Bear Totem asks, are there
We
any
might,
rec
like-
players left at the table? Yeah, there were several
really need
people
to
that
take
at
off,
least
like, 100.
called themselves recs in their bio. Elharar,
Yeah.
Robinson, I believe. I mean, we know Winter and Chong, and I believe Schwarmann is a pro.
That's right, hero value. It is my favorite blind level. Quiz me on how many big blinds everybody has, Maria. Just throwing out there. I'll do the math like instantaneously. Just shoot me one. Quiz me on one of these guys. Shoot me a quiz here.
Random fact about Fisch.
No, how many
Oh.
big blinds he has.
Oh, okay. Yes.
29. Next.
I should have given you a harder one.
No, I can do them all because I'm a math genius.
I'm not really sure.
I can do this. I practice for this level. Remember when that ringtone first came out and you thought you were super cool because it sounded like you had an old-timey phone, but then everybody had it and you were like, Bust Out says try poker content rather than drivel.
200.
That was poker content. We're talking big blinds here. We're talking about M. Ace, Queen, 8, 2 hearts. Looks like Ben's involved in this hand. As is Nick. Schwarmann checks. 4 diamonds. Don't let that graphic fool you. Fisch not in the hand. Chong not in the hand. We're going to have to go through all the pre-flop action until we catch up, guys. So we know Schwarmann's got king, queen. Ben Ferrell has ace 5. Quite the matchup here, top pair versus second pair.
Still holds the chip lead over 5.2 million.
You heard that. Sean Deeb with the chip lead in the high roller.
Do we expect anything less? Sean always manages to get his hands on chips.
Those big, meaty hands.
Oh, I love that. That's the sound of the plaque hitting. the-
Clunk.
Yep.
650,000 is the bet. Just an ace. Good enough.
kind of tough for Schwarmann in this spot because Ferell definitely has a lot of aces defending from the big blind. None of the strong aces, of course, but definitely enough aces that he's going to value bet here on this river.
Did you
People
have
making
ace-3?
good folds
He asked.
Yeah.
left and right.
I wasn't gonna
He said he had ace 3, but he didn't have ace 3. He had ace 5.
Seems fair.
I'm gonna do side hearts. No, yeah.
Yeah, the bracket.
Slice draw, yeah. Straight, you know? Yeah. That's make more sense.
Oh, nice. Did you fold a nice?
Nine?
No, did you fold a nice?
Essentially. No difference.
Oh, queen.
Sean Winter
Paid off some bets.
playing good, running good. Pocket queens. Action folds around to the big blind. Nope. Nobody wants to play.
Did someone at the table just ask for a wash? Did you hear that?
I think I did. I thought they were saying someone hadn't bathed. I've asked for that kind of wash many times. Excuse me, this guy here, he smells real bad. Can I get a wash? Can I get a wash, seat 5? Brandon Carl, ace queen suited. "27-year-old software engineer runs with the Run It Up crew. And he is going to get some action. Jordan Fisch, pocket queens. That's a 3-bet.
They have about similar stack sizes, and certainly queens is going to 3-bet go with queens. Now, ooh, Joe Chong, pocket 10s.
Covered by both players.
I think Joe Chong might find a way to get away, though. Yeah, he
does.
already folded, sorry. But, I mean, Carl did open from under the gun, and you haven't really seen a ton of 3-bets out of Fisch, and certainly it looks so strong coming from the small blind.
Johnny D. Noticing casual laydown of 10s. Pretty strong. Wait, what happened? Why is there no all in? I looked away for 1 second. Now there's new cards out. Was there a glitch? Did we jump ahead in time? What happened? Sean Winter with another super premium. Slick, suited.
And it is, again, just the case of one of those things that when you play well and you run well and you pick up hands and you're not going to get credit, you're going to be very tough to beat today. Today is kind of your day, Sean Winter.
I mean, he's got to be happy with the way things are going, but with as little action as he's getting on his huge hands, that's going to be a little frustrating.
But does he need to get action when his bluffs are going through? As
No,
well? I
not at
feel
all.
like,
But
you
still,
know,
just
it's-
from like an emotional level, though,
Right.
you're just like, give me a little action. Current chip counts. Sean Winter up over 14.5 million. Almost 4 times the number of chips as the player in second. All right, Jordan Fisch. Someone's finally getting a little risky. Raises king 4, suited.
And on Sean Winter's big blind, which is ballsy.
Still got position on Sean, who does defend with 10-8.
I will say that if you see certain players coming back from the break and mixing it up a little bit, it could be because they've caught up on some hands over the break. They've caught up with their friends who've watched the live stream with them and saying, okay, maybe you need to make these adjustments. Maybe you're overfolding. Maybe
Look at that.
you're playing too tight.
My bad.
Wow, loses one hand, throws his cards to the dealers. The dealer, unbelievable.
I'm used to 4 cards. Oh, these
He's not lying.
they're
Sean
heavy, so they
is
go far.
a PLO player, well, considers himself a PLO player more than anything, but I think his results
I
speak
thought he
for
was saying
themselves.
he usually has 2 extra hole cards. That would be a weird thing to admit to on a stream. That would be huge if true. Nick Schwarmann, ace jack.
Ferell, ace queen with about 21 bigs. How many bigs does Schwarmann have, Joe?
14.
Wrong. That's after his open, so.
How many does he have now currently?
How many did he have?
16. Almost 17.
Wow, Fisch. Queens with the high in the hijack just
Up against 2 very
again.
big aces.
Yeah, I mean, he just had queens a couple hands ago.
But we see every queen has been dealt.
But is Ferrell going to believe this 3-bet, or does it look a little squeezy?
Let me ask you this question. Even if he does believe it, is ace queen a hand that we can always get away from? Yes, turns out. Man, oh man. I think some of these laydowns are on the tight side, but they've all been right.
Yeah, but we all know that if you are results oriented, then
Yes, no, I am. That's a dead-on read. How else are you supposed to judge? Like, the entire Hendon mob page is results oriented. It only shows results. How else are we supposed to gauge how well we've done if not on the results? You poker players think you're so smart. You don't even realize. It's all about the results.
well, you shut me up good, Joe. Keep talking.
Just trying to buy time while Maria has a submarine sandwich. Can't believe how many footlogs you've put down today. Action folds around to Sean Winter on the button.
There's actually a really good hot dog place here at the food court here at Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood. Just saying. And if you like fries, like skinny fries.
How much to let me watch you eat a hot dog?
Only if you eat a banana.
You can put mayonnaise on it too if you want.
they in Birmingham? Wait, what time is it there? It's like.
So we got blind on blind, unraised pot.
5.
Ace, ace, jack.
Because I used to talk with a friend. All right.
And Schwarmann is going to try to take an aggressive line and is going to get Elharar to fold the best hand.
It is funny that Elharar literally doesn't stare down anybody else that he's in a pot with, except when he's in a pot with Sean Winter.
We don't know what their history was, yesterday and the days prior to. They may have played before.
But even if
they definitely played before. They may have history, is what I mean.
I was gonna say, but even if they had no history, that King Jack hand is all the history you need to know.
That is instant history. Scotty Bonds says, raise the blinds and lock the doors. Let's play a hand. Scotty Bonds is going to be the guest of my podcast on Thursday. My podcast is back after summer hiatus. Scotty Bonds will be the first super fan of season 3 or 4 or whatever. I don't know where we are, but action once again on Sean Winter, ace 4 of hearts.
All in.
Should be, whoa, it just jams on the 3 short stacks now. Hi-ya!
That's definitely the right type of hand to do it with. I think that you put your opponents in a tough spot for them to have to call off for their tournament in life. Whereas
you gotta call.
Yeah, you gotta go with ace jack. I mean, like you said, we've been seeing a lot of tight folds that are correct folds, but this would be a tight fold and it would also be an incorrect fold.
There's the call. Once again, a short stack in a pretty good situation to double up. A domination nation situation. Lentini, a big favorite to double up. Ace, trey, deuce. Less of a favorite now.
No 4 diamonds. Big. Okay, then 5. Big. Huge.
The turn
Huge.
is a king.
Yeah, like 2, 3. Big. 2, 3, 4, 5. Big.
Eight of spades on the river. Secures the double up for Lentini. We have yet to have a situation where the chips have gone in the middle and the short stack has failed to double up. Still 9-handed. And the longer this stays 9-handed, I think the better situation it's going to be for Sean Winter as well, even though we just saw him double up the short stack there. Very advantageous for him.
No one wanted a 4.
To have the blinds keep going up while there are still 9 players in this event.
Apparently not enough.
Vader Nader says, and that marks the 28th short stack double up and all in. Maybe we'll have a bust out tomorrow.
It's a different kind of chip. It's one that I should have won at the beginning. Maybe called the 9. I should have won this one in the beginning. My buddy has a mush shirt. Take that mush shirt off.
Ben Ferrell under the gun, ace 10 suited, makes it 225,000. That's 2 1/4 big blinds. 2.25 if you're more decimal minded. Lentini starts the hand with 25 big blinds.
Robinson with a hand that I think it's very simple what he needs to do. He's going to jam, and I believe he did do just that. He has both of the players covered, and I don't think Elharar is going to go with it, but he might.
Nah. Robinson picks up 500,000. Up over 4 million now.
I don't have experience with these things.
Try shuffling them.
Try shuffling them? How many?
Robinson third in chips by not by much. He and Fisch neck and neck. Carl Lentini also neck and neck.
Oh, how are you supposed to do two?
You got all the tricks, man.
I can't do it.
The folding tricks, chip tricks.
Making my cards look different in the card 3.
Elharar opens, ace-5 off. Schwarmann's out.
The extra.
Lentini's out. Robinson.
You are in second place in the plaques.
It's kind of surprising to see Elharar
Fold.
choose to just open from the hijack off of essentially, 11, 12 big blinds with ace-5.
Trapping, probably trapping.
I would have much preferred to see him just jam if he wants to play. But now you're letting a hand that has decent equity, as you can see, 44%, come along and see a flop.
And flop's pretty good, top and bottom pair. Elharar is going to feel compelled to continue.
And if I were Ferell, I would feel compelled to maybe just call and hope that Elharar is just going to put it all in on the turn, unless you believe that he has a hand that he's going to bet call it off with. But if you put any of these type of hands into his range, then you might want to rope a dope.
I might call, man.
Really? I dig it. You got so many cards. I'm a chip.
4 of hearts on the turn. Ace on the river, potentially disastrous card for Elharar.
Ace.
He just checks it back. We've seen a few spots where he's checked back what's likely to be the best hand. This time it saved him.
I'm serious. Like when you fold for like 3 hours, 2.5 hours straight, it messes with you. Like you start doing like a castaway style. Am I alone in this island? Am I the only one folding every hand? You know what I'm talking about. Raise every fucking exactly. Good bully.
Chicken sandwich, Carl. Folds the queen 10. Seems good enough to me.
I think it's more than good enough, just given the dynamic.
They should just let him check the box like online. The raise box. Reed, do you have any doctors in your family? And if so, what are they up to right now?
Well, Joe, I'm not surprised at all that you would ask this question,
Yes.
considering you have an obsession.
I mean, I wouldn't say
with
it's an
my
obsession. I just
sister.
am, just follow her on all social media channels, and I'm just a fan of her career.
Have liked every post.
Yes,
of hers.
I commented on most of them too, but it's just important that she knows that she has supporters out there.
And
that's
have
all.
bought 20 copies in advance of her book.
Pre-orders
guys,
are very important.
that has yet to be released. Please,
I'm giving them away as my Christmas gift this year.
why don't you share with them, Joe, how they can also find and stalk Dr. Judy Ho the way that you have?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to give out her home address, even though I definitely have it. If that's what you mean. There's a really great tree across the street that has a perfect view of her front living room. That big bay window.
Right. And she always leaves the lights on so you can.
I think she knows that I'm out there. I like to think sometimes she's signaling to me, like when she looks around real scared. I'm like, that's her sort of
way of saying hello.
Yes.
Stop Self-Sabotage, Joe. That's the name of my sister's book.
It's nearly disastrous.
Actually, I just sort of more of a fan of Dr. Judy Ho because it must be really tough for her living in your shadow and all your success. Like she's just a doctor.
Right. And clearly she's the black sheep of the family.
Right.
So it's tough. It's tough life. Looks like a limped pot with Elharar coming in off of a 7 big blind stack, 7.5 big blind.
Fun. Ace, King, Queen. Joe and Shalom both flop a queen.
Again, Elharar really should have just open shoved this type of hand with his stack size, but
Not that I know.
so far, him and Joe Chong are chopping both with a pair of queens, but Elharar does have the flush draw.
There you go, Shalomi. I really hate this spot if I'm Joe Chung. I feel like I make the wrong decision here pretty much every time.
Yeah, but if you think about what Elharar is limping with, I mean, to be fair, he has limped with
How do you know?
a lot of different
Yeah.
hands, but you also know he's not going to limp with Ace King, right? That's a hand he will shove with.
Not Ace King, but he might limp with like lots of other dumb aces.
Yes, I agree, but I'm saying there are a few strong hands that have you beat that you can take out of your range, that you can take out of his range. You also have the Jack in your hand, which blocks Broadway right now, which blocks Jack 10, which is a pretty important key card to have. But Joe would rather preserve his stack and his fold equity because there's going to be a lot of bad rivers for his hand, and he is out of position.
Can you talk a little bit about the value of holding on to those chips versus winning additional chips?
I mean, it's twofold. I think at this point, with a lot of the short stacks being so close together at the bottom, I think if you are one of those stacks, it's less important to preserve your exact stack size in terms of being able to ladder, but it is important for you to preserve fold equity. So for example, if you have 1 million and that call there would cost you almost 200K, now you're left with 800K, which has significantly less fold equity than if you had a stack of 13 big blinds.
Although at this table, it seems like fold equity is cheap. People have been pretty reluctant to play big pre-flop pots.
Lentini with the king-queen suited open.
Are we sitting next to each other on day 2? Or is it just 3? Was it just yesterday?
Carl folds pocket sevens in the small blind. Winter with king deuce in the big.
3 days in a row.
And lays it down. Let's Play I Win asks, where do I find Jessica's table? That would be at the Seminole Hard Rock here in Hollywood, Florida. Thank you for your question. Anyone else has questions, please fire them into Twitch chat.
How long? No knockouts? Big Joe had like 4.
Did someone at the table just ask if there had been any knockouts? I don't feel so bad for not keeping up with things. If someone at the table can't even do it.
It actually was fortunate. You're the only one that's been on. And then just, there's only been 5.
Messed up. It's like it's really messed up. Like I really.
I mean, there's gonna be a lot more soon.
I don't want to.
It's folded all the way around to guess who? Winter and Elharar in the big blind with. We haven't had an exact update on his chip count, but probably 13 big blinds. I think we'll see it now. Okay, less than that. He's got 875K back. Oh, this might get the chips in. Top pair versus middle pair. Now trips for Sean Winter against 10s and 6s for Elharar in a limped pot. Blind versus blind. Wow.
You put your hand up on my trips. When I trip, you trip, we trips. Gotta work on that. When I trips, you trips, we trips. That's the one.
Oh. Yep. Winter has finally checked enough times to get Elharar to bet for value.
Just flick out 2 chips now. Do it. Do it. Do it. All right, close enough. I mean, he's already wearing the cape. You know he wants to hero. This looks like enough to put Elharar all in.
The question is, has Elharar finally lost his patience? You've seen that he has been reluctant to value bet hands on the end, to call off, to go all in for his tournament life.
Elharar, the mustachioed Vin Diesel, lives his life a quarter mile at a time. It is ride or die. You fold, you ride. You call, you die. Oh, not bad, Scotty Bonds. Also a little pit bull there, a little Mr. Worldwide.
I mean, at this point, I don't think staring down Sean Winter is really going to do him any good. I think you're not really going to get many reads from this guy.
This is not the way you want to go broke from this tournament. Hero calling against the near nuts.
Oh my God.
So let me get a couple more of those while I'm over there. Andy says it was such an easy check back for showdown value. And we saw him check back so many times in that situation. Now he's just painted himself into a corner.
That's crazy. I know I had you and I don't know if I had you.
You never had him.
But are you over him? And if you are, you might flick it in.
Or continue on.
He is definitely under him and has been all day. I understand his frustration, but all the hemming and hawing, you'd think he has aces here.
Yeah, I think somebody at the table may just call the clock pretty soon. Nick looks a little bit. Oh.
Makes the correct laydown.
Ah, okay, okay.
Okay.
Really took every ounce of effort he had to fold a 6.
I thought for sure it was Elharar's mic that's doing that, but now he's not wearing his flag around his neck and that distortion. Where is it coming from? I just want to go out there and fix it myself.
I'm sure no one would mind if you went and fiddled with all their microphones in the middle of a hand. All right, I'll do it. See you in 30 minutes.
Phil over here in the 2650 is all in. The action is on for us.
Fisch opening with King 8 suited.
Might be the worst I've ever ran in pocket. Still in
Gonna take it down.
Six, of course, 6. Man. It's hard. You gonna call? Yeah, that's what.
Jerry Robinson folds under the gun. Ben Ferrell next. He's out.
Easy.
Over to Sean. All the chips Winter. He folds. All in on the button. Shalom. And that is a call.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Schwarmann moves all in over the top, and
Sorry,
it is
all in.
up. The big blind does get out of the way, so now it's heads up Elharar's tournament life on the line.
Well, if you ain't flipping, then you must be tripping.
Everybody at that table really rooting against Elharar this hand.
Like Nickelback versus Justin Bieber, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. 4 is holding. Are we going to see yet another short stack double up? Some potential counterfeit outs now. 4s survive.
Guys, and you still won't get to know what Joe was eating.
What was in my
earlier.
mouth? didn't say I was eating something.
Okay.
Something was in my mouth.
What was in Joe's mouth that was white? Guys, look at these chip counts. I mean, something has got to give here.
Schwarmann now the short stack. Just 6 big blinds. No one in really great shape until you get up into Robinson and Fisch and Winter, of course. Still snowing out the competition.
Winter opening from the hijack with ace-9 offsuit. And Schwarmann looks like he moved his stack in. What was remaining after he doubled up Elharar. He's got 8s for 6 big blinds.
יאללה, שיעוף, שיעוף. שיעוף. הנה, הוא קצר 400 דקה פוליו, שילם הוא משלם. מה אתם רואים? כן, היה לי 2-6 שהוא דחף לי עוד.
Winter makes the call. We are flipping yet again. Once again, a short stacks tournament life is on the line.
יאללה, שיגמר. יאללה, שיגמר.
Like Homer Simpson versus Peter Griffin, one of these two hands has a you-know-the-rest ace-high flop. Will we see our first elimination? Turn card is a 7. Clubs are no help to either player. Schwarmann needs to hit an 8. He does not. It's over. 9th place finish for Nick Schwarmann. Finally took over 3 hours of play today.
Longer, I think. I mean, they started at 1. It's pretty much 4 hours of play for them to lose one player.
Really mind when you go. Where's the waiters?
And guys, well, first of all, yes, round of applause for Schwarmann. And now the big reveal. Joe Stapleton first was eating turkey with mayonnaise.
Turkey breasts.
Turkey breast with mayonnaise. Then the next time he was eating tuna salad with mayonnaise.
With extra mayonnaise. That's what was white. That was with. Thank you for playing. What's in Joe's mouth?
Carl folding ace-4 suited from under the gun +2. Action all the way over to Lentini on the button with queen-9 suited.
Is it every 2 hours?
And 1100, we have an all-in and a call man. Pocket ace, the address player, it's Queen Jack of Hearts. And let's see what this. 10-3-10 with the 10 diamonds.
Lentini does decide to open to 250,000, and now Robinson finds ace jack from the small blind.
Offer's still alive.
Pretty standard 3-bet spot. Ferell in the big blind gets out of the way, and now it is back to Lentini, who
When's that 10K close?
is probably going to fold. I mean, there's a potential that he could peel, but he can't go all in with his hand. So I think folding instead of putting another extra 500K, which is a significant portion of his stack, is the right way to go.
I expected to make it like 5% of the time.
You know when something doesn't feel right?
Check it on your phone.
That was that something.
Check it on your phone. Oh, my phone's confiscated. Not reading school.
You guys are watching the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open here in Hollywood, Florida. This is the Big 4 championship event that you're watching. 52-50 buy-in, $3 million guaranteed. First place is 698,000 and change. We've got 8 players left. Sean Winter firmly in the chip lead.
הסיני עכשיו, הסיני הוא גם קצר. שניהם קצרים, זה עם הכובע והסיני.
Robinson opens from the button with ace-10 off. And both lines are going to release.
Every 2 hours. So we start within an hour. Start at 3:40 or 3:45.
650. Ruby's all he had 8-7. Against Queen 4 of diamonds for Jessica. Queen 4 against Queen 7. It was all out. So far. Is a king, ace, and an 8. Jessica has that backdoor straight draw. The call here for 5. King, 3 kings to fill. He will double up. It's on for 285,000. And he made that call.
Stein shake.
And we're looking at 5 spades.
Looks like Robinson is getting a little bit aggressive, just recognizing that once Sean Winter folds, it kind of opens it up for him to be able to apply a lot of pressure to these stack sizes.
950 next hand.
You're already on the next hand.
I'm already on the next orbit.
Yeah, deuce 4 off.
And I think that's just a good awareness coming from Robinson.
I was gonna have to mock it.
Can do it as well. Joe's fucking legends.
I don't think
I won't mess with you.
Elharar with pocket threes and 16 big blinds.
I was gonna give you a walk.
So far, he hasn't really shown himself to be somebody who wants to ship all the chips in the middle pre, unless he gets really short. So I'm not really surprised to see this limp by him from under the gun +1. Carl in the big blind with 10-8 suited. Happy to take a flop. Flop is ace 5 tray, couple of hearts. So looks like Elharar does flop bottom set, but his opponent doesn't really have anything, so it doesn't look like he's going to get action. Is there anything that doesn't frustrate him today? He gets frustrated when he never had the best of it and loses. He gets frustrated when he gets bluffed off of a huge pot, which, okay, that part's understandable. But then he gets frustrated when he just limps trays, flops bottom set, and gets no action from the big blind. I mean, you got to work on that mental game here, Elharar.
Still sinking.
He is hot-blooded. Action folds over to Carl in the small blind, who has a huge hand. Pocket tens with 23 bigs. Looks like he is just going to call, and I think he's going to get Winter to potentially jam, given his stack size. Winter has ace 5, so I can see him jamming that type of hand against a small blind limp with around 20 big blinds.
Just a limp. I love it. There it is.
Carl's got to beat him into the pot sometimes, right? I mean, isn't that the whole point?
Yeah, this is just a...
What just happened? Okay, guys, I really try not to be hypercritical and too harsh. But if you are going to limp pocket tens from the small blind,
oh boy,
then you have to be willing to call it off. If you don't want to call it off because of ICM considerations, then you just have to open jam tens.
Doesn't matter.
I cannot condone this behavior.
That's wild.
I can't find a way to be nice about that.
That is a Bear Totem asks, is he the rec guy? Yes, he does in fact have a real job from what we understand, software developer. But he plays a fair amount of poker. Seen him plenty on the run it up scene. That is chicken sandwich, Carl. I don't know what else to say about that. I don't know.
Whew.
Is it too early to start drinking?
You hate to see it.
You do hate to see it. All right, well, ace king suited. Snap fold. And now he's going to be up against Sean Winter yet again.
Yeah, but this time, Carl's just going to fold again. No, but I mean, this time, Winter has a much better hand. And I would hope that Carl is going to go with this one.
All in. Raise, all in.
It would have been sweet if Elharar woke up with aces. Just to make things real weird.
Yes, I get that there are 2 shorter stacks than you. Or maybe just 1. I'm not really sure. No, Chong and Elharar, I think, are shorter than him. But either way, you have got to take into consideration.
There it
yes,
is.
thank you. You've got to take into consideration the fact that if you double, that puts you in a really good spot.
You got to take into consideration Domination Nation.
I mean, now I kind of feel like people are asking about if the RFID is correct. I mean, the fact that he just tanked there with ace king suited, I think, does prove that tens was pretty likely there.
Oh, boy. You hate to see it. Domination, rotation. Winter with a virtual hammerlock on this hand. Carl dead to one of the 3 kings. Goodbye, Carl. Brandon Carl eliminated in 8th place for $91,365. You can't help but wonder what would have happened had tens been the hand he went with. Oh, he was waiting for his drink. That's why he folded the tens.
Well, I hope that there's alcohol in that drink.
Yes.
Definitely just waiting for his drink. 7 players remain. Chong now the shortest stack.
All right. We got last year already.
Well, I think Chong just mentioned, oh, good, we finally lost 2 because he did finish in 8th place last year at this very final table. So congrats, Chong. You will definitely beat your finish from the year before. And as soon as those words have been said, he immediately moves all in.
My work here is done. I'm all in. Shalom. Disrobing. Removing the Israeli flag. King, queen offsuit.
We have Alan Call.
Is he saying I'm going to win? Bye, Andy. Thanks for being with us. I'm not going to lie. I find Shalon Elharar being stressed out incredibly entertaining. You guys ever notice that Andy and Nathan always leave within seconds of each other? Kind of weird.
Why are you pushing now? Why are you pushing?
Bill is going to take home over $61,000. Congratulations, Bill.
Elharar really trying to talk himself into it, but still finds a fold.
Chong going to be very happy about that.
Better.
Yep.
A7.
Oh, now combine them. You're almost there.
Ace queen of clubs.
Three deuce.
איך הפיצוץ זה לא חתן, מה תעצבן?
Thought this
מה
was
היה?
Raz.
מלך, מלך,
Pocket
מלך
tens.
מלכה.
Pocket tens.
Nine big blind.
You're just gonna keep guessing till I say yes.
So yeah, that was my last guess.
Yup.
Excuse me.
Jordan Ferrell.
24.
Excuse me, Ben Farrell raising under the gun pocket tens. Actions folded around to Chip Daddy, Sean Winter. Ace 5 offsuit. A fold and a fold and a fold. And this person's name is Jerry Robinson.
You said nut flush versus second nut flush.
One guy has a nut flush, one has a second nut flush.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like nut flush twice. Weird things.
Robinson defends queen deuce of hearts and flops a flush draw. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
הייתי צריך לשלם עכשיו. לא, עכשיו, היה לי דמה ג'ק. ג'ק 9. פלופ, פלט הפלופ זוגות. לא, מקודם דמה קינג.
Checks it over to Ferell, who bets 250,000,
תן לו שיעוף עוד רגע, עזוב אותי.
trying to give his tens some protection. There are a couple draws out there on the flop as well. Yeah, I think given Ferrell's stack size, I think I would probably check jam my flush draw as well.
Yup.
And you put him in a tough spot because, you know, it just so happens that he has the exact type of hand that he can't necessarily call with, because having the 10 of hearts is a pretty key card in this spot because you do block a lot of the obvious draws. You block queen 10, you block some heart draws, you block 10-8. So it's actually not the best hand to really call with because you do block your opponent's semi-bluffs, just making it a lot less likely for them to have those type of hands versus, say, top pair. Because I do believe that Robinson would also play top pair this way against Ferrell's stack size.
And that's exactly why you do it, right? So that you are balanced.
Yeah, and it's also just very inexploitable to check shove the queen high flush draw.
You say to me,
I haven't tried 5 irons, I'm sure it's the same thing though.
why on me?
And another pocket tens hit the muck.
And Robinson really managing to gain a lot of traction in this last level.
The first miss.
Excuse me.
Thank you for the coffee. I should play that in bat and 9G. Yeah.
Jordan Fisch, that's the Jordan. He's under the gun, he folds.
$200.
9-8 suited, that's good enough for a poke. 200. Hey, how many breakfasts do you have today, huh?
Poker's really easy, especially when you get down.
Usually.
Capiche?
Excuse me.
Jerry Robinson in the small. Hates the card reader box. Hates it. Hates it like I hate exercise. Hates it like Maria Ho hates not being drunk.
Wow.
Ace Queen.
Joe, I'll have you know that I am so sober right now.
I know.
A little too sober
That's
for
why you're
some
in such a foul
of these
mood.
hands being played.
Top pair for Robinson.
Two guys just
And he did not 3-bet from the small blind. So his hand's under-repped a little bit.
Yeah, and obviously this board does favor the pre-flop aggressor, so of course Winter is going to continuation bet.
Continuation bet is called. It's a deuce of clubs on the turn. What sorts of hands do we think Robinson is just going to flat with pre-flop in the small blind and then call the flop with?
Definitely a lot of aces and a lot
Yeah.
of the mid pairs as well, which this board looks decent to hands like ace or nine.
Is he going to have a lot of mid pairs when he just
Yes.
calls out of the small
Yeah.
blind? Oh, you mean, I'm sorry, mid pocket pairs.
Yes, mid
Yeah.
pocket pairs. It's a good give up from Winter, especially if he has had people fill him
That's
in.
what I
on
was
the way
driving at.
that-
I expected him to kind of give up there pretty often.
Yeah, and especially if he has had people fill him in on certain hands that Robinson has had against him, you know, earlier with that ace queen when Winter has jacks, and also seeing that Winter has been flatting out of position a lot of fairly big hands, especially against Sean. I think once you recognize that your opponent has the awareness of not wanting to get involved in huge pots out of position against the chip leader, especially being second in chips, I think it makes them easier to play against because you keep big hands like that in their range. Sometimes your opponent knowing more about the dynamics and understanding the situation correctly actually helps your game. There's nothing more dangerous than someone who doesn't understand the
Right.
dynamics.
I always think it's pretty fun when I watch the super high rollers play against total amateurs and they just have no idea what's going on because their opponent has no idea what's going on.
Exactly.
Oh, do you want to play another edition of What's in Stapes' Mouth? There you have it. I'm going to roll it around a little bit. Give it a second. What's in Stapes' mouth? Send us your answers. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. I said every letter in the English language. What's in Stapes' mouth?
Looks like Big Blind got a walk there.
Yeah, same time as this.
One up.
Cool.
I've not heard much from Lentini. We won't hear from him on this hand either. Action folds around to Fisch in the small blind. Starts the hand with 4 million chips and just gives up.
No idea.
I thought it was suited on jamming.
What's the man draw?
I'm suited rag.
I hope I didn't have aces.
How long until the break?
How much in this level?
No, until the break.
Break will be at 3:50.
When?
We came back at 3:40.
We're back in time?
I'm sorry. 5:50.
What is it now?
What is it now?
5:15.
25 minutes?
5:50 or?
Pretty sure that's 30.
Thank you so much.
I thought you said 5:40.
Action folded over to the button.
Want to look first?
Fisch is going to give up.
Joe Chong, pocket threes in the small blind.
Easy, easy, all in. And Sean Winter is going to be able to call with the correct range here. He's one of the players that I feel very certain that he understands what his calling ranges should be against certain stack sizes. Chong having about 12 big blinds.
What would the bottom of the calling range be? Like something like a queen?
I
Like a
think I
big
would.
Suited queen?
Yeah, I would definitely call with suited Broadway queens for
Mhm.
sure. Queen
I
nine
was thinking
suited.
queen nine suited,
potentially.
maybe the bottom would be my somewhere in that range.
Have you been looking at Snapchat these
Absolutely
days?
not. Wouldn't be caught dead.
My 20 ready.
It just feels about right. I'm more of a feel player. I don't know if you can tell by my lack of results.
What do you mean lack of results? Did you not cash WPT Bay
I might be the
101
most successful horse
Shooting
in Maria
Star?
backing history.
We're flipping.
Yeah, I don't want to flip against you. I don't want to flip against anyone's flip.
You need to be in the.
Well, we folded queen 10 offsuit. I was way off. An idiot. Somebody get Max Silver on the phone.
I said he needs to be in the 37.
Yeah, exactly.
Jerry Robinson, pocket tens. Hereby known as the Brandon Carl.
Elharar in the big blind. King
Yeah,
8 suited.
He's in.
Yeah, that is a defendable hand.
Jack 7-7, one diamond. Nothing that should stress Elharar out too much.
Robinson checking back. Doesn't love that overcard to his tens. I like a delayed C bet.
I guess there is something to be stressed out about here. I really understand Shalon Elharar on a deeply emotional and personal level. Because you see everyone else being aggressive all the time. And you don't want to get bluffed. But you're like, how do they do it? Why is it always me that they're doing this to?
I'm sure. You know.
I'm not even going to pretend that I could understand what goes on in Elharar's head or yours,
You
Joe.
need to go to pee in the same time.
What's that?
When you need to go to the bathroom.
All right, 31, 34.
Yeah, that's the end of the level.
Oh, okay.
The brakes on.
Winter on the button, King Deuce. Small raise. Knows he's going to get shoved on. Should be getting shoved on a decent percentage of the time, and this would be one of them.
All in.
There it is. Lentini, King, Queen suited.
This is certainly close, but if you do feel like Elharar has been on the tighter side in terms of shoving, especially against an open, then you may want to fold, especially because I will say there is the chance that Winter has a hand that he could call with here. So if Lentini does move all in and Winter calls both of them, that may potentially be a little bit worse for Lentini than allowing Elharar to get knocked out by Winter this hand.
Lentini makes the lay down. So does Winter. Elharar picks up this pot pre-flop. It's annoying there with king queen suited, right? Because if homeboy hadn't moved in front of you, you can make.
He stole your move.
Yeah.
Second with the pocket.
Just like you on the dance floor, always stealing my moves. Every time I look out there, I'm like, it's Maria Ho doing another one of my moves.
Doing the sprinkler, doing the running man.
Doing the shopping cart.
No, I mean like I push, not call. You know, like, so.
Sean went to raising king deuce again. This time suited, crunchy. Are you aware of the different flop textures?
No, but I would love to hear them.
Clubs are crunchy.
I want one call.
Can you will you explain them all after? Is this just
It's just what they are. Yeah, it's like saying they're black.
Okay, clubs are crunchy.
Clubs are crunchy.
Okay.
Hearts are sweet.
Okay.
Spades
You're making this up
are
as we go
licorice.
along.
And diamonds are spicy.
Tell me about it.
You could have done better than
Those
this,
are the four.
Joe. That's all I gotta say.
It's not a bit. It's what they are.
That's easy. This is tough. If I had that, I'd snap. Of course, naturally.
If I had that, I call you with 7 deuce. It doesn't matter.
Really? 7 deuce?
Yeah, what do you have, million? Why not?
No, 2 million.
Call you the
Fisch
same.
folds queen jack under the gun.
Still the same thing.
Chong's
You
out.
sit with the lot.
Winter folds.
Again.
Robinson, 6-5 suited from the small blind. It's going to make it 300 into the big blind of Ferell, who has 8-7 suited. I mean, I really feel like Robinson should have just put Ferell all in for his stack, considering Ferell has about 11 bigs. I think that would have been the best
But Ferell
play.
can't. It's not like you can let Ferell in by raising this amount, can you? Would he ever really peel
I mean, sometimes why wouldn't he? He has like
for a third of his stack?
but he has a very playable. Then just he might just move all in. He might just take his chances here, blind versus blind, because 8-7 suited is a decent hand to take up against even good hands. Listen, I'm just saying, let's not be results oriented. Let's just look at it from the best play possible against an 11 big blind
Absolutely,
stack,
yes.
blind versus blind,
Sure,
is
totally.
to shove a hand like 6-5 suited. That is not in question.
Agreed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players remain. Ferell, the shortest of the bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players remain.
There we go, Joe.
What did I say?
I knew you could self-correct. 6.
I didn't self-correct. You held up 6 of your fingers right in front of my face. It was definitely not a self-correction.
Ceviche and pasta. What else is there?
Ooh, can we talk more about Maria's sister, please? You know what, guys? Go to Instagram at Dr. Judy Ho.
I'm there right now.
That is literally what Joe's been doing all stream next to me. And I mean, who am I to stop him? It's true love.
Married, though. Ugh. Ugh. Sorry, I thought about her being married too much. And Jordan Fisch gets a walk in the big blind. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7. Still 7. Nate the Great says Joe should stream Apex Legends again. Man, I really like Apex Legends. Actually, this is a funny story. So Maria's friends with this really, really, really cool guy in Vegas, like a super cool dude. And this one day we were both playing Apex Legends and he was like, yo, do you want to play with me? And I was like, yeah, but I'm like pretty bad. He's like, don't worry, so am I. And then we played together and you don't really know how bad the other guy in your team's doing until the end of the game. And it shows like the scores. And I was just like abysmally bad. Like I had like 2 damage one game. And I did one of those things where I like after the fact, like I was so embarrassed. I like texted him and I was like, hey man, sorry I was so bad at the game. And I was just really like desperate for his attention. And it was very, very sad and pathetic. And I hope your friend still thinks I'm cool.
He did tell me to tell you to never message him again. Not sure what that means.
We've got an all in from Robinson, and that is going to get through.
Yeah. You push on before.
Anyway, moral of the story. I love Apex Legends, but I'm so bad at it.
Some people are having some issues with your texture suits, sounds.
Yeah, what's your problem?
Words. Well, they would like to counter with diamonds being sharp.
Diamonds are spicy. Now, I will allow chewy for spades. Because licorice is also chewy.
Lentini, ace 10 offsuit from under the gun +1 and 17.5 big blinds.
Lentini's been very quiet. Very tight. Certainly not from early position. Winter has more than enough chips to take a flop, to take his equity.
Well, he just flopped a whole lot more equity.
Oh boy. Lentini is really stepping in it here. He's got 5 outs.
350.
You put in a raise here, Maria, or you just let your opponent, I mean, he can't really keep bluffing at this if he doesn't have anything.
Right. In some senses, you just got to hope that maybe he has top pair and is going to go with it.
Yeah.
But you do have pretty much the whole board, so it, from a card removal standpoint, it just makes it a little bit harder for Lentini to have a strong enough hand to call with because he just has less flush draws. He has less 2 pairs. He has less sets when you have the queen in your hand. Lentini showing some visible frustration there. I think it's tough. I mean, I get it. You can't seem to get anything going, and Winter is just going to keep running away with this if you let him. But at the same time, a lot of these players have been playing on the tighter side and not necessarily putting themselves in a position to win, not necessarily putting themselves in a position to play back against Sean.
I'm frustrated just watching. Jordan Fisch, queen, tray of diamonds.
Right, 250.
Sean folds. Elharar, king 7 in the big blind. I kind of like this. Trivia question of the day for No Limit Celtic. Which poker player reminds Stapes of Hawaiian pizza? So that would be like a poker player that everyone thinks is disgusting, but I actually have no problem with.
Wait, I don't understand. This is what you think the answer?
Which poker player do I think is like Hawaiian
But
pizza?
does No Limit Celtic know the answer? Have
No.
you mentioned this on stream
No,
before?
I haven't. I'm going to think of the answer.
And then we're supposed to guess it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't have an answer yet.
Who's somebody that everybody hates, but I'm actually totally fine with and
But how do you
occasionally
know
enjoy?
that that's how he feels about Hawaiian pizza?
That's how the world feels about
No,
Hawaiian. Hawaiian
no,
pizza is
no,
polarizing.
no, definitely not.
You don't think Hawaiian pizza is polarizing?
Okay, yes.
I'm having a blast.
But why can't it be the other side? Why can't it be a player that you really love?
That
but
everyone
other
else thinks is
people
terrible? Because I
hate?
don't really love Hawaiian pizza, but I like it.
Okay, all right.
But that's it. I mean, that's more or less what we're doing. Let me think of who that would be. Who am I even comfortable saying that about?
You know, you did say today.
Hey,
that
everybody else hates you, but I think you're fine.
You did say that you think honesty is the best policy this morning.
I am very honest in most of my interactions. Sean Deeb did come to mind. But I feel like most people like him. Poker fans, at least. I'm not talking about people who know him. Obviously, most people who know him hate him. I mean, poker fans, the ones that don't really know him. Jerry Robinson under the gun with pocket threes, raises. Elharar is called with king 9 suited in the small. 8 deuce deuce. Is your flop.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Robinson jams. Elharar folds.
When are we getting wine soon?
Tonight.
Do you want to write down some suggestions for me as to who I might think is Hawaiian pizza?
No.
I won't tell anyone what you write.
Can't be drinking on the
Oh, you know who's kind of Hawaiian pizza for me a little bit? Randall Emmett.
Okay.
Like a lot of people are annoyed by his antics. I think they're fine.
Okay, I can see that being a
And every once in a while, I really enjoy
answer
them.
that makes
Yeah.
some sense. Winter ace 5 of diamonds, very spicy looking in the cutoff. Very sharp and spicy looking, I should say. Elharar button,
Oh, hey,
waking up with ace queen and going all in.
I saw the last card there.
This is why you're Nick's dealer. Is it a misdeal?
I don't think so. Some real pre-flop poker being played here, guys. Some real pre-flop poker.
I think you're right. He really likes you.
Oh, that's right. It's the dealer's birthday today. Happy birthday.
Is he not a great kid anymore?
Still is. I never said he wasn't.
Okay.
Maria, can you handle things by yourself for a second? I got to take a phone call from my friend Scam Likely.
That's what I said.
Always calling me at the worst times. My old friend Scam. Oh, geez, I don't want anyone to know about that. Scam, come on. Always airing my dirty laundry.
Oh, Winter hijack open with 9-7 of hearts.
Winter has hijacked this whole table. Passenger 57.
Elharar with a hand that isn't as easy of a shove for him, but it looks like he's considering playing it.
Mr. Worldwide. Nobody wants to play. Oh!
Stop and go.
Ferrell's gonna find the peel.
Stop and go. I haven't heard that uttered in a long time. Ace, King, 10. Pair of 10s for Farrell. There it is. The stop and go, stopped and went.
I gotta get that pad, man.
Huh?
I gotta get a pad.
Did you get one?
Yeah, we got 10s maybe. But,
That 10?
no, he had the 10 or something. 10 something. 10 something. You don't have the ace now.
You ready, what?
No, I'm talking to my friends. No, not you.
Yes, down here. Correct. Correct. Well, yeah.
Raise 250.
Elharar in the hijack with an open.
He's got ace four of his, ace queen of diamonds. And the Giuliano player just has ace four, and he's at risk with ace queen of diamonds. So it is this way for
King 10 suited gets folded.
Flop is 9.
So we have
1,050,000 starting the hand. So 950 effective.
I feel like the current trend, I see more and more final tables go down this way, where everyone is so considerate of ICM that I see people just blinding down and blinding down more and more often.
He said third.
Have you recognized a similar trend?
I have, and I think people are
How long is it for the break?
too overly sensitive to the ICM considerations, and they're not really applying it in the correct spot.
And I also think it's particularly applicable to televised and or streamed events, because that's what people get criticized for the most. ICM suicide, ICM mistakes. And I kind of appreciated about the main event this year is that players kind of threw caution to the wind a little bit in that respect. And I think it made for a more entertaining broadcast when they did. Not that it's all about being entertaining.
Absolutely. And I think, ICM in the last couple of years just became this huge buzzword, and people have talked about it so much over and over and over again on final tables. And I think people are over adjusting to it, because it's one thing to understand the ICM considerations, but if you don't know how to adjust that depending on your own chip stack relative to the other chip stacks, then just a general sense of laddering isn't really going to do you any good.
Right. We do see two strong hands matching up here. A fairly strong hand up against the strongest hand. And Ace Jack now has a draw. 3 9s remaining in this deck.
הייתי משלם בכל מקרה. הכי מקצוען. רגוע, מה?
And it goes check, check. 3 of clubs on the river. Winter very unlikely to check.
כשאני רק שם את הצ'יפים עולין, אתם שניהם כולם נדלקים. לא, אז למה מינימום אני הולכת להם עולין שם, אתה לא... עשיתי הפעם חייתי מה אז למה?
Oh my god.
Oh, he doesn't. He does not bet. Checks with the intention of calling, I guess. Does not get a bet out of ace jack.
You just couldn't wait to bomb it. I don't like playing plus.
Josh, aces.
10-4, you got in that flop.
Are you sure not Jessica Dolly?
You're 10-4.
That's how it's done. That's how it's
I
done.
got the reference.
That's how you dodge bullets. Dodge bullets. That's how you dodge bullets.
Wow, didn't even get stacked.
Raise.
That's how you dodge
Most
Yeah, you
most
should've
of
had
the
all my
population busts there.
bullets. You were supposed to have all my
3 that 5
Ace queen for Elharar.
supposed to take every chip I have right there.
Makes it 200,000.
This is 2008.
Second time we
Blinds are up, kids. You heard her.
had a decent pair and I folded against
There goes knowing how many big blinds everybody has. That's right out the window. It was fun while it lasted. Winter with king deuce again.
Really? In real life, you serious too like that?
Folds.
No.
100 more, you're not gonna put.
75, 125?
What are the blinds now?
I don't know yet.
Not here with ace jack?
75 and 125.
Something math.
No.
Okay.
Ace jack off. Back down.
125.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. How much more time for the break?
Break is at 3, I'm sorry, 5:50.
You're stuck on 3, dude.
Stuck on fun, Jack.
Did something happen at 3 o'clock?
More for you.
What is it?
We do have another break coming up now that blinds are up.
You're expecting it 90.
125,000 is the big blind. What an interesting blind level.
It's becoming a tournament.
What kind of tournament?
I don't know. Fucking hyper turbo.
Sean Winters at National.
It's become the stop and go tournament.
Stop and go tournament indeed.
Can't even
Stop and go stream for a second.
play this.
Thank you. I'm at 650. I understand. 775. Big blind.
Question 1.
Need it just in case.
Ace 10 suited. Jerry Robinson under the gun. Can't let that one go. Folds around to Shalom. And this is very likely to get through.
You calling the net?
No. Yes. No. Yes, yes. No, no. I did both kings earlier.
And my friend was like, don't tell anybody. Just
Yeah.
Oh, it turns out this is a real trivia question from No Limit Celtic. I was talking about them at the 2015 PCA. Roger Teska? Was that Roger Teska's year?
Jack 10 hearts against King 7 for Faraz Jaka. This is on. Go to the flop.
On. 800.
Joe Chong shoving. King 8. Offsuit. Winter's out. Shalom. Shalom. And the all-in gets through.
Good luck.
Oh, no, it does not get through. It was just such a nonchalant call. Lentini call with ace-queen. Chong at risk with live cards.
I think I'd like ace.
I lay down.
Chong didn't do so hot in his flips today, but he hasn't been running bad in other situations. So far, he still needs to hit Diamond is not helpful for him. He needs to hit an offsuit king or an 8 now. No such luck. That's going to leave Chong with crumbs. 150,000. That is big blind.
That's why I say so. It'll make you happy.
Well, it's in the end. It's not over till it's over, right?
The what?
It's not over till it's
No, I say before.
Joe
the flop.
Chong running very, very poorly in all-in situations today.
Joe, if you're coming back from
Very
that,
likely
give
to
him
be
another
all in
million.
once again. Any second now. Pocket 10s under the gun for Jordan Fisch.
Raise 275. All in 150.
And Joe Chong is going to get it in really bad shape. 10-9 suited. That's assuming only Fisch takes a flop with him. Elharar also in with Jack 10. Jack of Spades, another not so great card to be out of the deck for Joe Chong. Maurice Hawkins was the answer. That's who I called pineapple pizza. It turns out it was a real thing I had said before.
Yeah, that's why it sounded like it. That's why I said, "Don't have you mentioned this before? Does
I'm
this
dumb.
person know the answer?"
I'm
Yeah.
pretty dumb. 3 ways to this flop: ace, jack, 7. So Elharar, despite only having 1 live card, manages to pair it.
Jack.
Chong does have a few outs he can hit. Oop, did not hit the river. 4 diamonds on the river, sees the elimination of Joseph Chong in 7th place. Does manage to crack the 6-figure mark, $115,300. Really tough, frustrating day for Joe Chong.
Really incredible feat for him.
לקוות שהוא לא יישאר. הבנת? בגלל זה...
Shalom, we're trying to say something about Joe Chong. Cram it.
Get him off his jack. Hold that side.
This is the championship event. 6 players remain. Farrell, Fisch, Winter, Elharar, Lentini, Robinson. Just lost Joe Chong in 7th place. Finally cracked the 6-figure mark. This was a $5,000 buy-in event with a $3 million guarantee. First place pays $698,000 US dollars. Took us quite a while today before we lost our first of 9 players. But we did manage to lose 3 in that level. 6 more to go. 5 eliminations, that is.
You want to do chop menu?
Big blind is 125,000 chips.
Okay, how many big blinds does Robinson have? Quick.
6. D. 4. What's the right answer?
I mean, this one's just slightly tougher.
It's pretty much impossible, actually, unless you have like a graphing calculator.
Or a TI-83.
Yeah.
Love those things.
Or a graphing calculator. That was really good for playing. Remember the game where you would sell?
Mm-hmm.
You had to make a profit selling. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, nope, you lost me.
You would buy and sell.
Nope.
Who in chat knows what I'm talking about? Some of it's quite legal now.
Elharar. Ace Jack offsuit in the hijack. Gonna take it down.
If I was him, I would spell my last name L-R-R. Shalom Elharar.
Is there a pun?
No, I would just make it 3 letters.
Oh.
L-R-R.
Oh, right. Instead of E-L.
Instead of Elharar. Elharar.
Got it.
Left, right, right. Hey, thank you for watching. Thanks for being with us. Hang out in the chat. Weigh in. Be heard. Twitch.tv/PokerNightTV. If you want to watch the high roller, you can do that at twitch.tv/PokerNightTV2.
Elharar gonna limp now with 9-8 of diamonds. I will say that with the frequency in which he has been limping today, if people are watching the stream, I think they can start catching on to what type of hands he chooses to limp with versus open raise with, because so far it's not balanced.
Hey, oh, I thought the whole stack was going in. Yeah.
So far, you know, it hasn't been a situation where he's limped in with hands that he might open raise with. It's only limping in with these type of suited connected hands, or, you know, weaker like queen jack offsuit type holdings.
For what reason would we want to give Sean Winter a free look at the flop? What are some possible reasons we would want to do that? Are we trapping with 9-8 of diamonds?
I can't really think of many reasons.
Uh-huh. Okay, just thought I'd ask. LRR does win this pot on the flop. King 6 for Robinson. Nope. King 10 for Farrell.
Ferell in the cutoff with king 10 offsuit. Gonna go all in with how many big blinds? Just under
47 big blinds.
Very, very close. 6 bigs.
6 big blinds. 6
is the answer.
I meant to say between 4 and 7 big blinds. Are we flipping?
Fisch makes the call with pocket fives on the button, and they are indeed flipping.
Like Edward versus Jacob, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. Queen 7-8, 3 clubs. Pocket five's the best hand, and the 5 of clubs, the only club. Ooh, that is a set of fives now. GG. Oh, that was awkward. Figure it out ahead of time, guys. You got to talk about this. Are we going to handshake or are we going to fist bump?
Good play with you, man.
Ben Farrell eliminated. I believe he started today as the short stack, though. So this should be pretty... At the beginning of the day, he would have been happy with this result.
Absolutely. And considering just how many people doubled up, how many short stacks kept doubling, I think if you've played on the short stack pretty much all day, you can't be that upset about finishing in 6th place.
6th place, by the way, paid $139,705. Everyone laddered up just about $40K.
Am I allowed to like? I'd like just kind of. Can we slide down?
Tree Leaf says that was a 3-stage correction, overcorrection, botched handshake. Agreed.
Fisch opening from the cutoff with ace 10.
Whoa,
offsuit.
easy. He's. Oh, sorry. You're just calling him by his last name.
What is it? You had kings and your king seven? Yeah. I got a bunch of texts. My friends telling me what I did that one.
Jerry giving us a look at his mane. It's kind of a decent head of hair.
Handsome for a man. Yeah, keep running your fingers through it. It's like a shampoo commercial. Cut back to Jerry, will ya? Joey Block asks, what's the line you would lay for LRR to win this right now? 10-1? I actually think he's even money with Winter. No one else. Like, I would give, if you take Winter out of the equation, I would take LRR against the field.
There are some people in the chat that are asking about how the other 3 final tables of the Big Four are going, and we did very recently get down to heads-up play in the 2650. I believe it is Faraz Jaka versus Jessica Dolly, and Faraz has the chip lead, but they are fairly deep stacked, so it could be a while. And it looks like they are 3-handed over in the 25K high roller, with Sean Deeb having a pretty massive chip lead over the other 2 players.
What an animal.
Olivier Bousquet and Albert how did you pronounce it?
Daher.
Daher.
Albert Daher. Heads up to this flop, which is King 8-6, 2 spades. Both players on the backdoor club draw. Check, check. 8 of hearts on the turn. Insta-fold from Robinson, who put his hat back on. Come on! I need some eye candy. One, two, three, four. 5 players remain. The Big Four, the championship event. Does the winner get that gigantic guitar that's in the room?
No, they get a giant guitar pick shaped trophy, though.
Okay, all right. That's, I hope, oh, now I remember the joke. It's ironic because I was just about to take up giant guitar lessons.
If only this wasn't the 4th year in a row you've used that joke, Joe, I would have.
I know it feels like the 4th year in a row I've used it, but I've only been here 3 years.
Lentini really needed to find a hand to shove with, and he did with ace-king offsuit, but no takers.
The great Lentini. He'll make your chips disappear.
He kind of made his own chips disappear. And to round out the Big Four, the 1100, which I didn't get a chance to mention, is down to heads up between Keith Brennan and the chip leader coming into the day, who is actually a local from Florida, Giuliano Elchin.
What's that name? There's certain names that genuinely take energy to pronounce. And that's one of them.
Oh yeah, and I was very, very determined to get it right after some guy at that final table said, "There's no way you're gonna get it right."
Oh, do not challenge Maria Ho. That's how she got mixed up in this crazy business in the first place. Someone told her, "You will never work with the least talented poker broadcaster in the business." And she said, "Oh, yeah? Hold my vodka soda with a splash of cranberry."
I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll do it, and I'll do it for free."
Winter still way out in front. Has been all the live long day ever since his first, well, he came as the chip leader, but ever since that first confrontation with Elharar, he's been far and away ahead of the pack.
Oh, the hat's back off.
Well, hello. All of a sudden, I'm interested again.
Fisch opening the button with King 7 offsuit.
Winter, ace 5 suited, small blind. Small blind, big heart.
And definitely a contender for a 3-betting hand.
Just 16.6 million to call. Anybody want to call? Anybody want to call? 16.6 million. Anybody? Anybody want to call? King apostrophe S. No good.
It's playing a cash game. It's like, got 50 bigs. Fuck it.
King is no good. Yes, Carnassus, those were very strong hold cards. Question for you, Maria Ho. Danny D says, as a person looking to become a pro, what are some good tips when the casinos have multiple high rollers with big purses? Now, Maria's purse is big.
It is. I have everything that you could possibly need in that purse, but I'm not really sure I know how to answer this question because I feel like you're asking if you are trying to become a pro, should you be playing high rollers that have big guarantees and big prize pools? But I feel like if you are at the stage where you're just deciding to become a pro, then you would probably not be playing in those tournaments because your bankroll probably dictates that you would need to start at maybe a more reasonable buy-in. So I would say don't be too attracted to something with a big guarantee. Make sure that it fits for your own poker bankroll. There's so many good value tournaments. I think a lot of people are chasing this allure of winning high rollers or being on televised final tables. But I think the only sustainable way to be a pro in the long run is really to always play within your means, to make good decisions, especially when it comes to bankroll management. And I don't feel like high rollers really fit into that equation if you're just starting out. Ooh, we got some homies in the chat. I love the homies.
I like the homies too.
It's a good group of people. I miss all of you guys, and maybe one day you'll see me back on the Twitch streets. Playing Fortnite.
Oh, I'm in.
Playing Apex Legends with anybody but Joe Stapleton.
You'd be much better off without me. Button raised from Elharar.
The other one is not pretty, but what a play.
Button win from Elharar.
How do you get into the homie category? Well, that was the name that we came up with for my friends that would frequent my stream, and anybody can be a homie. All you have to do is be nice. If you're a nice person,
I'm
you're
out.
in.
Ace Queen for Sean Winter, huh? How do you like that?
I mean, earlier I was talking about how we had a small sample size, but Sean Winter was waking up with some very reasonable and premium hands. But now, after, 5 hours of play, I have to say, he certainly has had his fair share and more than that even.
Yeah.
Of big hands.
And didn't suffer any particularly bad runouts during any of those hands either.
No, and he got away when he was beat. He bluffed successfully when he had the worst of it. So far, everything has really worked out for him.
Unfortunately, in this hand, he's up against Jerry Robinson and not Shalon Elharar. Robinson, I think, is far less likely to get his stubborn on multiple streets with pocket eights. Not at all stubborn. Lets those eights go like the sideline reporter at the World Series of Poker. Is that the 11 hundo? Dunzo?
Yes, it looks like we have a winner in the $1,100 buy-in, $500K guaranteed. Keith Brennan from Ireland.
Hey.
He is going to take home over $104,000.
Cool, cool, cool. Not bad for a 1K buy-in. Hello. One down, 3 to go. The big 4 is now the big 3. I feel like we need to continue this conversation with Danny D, who says, thank you. I've been playing never full time, but I get hands against players who have money to call off at the casinos playing $1, $2 blinds. I think that any pro, Maria included, will tell you, you want that. You want to play against players with unlimited money and who will call it off bad. If you're consistently getting it in good, that's a good spot to be in. It's frustrating. And it might take you a while to build your bankroll. But eventually, if you truly are getting it in good, you're eventually going to be profitable. By the way, when and where are you playing? Because maybe I'll just join you.
Such a bum hunter, Joe.
It's true. It's true. Golden Bear wants to know, are we going to be covering the 10K event?
No, it's a one-day event, and it's going to end today, and it's being played in the other room, so there will be no coverage, but maybe if
we wanted to, but
somebody...
the camera cables won't reach that far.
But maybe somebody wants to, go over there right now and come
back. I bet live reporting's covering it. Don't forget to give some love to those live reporters. They're doing the hard work.
They've done an amazing job. It's been a long series with a lot of events been covered from end to end. Winter raising from the small blind with Jack 7 offsuit. And Elharar finding a very good hand in the big blind for this scenario. I think some players might have shoved a 20 big blind effective stack there, but you know, Elharar's not really like the average typical player we see.
Nah, man, he does. He marches to a beat of his own drummer. Check, check. Winter, the best hand once again. Top pair on the turn. Sean Winter is just completely held over. Shalon Elharar this entire day.
And he just has Elharar playing defense all day. I feel like Elharar has had a few opportunities to potentially take control in certain situations. I mean, after the King Jack hand.
Sure.
Because he did try to take control by 3-betting 5s and got involved into a super hairy, dicey situation. But, you know, this is just one of those spots where there were a few things he could have done to maybe prevent Winter from just getting there and having to fold a lot of the best hands sometimes. That sentence didn't really make sense. I think I meant to say a lot.
I knew what you meant.
Having to fold the best hand a lot of the times. It wasn't there, but I'm saying pre-flop.
Not in this particular hand.
Well, pre-flop he could have jammed. Flop he could have bet. I think ace high would have been a reasonable bet on that flop.
He's still going. I mean, it's a good read.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Did anybody look?
No, I know. I didn't see it. What the rules are for play.
See, just like in your home game. They're just like us. Ooh, Jordan Fisch, Queen Jack suited, the hand that never amounts to anything. And he knows it.
What? Say what? Guys, I don't know. I don't really want to think maybe it's the RFID, but like I would rather it be because
Nah, man.
some of these things
Tight is right.
are
Have you ever heard that phrase before? Tight is right.
beyond comprehension. But you know, hey, Winter, ace king of diamonds. So
Pocket
great,
sevens for Elharar. It's a great
great-
time for Queen Jack to get out of the way, somehow
it
knowing
is
that two
great timing.
better
I will give
hands.
him that. And again, Elharar could have also jammed pre-flop with sevens. Sure, he would have gotten called, but we are just talking about the optimal play with your stack size.
Somehow these players are pre-playing results.
That is hard to do.
I know.
Ooh. Sneaky little slope play by Winter.
Elharar is liable to do anything. I feel like we're just one or two clicks of the needle on the frustration meter away from just pure wackiness at any point. So Winter checks top pair twice. Will he finally get Shalom to commit More chips to this pot? The answer is yes. And when you play it this slow, do you raise here?
Absolutely. I don't see a single reason to not raise this bet. Your hand is incredibly under-repped. Elharar is going to value bet a lot of hands worse than yours. I mean, sevens in this spot is essentially turning it into a bluff here. I am very surprised to see Winter just call on the end.
Everybody's playing a little weird. It's great. If we knew what everyone was going to do, it'd be boring.
Of course, you got the ace.
This ain't no Igor Kurganov poker. This ain't no Stefan Sontheimer poker. This ain't no Mike Watson poker.
It might be fun, no? No?
Should I continue? You guys want to know what other poker players this poker is not like? This ain't no Tim Zero The Adams poker. You guys don't think I can do another one, do you? This ain't no Jason Kuhn poker.
Well, who am I to stop you?
No, I'm not. אמרתי, איפה? אם הוא לא עש, הוא זורק.
Shaner's 222 says this ain't poker. Oh, it is. This is poker for money. Live on Twitch. Brought to you by Poker Night in America, the Big Four. This is the championship event from the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open in Hollywood, Florida, 2019. That's right, Pepper. This is no Steven Chadwick poker. Robinson finally getting a little out of line. Free bets, 9-7 offsuit from the big blind. Trying to exert some force down onto Jordan Fisch, who is reaching for chips.
And this is the first time that we've really seen Robinson get out of line with his 3-bet. And so it is going to get quite a bit of credibility, I would think. Fisch really just has the type of hand where against Robinson's value range, it just probably isn't very good. I think I would definitely peel with King-Queen suited, but King-Queen offsuit against an opponent who really hasn't shown themselves to be getting out of line.
I mean, this is literally his first time getting out of line all day.
Right. It just doesn't seem like it's good enough to play. And that is why Robinson's going to get away with it, because, you know, you build an image on a live stream and you hope that you're able to use that image later on to exploit your opponent. So
we built this image. We built this image on playing tight.
I feel like that was so off key, it almost sounded on key.
Thank you. Somebody gave it a 1 out of 10, which I'm pretty happy about. What's that? I broke it? Is the stream down? It just glitched.
That's like the
Oh,
modern
man.
day version of like
Shattering a
a
glass.
mirror. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Well, you did it. You did it, Joe.
We built this image on image 1 much and fold. Jesus, it was right there. You don't make any sense. Much and fold. 1 much and what?
Pretty nice for Robinson now to wake up with a real 3-betting hand. Because, usually when you 3-bet back to back, sometimes people feel like it's a little less believable.
I agree that muck and fold was right there. Unfortunately, I don't have the luxury of being able to think about it for 5 minutes like you do. You're watching the Big Four. Poker Night America.
Robinson asking how much the big blind has because he's wondering if he should just go all in or 3-bet.
What I'm gonna do with you, man?
I'm so sorry that I'm so entertained by Shalom. Just being super stressed out, but I like it. Like, you had all the time in the world to type out that joke, and you still wrote it wrong. 1 much and fold. I'm live. I agree. You know what I'm saying. You guys know what I'm saying. You're watching the Big Four. You know, I would be no good. I'm going to be no good to you for the next few minutes. I'm just going to step away for a second. All right? I wouldn't be any good to you anyway.
Okay.
I'm just going to walk. I'm going to walk that off for a minute.
I'll see you later. All right, guys, Joe's gone. Talk all the smack about him you guys want in the chat. Ask me anything about Joe. I'll tell you. Fisch limps in from the small blind with King 3 suited. And Winter is just going to use and abuse him, just raising with Queen 5 offsuit. Traveling Vans wants to know, where can we get updates on the 2650 FT? Well, it is down to heads up between Jessica Dolly and Faraz Jaka. You can see it in that back corner of this shot right now. And if you want updates, you could go to SHRPO.com.
Maybe you will bring me luck. The new battery.
There's a look at the current chip counts. Winter, almost 20 million. Robinson, his nearest competitor, was 7 million.
What's the new battery?
Well, I didn't expect this question, but Pepper wants to know, is Joe as funny and smart and kind in person as he seems on TV, or even more so? I'm not really sure if this is a troll or not. But no, I'm going to have to say that, yes, Joe is all of those things, but I just didn't realize that there were a lot of Joe fans out there. So I'm surprised by how nice this question was phrased. Winter from the small blind with jacks. And now Elharar just doesn't feel like defending anymore. He's really tired of Winter's shit, but he doesn't really have much he could do about it. Can we say shit? I mean, with some of the things that Joe says, I feel like that can't be the worst thing you guys have heard on stream. Winter on the button with King 10 suited. Okay, guys, this is getting ridiculous. Like, Winter is really getting a lot of really good hands. At this point, he just hopes that nobody believes him because he has the right hands to get involved with. Okay, guys, I think Joe's coming back, and don't tell him anything we've said.
Were you guys talking about me? Joe is Gert, but people give him, what does that mean, Gert? What does Gert mean? What does that mean on the internet when someone says you're Gert? Does anyone know? It means what? Oh, great. It means great. I feel foolish having him. I misjudged you, friend. You know, JMS, that's my, those are my initials.
What's your middle name?
Oddly enough, my zip code is 4122010.
Wait, what's your middle name, though? It really starts with an S?
It does.
Matthew?
I'm afraid I cannot reveal it because it is literally my password for everything. With no numbers or punctuation
or...
anywhere, no.
Oh, man.
Got it all in from Lentini, the great Lentini.
I thought he folded. Okay. Sorry. That was very confusing. You didn't do anything, actually. It was very confusing.
Uh-oh. No more of this.
What just happened?
I don't know. But we can't have any more of this folding out of turn at final table stuff go down. Too much.
Very big one.
All right.
3 ways with a side pot. Lentini all in with pocket fours. Fisch.
Big sweat for Lentini.
Fisch with ace queen. Winter holding jack 10 suited.
Don't react to the flop. 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 Good job. Up and down for Lentini. And a pair, which is the best hand. Winter checks. Fisch had already checked. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Winter now with a diamond draw and 2 live pair draws.
Want to take a shot at realizing his equity and knocking out Lentini, but the 7 of clubs is not going to do it. It's going to triple up here.
A pair is good, buddy. You win.
I have a pair.
That's pretty funny.
Big pride.
Did he not know what his hand was?
No, he did. He just kept saying that, and nobody was turning over
Oh,
their
I
hands,
see.
I think, so he just kept repeating himself.
Well, luckily, Sean Deeb's not at this table.
This is a great question from Josh Reed. Joe, how do you think you'd run heads up against Maria? Well, I think he would hope that he would run great. How would
I
he
would
do?
get destroyed against Maria heads up.
Okay, fair enough. I'm sitting right next to him. We've been playing for
But I will say that I do think that Joe's good enough to stake him in, what was that, a 5K buy-in?
It was a 5K, yeah.
I had a piece of him.
My
I should
biggest
say.
owner.
Ooh, I was.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Look at all that faith I have in you, Joe.
I had some of that lucky German high roller money in there too.
Yeah, you sure did.
I believe you.
It was some Stefan Sontheimer poker.
Dodged a lot. Dodged a lot of cards.
Pepper says, Joe is to poker what Parmesan is to pasta. He makes a good thing even better, and there can't be too much
that's
of it.
very, very sweet.
That is so nice. Okay, Pepper.
It also clogs your arteries.
Pepper might be your biggest fan.
And never goes bad. How long has a Parmesan been in your fridge?
Honestly, I don't.
A while, right?
No, I was gonna say I don't want you to think that this has anything to do with you, but I don't really like Parmesan.
Oh, that's okay. How dare you?
Sorry.
How dare you?
Sorry. Okay, no, I take that back. I like Parmesan on pasta, but it's not like my go-to
I don't put it on
cheese.
pizza either. I like a Pecorino Romano. That's the real stuff. Ace 10, 8, 2 hearts, set of 8s for Elharar. The first time all day he has smashed a flop against Winter. He is going to get less action than me on prom night, however.
That is a very interesting turn card, though. Winter with the
Wait a
7
second.
of hearts.
No, he's going to get action when the 9 of hearts hits. That's for sure.
Has he got Elharar so shook that Elharar can't even bet this on the turn now? I mean, I get the flop check was a trap, but I think you got to go for a bet on the turn.
You're saying that Sean Winter is Peter Pan and Elharar is Captain Shook?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess Winter had not acted yet. I thought Winter had checked it over to him.
Oh, that. This guy's a bit of a tell box. Bit of a tell box. There it is. The river we were all waiting for.
But Winter blocks flushes and straights, so he might try to rep it here.
He was shook. He couldn't raise. That's kind of a needle too, right? Show that I had nothing. Your set of 8s is wasted. The LRR Winter saga continues. It's kind of like Wile E. Coyote versus Roadrunner, though. All he did was manage to not run face first into a wall that time.
Lentini with pocket 7s under the gun. I would assume this is just going to go in. You got the kind of stack that it's perfect to ship with this exact type of hand. I would not advise just opening. I would say that the best move would just to open shove.
Yeah, well, you know what they say about assuming. It makes an ass out of you and Ming. There's the raise, 300,000. It is not going in. I mean, it is going in, but not all of it. Some of it. Little bit of it. To the flop. And it's a set for Lentini this time. Jack 8-7.
Lentini not going to slow play on this draw heavy board.
Elharar lays it down. Lentini on a little upswing after tripling up.
Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. I remember.
Yeah, Danny D, your comment got deleted, and it definitely wasn't deserving of it. So, Danny D got his quote deleted for saying he was fangirling over you. I guess we're anti-fangirling. It's fan-personing. It's 2019. My God. Unbelievable what we have to deal with on the internet, right? Us girls. Winter on the button, Jack 9 offsuit.
Of course you could fangirl, Danny. You can fangirl, you could fanboy, you could fan people.
That's right. Fan X. Moobot. Moobot's in a bad mood today. Raise and take it. Sean Winter. How's this not over yet?
It's just unbelievable that people just aren't even defending against him hands that are such reasonable defense.
I would have been out a long time ago because I just played back at him and been like, whatever.
I mean,
see you later, nerds.
I don't really know how to put this in a nicer way, but man, you guys are literally just handing him $698,000, like on a platter, with the exception of Robinson so far.
I mean, in Shalom's defense, he's tried. It's just in all the wrong ways.
I mean, I get that Sean Winter is a formidable opponent, but you have to understand that he is taking full advantage of this situation, and you guys are going to have to make some adjustments and come up with a counter strategy.
Here are some adjustments you can make. Get more aces, flop more sets, maybe like river of flush, stuff like that. You guys got to mix your game up a little bit. Or set over set. Try that. That's one way. It's crazy when these guys don't think of these things, but it's easy for me to say because I'm here. I'm seeing all the hole cards. Of course, it's easy for me to say you should try to make set over set. But when you're there and in the moment, if you can do that, if you can actually think about that and do it, that's how you win a poker tournament.
I'm going to remember that next time I'm at a final table,
yes.
Joe. I'm going to write that on my hand. Flop more set.
No, don't write it on your hand because
set.
other people will see it. It's no good if everyone is trying to do it.
That's true. It's not much of a strategy.
It's not about punching. It's about counter punching.
Or I want people to see it and let them think that's my strategy, but really that's not my
now
strategy.
You're thinking outside the bun.
Well, you know, I do this for a living, Joe.
Must be nice to make a living at something. Can somebody just hit the sound drop of me saying another one for Winter?
Can someone just say 10-8 suited, didn't want to defend the big blind? You guys, you know what? I need to take a walk.
No, go ahead. You take a walk.
I need to
go
take
ahead.
a break now.
She's going to go write down that stuff I just said. That's why.
You know what, Joe? Just let me know when there's a post-flop hand. I'll come back for that.
Shaner says, Gert poker strategy. Joe. That's good. Good callback. Sorry, Josh, she's gone. She's gone and it's your fault. Unlike your parents' divorce, this is your fault. You guys want to play poker or? The great Lentini under the gun 9-4. He folds. Jerry Robinson also folds. Jordan Fisch, no offense, raises from the button. Ace-9 off suit. Gets a fold from Winter and a call from Shalon Elharar with 6-7 off suit. To the flop, Queen Jack 6 bottom pair for Shalom. Check, check, 8 is your turn card. And Elharar River is a 7.
What's she at? 1.5.
Fish with just ace high.
Super.
Check, check on the river. You know, I like this Shalom guy a lot, except for one thing. He's one of those guys that announces 2 pair when one of the pairs is on the board. Not my thing. Not on my watch. What's that? Is that what Lon does? Lon's the commentator, so it's different. A player who does it, and they're like, 2 pair, and you're like, yeah, there's a pair on the board. We buy, yeah.
Who knows? That's why I say they're funny. You don't know. But I do think they'll.
Oh, for sure. I've got to be, right?
I think you are.
41.
How old are you?
31.
Yeah. 31? Yeah, you're definitely young.
The Intimidator asks, is the heads up with Jessica and Faraz live? It is live. They are not playing online. Thank you for your question.
Gun still. I heard you say gun still.
That's how I know me and you are.
Got to use that beard shampoo that kind of like gets the gray out a little bit.
There's a beard shampoo that does that?
Yeah.
I haven't been in that point. I didn't think about that stuff.
All right, Fish finally trying to take charge. Raising King 9 from the cutoff. Will he get through? Will he get through? Will Lentini fold the 5 high? Yes! I'm just going to pretend like the hands are more exciting than they are. That's how I'm going to do this. Unbelievable. I can't believe he's done it. What a move. What a play. He only had King high. They weren't even the same color.
Not much to listen to.
Wow. They should keep a guy behind you just to keep doing it.
Everybody tell me relax, relax on break. I can't. So much energy.
That's adorable.
Energizer bunny.
That's the last thing they need.
Why don't we do a sound off Twitch chat? Let me know where you're watching from. I like this game. What part of the world are you watching from? Don't say Cleveland. I hate Cleveland. Just kidding. I've never been to Cleveland. So Shalom's limping the button now with King 9 offsuit. What do we have? West Virginia. All right. They got internet in West Virginia now, guys. We made it. All 50 states. I would have bet on Hawaii being last because they had to run that cable into the ocean, but well done. Toronto, Germany, North Carolina, St. Louis. Bay Area, Portland. See, as soon as I change the subject, we get a hand that develops. Columbus, Ohio, dangerously close to Cleveland. Seattle. All right, so we had a limp, and then we had a call, and now Jerry Robinson from the big blind is like, nah, I ain't about this limp life. Puts out a big raise to $475,000. Suddenly, Maria Ho is interested again.
Well, I did tell you to let me know when a pot actually, a meaningful pot develops. I mean, listen, I feel like Robinson's the only person who is taking advantage of his chip position and the spots he is given, especially when Sean Winter's out of the hand. And that kind of awareness and recognition at final tables is really, really important. Once Sean Winter's out of the hand, that really opens things up and frees Robinson up to make plays like this, to be the one putting pressure on the short stacks so that he can start chipping up to get himself closer to Sean Winter's chip lead so that hopefully, if and when he gets heads up, he's going to be able to have a stack that can contend with him.
I love it when Jerry Robinson gets freed up. Hashtag free Jerry Robinson. Jeff is from Nashville, but is currently in Vegas visiting some friends and playing cash games every night. That was so much more information than I asked for, but you know what? I'll allow it. Shalom raising Jack 9. Did Fisch just jam? Yeah, he did.
I mean, look.
Red fish, blue fish, jam fish.
Okay, maybe people are getting the memo.
I had Sean too.
That's Sean was always.
Oh, there's another Sean.
Another look at the updated chip counts.
Who's Sean? One man must win. Let's go home.
I'm about to lose patience in every hand is going to be on.
Oh, so now you're... I would love to see what you losing patience looks like, Elharar, because you played a few hands like you had already lost your patience.
I think the table has finally sort of bored itself a little bit. Now everyone's getting a little more active. At least they're limping.
That's what it appears.
Yeah. They're like, I guess we're going to play eventually. I was just limp.
It definitely is what it looks like.
Yeah.
And I'm not mad at it.
No. No, don't stop. I didn't say stop. 10 high flop. Top pair for Fisch. Second pair for Winter. Some backdoors for Elharar.
Huh. Interesting.
That's one of my favorite all-time comments. Huh.
Huh. Thinking about it with the King 7 suited on 10-5-4. 1 diamond. Yep. Okay. So he meant it when he said he's about to lose his patience.
I mean, maybe losing your patience immediately after saying you're about to lose your patience isn't the most deceptive play.
Oh my gosh. Honestly, I don't even want to say what I think Fisch is going to do here because nobody has really done anything that I would have recommended
Right.
or would have thought. And
Or
now
could have
if
conceived of in any
now
known
if I say that
version
on,
of the multiverse.
yeah, so now if I say, you know, I'm assuming Fisch is just going to go all in with top pair. I might be wrong.
Everybody else says New York. But if you're in Manhattan, you got to.
I mean, if you are going to lead with top pair.
I mean, he limped originally, right?
Yes, and so
what limping hands can raise here?
especially when this board is fairly draw heavy.
4s and 5s, are you going to limp, I guess?
I mean,
4-5 suited?
You guys, I don't even, honestly, I don't even know. I don't think my services are needed.
I agree with
to be
Nate the
honest.
Great. This ain't no Maria Ho poker.
You don't block any of the club draws. You don't block any of the straight draws. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Queen 10. Oh, he shows it. Rips his heart out and shows it to him. Look, he's stunned. Pretty sure that's just how he usually looks, but could be stunned.
I always say I can imagine living there, but
Ay, ay, ay.
You know, I'm not really a suburban kid. Like, I couldn't even imagine living in like a house, trees, and all that stuff.
I can't imagine not seeing trees and
You see this, Maria? See what's happening here? These two chatting?
I don't even drive.
The real prize.
I don't have a driver's license.
But he grew up in
The real prize. The friendships you make along the way. That's what we need to focus. That's what we don't focus on enough. On your live streams with your GTO.
Dude, didn't you want to drive like when you
The friendships that you make along the way.
Fisch on the button against Lentini's under the gun open is going to fold ace-9. Elharar feeling himself, gonna defend. Why wouldn't he? He feels like he is invincible now.
Feeling himself. Hey, was it going to be clubs or was it going to be hearts? And it's clubs. Nut flush draw for Lentini.
That's right, Shaners. According to Stapes, this is a crunchy flop.
Very crunchy. Crunchy and a little bit sweet. Wait, sour.
No,
I forget what I said. Sweet.
Because
sweet.
you
Hearts
had
is
made
sweet.
it up just on the spot, as
No,
I
I'm
had
just-
said, and
didn't make it up.
It is sweet. But you know what? You're full of it.
That is true. I like that the single clap.
So I never needed a driver's license Because A, you don't need a car in Manhattan, and B, it costs money to maintain it. Like, I don't even know the details, but I know it just costs money for parking, sands every month, all that jazz. So I just
Man, I want to call Maria out so bad for what she's doing right now.
I don't blame you for not having a car in Manhattan.
I'm afraid it might end our friendship, though.
yeah.
No, I don't care about that. It's specifically what you're doing.
Oh, dang.
Yes.
What we talked about at
Yes.
breakfast today?
Yes.
You are a real
Good friend.
piece. Okay.
A real good friend.
A real good friend. Oh, Joe. You know, I really hope we stay friends forever, Joe, because some things are meant to be vaulted, damn it. I wish I never told you. I can never look at my phone in front of you again.
You can, you just can't do that.
Ugh, you're annoying.
Our friends that keep us accountable are the most annoying ones. Trips for Elharar. Lentini drawing deed. Where's the what?
Sneaky, sneaky.
Guys, have you not noticed that Elharar likes to slow play his big hands? And which is why when you bet with Jack 10 on a 10 high board and he raises, you probably just want to shove it in his face.
I know. That would have been scary. I would tell you.
Where are you?
Interesting statement from Jeff, who said it's got to be weird doing commentary on something 30 minutes in the past, especially since you know what's already happened. I don't know what's happened. I specifically ask to be kept in the dark about this and most things, honestly. I don't want to know anything ever about the world.
Not included.
When I found out about Santa Claus, whew, that was a very strange 23rd birthday. If you guys must know, Maria is a Tinder addict.
Well, Joe, our friendship is officially over. You've done it. You've lost me.
She has her radius set for 1,000 miles and from age 18 to 71.
I would put Elharar all in for all his chippies right here. 20 big blind, raise from the button. Pocket pair in the big blind. Super easy shove.
I agree.
Let's go. Send the shenanigans, Jerry. I've really agreed with a lot of the plays you've made today. I need to see you pull the trigger on this one.
An hour and 15.
You want to do an hour and 15 minutes, Ray?
Or an hour, whatever.
Hour is more than enough.
Do not call.
Half hour? That's kind of, you only have time to eat, though.
Put that stack of Auburn chips in.
All this is costly.
Coffin his.
I like this new word from you.
We're having fun again.
No.
But before that, broken promises.
No, no, no.
But we're okay.
Well, Queen 9-4, couple of hearts, so it goes check, check, and that is about as good of a turn card that Elharar could ask for.
Very sweet texture to this board.
Cherry decides to bet queens and fives, and Elharar calls with his nut flush draw, and
Binks it.
Gets there on the river, and this would be a bad time for Jerry to turn his hand into a bluff, and he doesn't. It's going to be a pretty easy fold once Elharar bets.
Are you sure?
Sunny86 says, Lamau. What do you think of this idea from Rigged? Maria and Joe, please do Amazing Race together. I want to stay friends with Maria, so I don't think we could do Amazing Race together.
Why would I hate the kind of competitor you are?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm not competitive enough. I don't like competition makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're right. I would hate you. So there's two things you could do to make me hate you.
I would also probably just call you a dumb bee a bunch of times too if I got frustrated with you.
There's two things you could do to make me hate you.
Okay.
Go on Amazing Race with me
Mm-hmm.
and tell people what I was doing on my phone.
Are you still obsessed with Clash of Clans?
Yes. A Clash Royale.
Clash Royale, sorry.
Yes. I am. It's a good game. Okay? God. So what if I've spent a couple $100,000?
I still only get 6 hours of sleep every night instead of 8 hours because of Hearthstone. All right, we got some hands here. Jordan Fisch, ace queen suited in the big blind. None of these players getting out of line too often.
Ooh. I mean, the only reason why I see Fisch raising here instead of just jamming would be potentially to induce a jam and call it off. But hey, the way things have gone, he might get somebody to jam and he would fold ace queen suited. Who knows?
Nobody's jamming.
I know.
On what game you're watching.
I mean, I do feel like Elharar feels like he has some momentum on his side, but it is not that likely that he will jam.
Hand over.
Pepper says, your streams at Spraggy are a testament to the hatred of competition, Stapes.
Yeah, we're not very good at anything. Burgers are our business, though. You ever played Overcooked?
No.
It's a cooking game.
That sounds like fun.
You have to run around a kitchen and like chop vegetables and put them in a pot and serve them up to customers. A fold, and let's just move on to the next hand. Won't someone think of the poor dealer? He has to reshuffle this deck after every hand. You could at least play one of them.
I kind of feel like because of how few and far between we're seeing flops, he should just take all the mutt cards, put it aside, not shuffle.
Just deal another hand. Yeah.
I mean, the deck is going to last a good couple of hands.
Yeah, they're only five-handed.
With no board being run out.
Great in the morning, then it just started raining right before the game started. Raining like every day. Seriously. It's like I'm higher being wanted me to stay inside.
I'll wait for you.
For those wondering on some updates for the other two final tables that are still going on, there is a live stream of the 25K high roller. And you could also go to SHRPO.com. Check up on it there, but They are three-handed, I believe, in the 25K high roller. We've got Sean Deeb, Olivier Bousquet, and Albert Daher in contention. It looks like Olivier Bousquet was just eliminated in third place
Bousquet!
not too long ago, and that would leave Sean Deeb heads up against Albert. Looks like Sean Deeb will have the chip lead.
Sean Deeb, what a terror.
This was interesting because this time it looks like Winter had limped with King 10 off, and Elharar decides that he wants to put in the raise with Queen Deuce. So he is mixing it up.
I mean, this is the only matchup we can count on.
That's true.
Elharar's range widens like the...
Well, it's not technically a spoiler, guys, because it is on the live updates on SHRPO.com. So
Don't feed the trolls.
that's where I got my info from. I can't watch the other live streams simultaneously while doing this one. But, you know, the bloggers out there staying ahead of it. Looks like on the 10 of diamonds turn, Winter checked it over to Elharar, and he decides to bet. Ooh. And Winter called, but Elharar does end up
Finally
out on the river.
Got him. Look at him. Look how happy he is. He's been waiting all day to do that. Look, you can tell he's holding back a smile. Suck on that, Winter.
No, it's not bad, trust me. Keep going and going. You're gonna double me nice soon, trust me. Very soon.
Oh, everyone's very amused.
No, more. Yeah, for a second. Sound cool with all of it. Yeah, we will. Man of my word.
Robinson raising King Queen. Winter with Ace Jack. His one-hand cold streak is over. Elharar getting a price. Getting better than 4-1 price from the small blind. Now, knowing that big blinds are not really jamming all that often, can you take your price there?
No, I don't like 8-7 offsuit to do it with personally. I think, yes, you are obviously getting great odds pre, but I think defending 8-7 off from the big blind is...
Oh, yeah? Unbelievable.
Are you going to take a walk now?
You're supposed to be a professional.
Roles? Should I be the color commentator?
It's just...
And you be the strategic analyst? You tell me, because
check.
A lot of my strategy really hasn't...
Just gets even better for 7-8 offsuit. There's nothing I like more than a good results playing. Checkity check.
Elharar certainly has the pep in his step back. Do you see him?
Oh, my goodness. This is why you don't call with 7-8 offsuit. This is
Can I have
why
my job back, Joe? Can I have my
you're
job
reinstated.
back?
Can't lose another one this week.
Looks like Robinson is going to try to rep that card. The one in Winter's hand. I mean, Winter's certainly not going to fold. Just wondering if he should raise or call.
Yeah, it's call. Why rock the boat? But what you should do in November is rock the vote. Get out there and vote, people. It's important. BJ Nemeth knows what I'm talking about.
Who would you want them to vote for, Joe?
Vote or die. No, I don't tell people who to vote for. Just vote. Just exercise that.
But if one went to your Twitter, perhaps, would they get an idea of
Don't blame me. I voted for Kodos.
Bit of your craft. I respect it. I'm serious. I do. I like it. I respect good dealers.
D. Lappy asks, is this play money? Of course it's not play money. You can't play poker for fake money. It's like drinking decaffeinated coffee or having sex without a condom. With a condom, I think I meant to say.
Looks like Fisch open from under the gun with ace-4 suited and Elharar on the button with ace-10 offsuit. And a lot of swag now. Walking around.
He's got
with
some pep in his
swag.
step.
This is the 5250 buy-in, $3 million guaranteed Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Big Four Championship event, which is playing for real money.
A lot of money.
So real. I know these players are playing like there's not $698,000 up top, but indeed, it is real American dollars. King, king, tray, flop. It's got a little bit of everything. A little sweet, a little spicy, a little, what was the other one? Joe.
Pokey.
No. What was spades?
Fatty.
No.
Sleepy. It's spicy, crunchy, licorice / chewy, and sweet. This is going to go, no, it's not going to go check. Elharar is going to bet.
This is interesting because a lot of times people would just take the showdown value here, but he does.
He's more of a zig.
Yeah, I was going to say he does bet with the best hand, but I'm not really sure if he knows if he's value betting or turning it into a bluff or what. And so there you have it, guys.
Guys, me and Spraggy have to cancel our video game stream tomorrow because I'll be on a plane. I won't make it back in
You
time.
will see in the screen soon. You know, you'll find out. If you really want to know. Maybe.
Yes, I'm happy. No hearts.
What did it say? Dinner break is 150 blinds up.
The blinds went up.
MP Ham asks, what other events are going to be streamed? Well, World Series of Poker, European Poker Tour, WPT. Lots of other events will be streamed. Thanks for your question. Any other questions for us? Feel free to put them in the Twitch chat as we continue action here at the Big Four, the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Championship event 2019. Down to the final five. We have a cooler developing, but given the way things have been going at this table, we may not get to a flop.
Ooh.
Now, I think that's unlikely considering there's an all-in and the player with ace-king hasn't acted yet, but I don't really want to make any more predictions.
I think it's going to go shove by Robinson.
Winter has the chance to eliminate 2 players.
I mean, if you look at the stack size of Lentini, he really only has about a 10 big blind. Yeah.
Just a re-raise.
I mean, if they're in the 150K, is this hand in the 150K blind level or the 125? Either way, Lentini has about 10 big blinds. And so his hand doesn't have to be that strong. So obviously Robinson would go with this hand, I would assume. But I think for Winter, he's probably a little more perplexed by this
Folds the
4-bet.
jacks.
Wow.
Wow, Winter could have potentially eliminated 2 players, gets out of the way with the best hand. Would have to have faded 3 overcards. And one of his jacks would be dead. So right now it's Lentini at risk, and behind he does have live cards. Diamond in the door does not catch anything else, however. That 9 is helpful for some backdoor straight draws. No longer helpful. Lentini needs to hit a queen or a jack. Look how bad he wants it. Leaning in, can't catch it. Fought hard, fought valiantly. Giuliano Lentini out in 5th place.
I thought like
שהראיתי
that
רק
was
אז,
probably stupid. I
רק
should've
כדי
just
בסוף
shoved
היה
because
ראית את היד שבא מלך מלך בזה, בפלופ בבטל?
$176,000 in prize money.
אבל שיחקתי על המלך.
Every player now guaranteed over $230,000.
בוואטסאפ הכי משתגע אני. Interesting. תעלה תמונות.
Definitely getting into huge
Yeah.
payouts with more significant pay jumps.
You know, and Maria and I were having a little bit of fun with passivity. Is that a word?
Yeah.
Passivity
I
here at
think it
this
is.
final table. And it is important to reset and to remember that this is an absolutely huge prize pool that we're playing for still. I mean, how often do you have a tournament that's going to pay over 230 grand for 4th place? I mean, this is just a huge field, a huge event, tons and tons of money on the line. We do have some professional players here who have maybe been on this sort of stage before, but several of these guys have not. This is insane money for them.
Yeah, and to your point, Joe, of course, it's very difficult when you're sitting there to make decisions with this much money on the line. You know, you really have to be able to separate yourself from the money that you're playing for, but it's very difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, even for professional poker players, it's hard to not have that in the back of your mind at all times, and it would definitely affect some of your thought process and your decision-making abilities.
How much is it? That was exactly what it is.
I think if the big blind is 150K, I don't really think you can raise fold a hand like 10-9 suited.
Mm-hmm. It's really not that much more to call. This is just one of the worst case scenarios, though. I think if you expect that you're going to be live most of the time, which you probably will be, I agree with you. This is a hand you can't really raise fold.
He'd have been given it to me for sure. That would have been good. 10-8.
Open face fold.
That's a good hand.
It feels good.
Fisch does him a solid, shows him the king 10.
No chance to double.
If you had 1.1,
Yeah.
or less.
Next time raise 1.1. No push.
Yeah, sounds about right. Shaner says this is like riding a bike with no pedals. Let's make it like riding a bike with no seat. Now we're talking. Now we're up my alley, literally. Is that out loud?
All I know are that these peanut butter M&Ms that BJ gave us is giving me life right now. Life.
Those aren't M&Ms. You're eating Lego minifigs right now.
Good luck up. Oh, you full? What do you think?
BJ's one of the nicest people I know, but Matt Salzberg's hatred of him and the minifig thing, I find to be absolutely hysterical. Like, Matt's so mean to BJ about that. And I love BJ, but I find it hilarious.
You say 50? Oh. So, 75?
I'm allergic to cinnamon. What movie? What's that from?
I don't have time to watch movies, Joe. Kind of busy.
What are you talking about?
Don't know that. Don't know the reference. I'm sorry. I really actually haven't watched a lot of iconic movies. I'm not saying
It's
that
not
that is from
iconic.
no. I'm just saying in general, you would be surprised at the movies I haven't watched that most people have seen.
Right. It's because you have strict Asian parents. They
That
still
is
won't let you.
also
They won't
true.
let you see R-rated movies still. Queen high flop. Robinson's flopped a gut shot. Ace high was good on the flop. It was better and still good on the turn. And on this river, it is still good. Because it's a pair.
Now I don't mind Robinson taking this spot to okay. And that is snap calling, guys.
That was as quick
That was
as it can
beating
be.
somebody into the pot.
Yeah.
So fast I didn't even have a chance to analyze Robinson's bet there on the river. Thank you so much for tuning in, Pepper. We will see you next time. Winter under the gun, Queen Jack offsuit. Good enough for an open.
I don't like it.
Finally, somebody hit us with the Sean Winter is coming, Jeff. Nice work. Nice work, replies and memes. We do have two hands here, guys. Ace Jack versus Queen Jack. 5-4 deuce, one club. Ace 2, 4, 5. That's nothing.
Robinson still checks, hoping to get to showdown with his ace high.
Serious question, Maria. If I accidentally just downloaded all your photos from your phone to my computer, would that be a problem for you?
Nope.
Okay.
Do you see how much trust I have to
Mhm.
plug my phone into your computer?
Your phone definitely should go get a blood test after this, though, probably. Just to be safe.
Oh, man.
Twitch comment from Mac Mastro. Joe, sorry to bother you during this action-packed final table, but can you tell me why I've not seen any new episodes of Poker in the Ears from February? Well, first of all, it's a podcast. You don't see them. You listen to them. But I'm going to assume you knew that. We're back. We're back. We were supposed to record our first episode of the new season tomorrow, but I'll be on a plane, and we couldn't get our special guest to get up early enough to do it before my flight. Special guest being World Series of Poker main event, fourth place finisher, Gary Gates. Gary Gates is going to be on the show. We're going to record it on Thursday. It should be out by Friday. Thank you for asking. We're back mostly weekly between now and December. Five four suited for Shalom. It's not often I get to just throw around the word shalom. Eventually people will be like, hey, why are you saying shalom so much? But, now I can just do it. No problem. Shalom. All right, here we go, guys. Fisch jammed King 8, and he maybe has finally stepped in it. Yep, Winter all in over the top. The threes get out of the way. Fisch all in for his tournament life. Potentially fourth place on the line. Winter, the favorite to eliminate Fisch. I saw an 8. One pair so far. 10 still leading. The deuce changes nothing. Fisch is going to need to hit a king or an 8 on the river to survive. We're down to 3.
Way to hang in there, man. Good playing today. Thank you.
Some real conservative play from everyone here, including Jordan Fisch. Finally decided to flex a little pre-flop muscle, runs in the 10s. Gets knocked out by Sean Winter in fourth place, $232,000. We are down to 3. Next elimination is worth $314,000. That's for third. $487,000 for second. $608,000 for first.
$698,000.
Sorry, $698. Excuse me. That's around $1.5 million still yet to be awarded in this tournament.
6 million.
Looks like we're going to do a chip count. Maybe these guys will bat around the idea. I don't know. Is this a choppable property?
I believe it is. I believe that they do help facilitate that if the players so choose. But at this point, given the chip stacks and Sean Winter's experience, I don't really see much deal making happening unless they give Sean a premium. You know what song I've had in my head all day and I cannot get rid of it?
Harmar Superstar?
No.
Who Let the Dogs Out?
No. Won't you take me to
Funky Town. I think that's by D Light? C Funky Town. Who sings that? It's D something.
Yeah, something like that.
Is it D Light? we're going heads up to this flop. Robinson defending against Sean Winter, 10-7 on the button. Oh no. Is this where it all starts to come apart? Bottom twoper for Jerry Robinson.
I think if he decides to fast play this, the hand's going to end right here. If he decides to slow play, Winter does have a hand that he can potentially turn some backdoor equity with some backdoor straight draws. So we shall see.
And this is not a slow play. I just love the literal gravitas with which those plaques hit the table. Just a clunk, a thud, a clack. A boof.
Again, I feel like Winter knows that Robinson hasn't really gotten out of line, especially against him. So that's probably not the time to float super light.
There hasn't been a ton of super light floating at all.
I know.
Except from Shalom. Seen him do it once or twice.
Sean gave him that light float with the Queen 9-0.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But
yeah.
didn't pull the trigger on the end there. Remember when float was like the big it word in poker?
It was huge. And then everybody tried to make it sound more complicated than it really was.
Right. Double float, triple float.
Right. It's like, nah, man, I just called you twice. It's not to be like a fun name for it. Sean Winter Soldier continues stacking chips. It's one of the more interesting towers I've seen. I like it. It's like a future city. Jerry Robinson, ace-6. FTA, first to act. Makes it 350,000. Winter folds. Elharar calls. Jack 10 suited. And it's a jack high flop. Top pair for Shalom, bottom pair for Robinson. Betting a call. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Option once again on Robinson after the check from Elharar. Check, check this time. River is the queen of diamonds. Pair of jacks still good.
Jack.
Jack is good after check, check on the river. Now Funky Town's in my head. Thanks a lot, Maria.
And goodbye.
See?
It's 2 minutes. I'm going to say to you hello when you come inside and goodbye when you leave.
Really hoping for that. Elharar Winter heads up battle. Foreshadowed oh so long ago at the start of this final table. Winter, 3 deuce of hearts. Makes it 300,000. Small blind folds. Robinson in the big is going to defend 9-4 suited. Seems reasonable. Ace, Jack, 5, 2 diamonds. Gut shot for Winter. 3 high, unfortunately. His current hand. And he's going to continuation bet. Pretty tough for Robinson to continue in this hand. Unless he floats, which he does not. Musman asks, how often do blinds increase? That's a good question. I think we're playing 90-minute levels. I should have been paying more attention. That's a great question. Someone else will know. Riggs says Winter's been a boss all final table. Yes, agreed. Wizard asks, hey, Stapes, will you be at EPT Barcelona? Why, yes, I will. Ace Queen suited. A sight for sore eyes. Is that a limp? Ah, limpy. Limpy, limpy. Robinson is going to complete. Winter gets a free flop. We're going 3 ways. 100% of the remaining players taking a flop. And that flop is 10, 7, 5. Everybody misses everything. Checks around 9 on the turn. Winter's got a straight draw. That's about it. Ace high, still good. Pair of aces is the best hand. Elharar's limp check, check strategy has worked out. Last train to Value Town, leaving the station. $275,000. Robinson folds. Winter's out. Elharar. Hooray.
On the screen.
He didn't care. He's like, yeah, it's fine.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. Anyway.
Robinson's turn on the button. He folds. Winter limps. And Elharar exercises his option. He raises. Winter is undeterred. Ace 10 trade, 2 clubs. No pairs. No draws.
Have no fear, rigged. I'm here. Hope you didn't miss me too much, because I'm back now.
Were you gone?
I've hardly have anything to contribute from the strategy standpoint today, Stapes. I'm not surprised that you did not miss me. I will say though, Elharar has made a hell of a comeback. I wish I took your side when you said even money that Elharar could take this thing down.
Yeah. I've seen too many of these to count a guy like him out.
For sure, he's got that X factor. He's the wild card.
Yep. I'm not commenting on whether or not I think he's a good poker player, but he thinks he is a good poker player, and that goes a long way sometimes. All right. I think he's a good poker player. Drag it out of me, why don't you? Ace 8 tray, 2 spades, set of 8s for Winter. Snowmen. Huh? Oh, Winter snowmen. Or woman. Or whatever. Who cares? They don't even have anything on them. They're just like the rest of us. One hole at the top, one hole at the bottom. Robinson calls the bet of 200,000 with bottom pair. Improving for him would be very bad. Jack of hearts on the turn. Started this championship event today with 9 players. We are down to 3. Everyone guaranteed hundreds of thousands of dollars at this point.
One of the biggest stories coming into this final table was the fact that Chong made back-to-back final tables here at the SHRPO championship event. And unfortunately for him, he finished in 7th place after coming in 2nd in chips and finishing 8th last year. So I know there is a bit of disappointment on his end, but there really wasn't much he could do about it.
Oh, size up. Good fold by Robinson. You guys can hear that, the emergency broadcast system. Flash flood warning in effect here in the Hollywood, Florida area. Lots and lots of thunderstorms this afternoon into the evening. Elharar, king 6. FTA, first to act.
That's new.
That's I learned that from
Jesse?
someone.
Who shall remain nameless. Should never speak of him again.
Okay, all right. Jack 10-8, 2 spades. Pair of 10s for Winter. You heard the man, 5.
Just like that.
It's going to end this hand.
Yeah, just going to get Winter to fold middle pair there.
Huh. 5 from the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open in Hollyweird, Florida. I am Joe Stapleton. My co-commentator, professional poker player, an all-around great gal, Maria Ho, is sitting next to me. Hello, Maria Ho.
Finally, a halfway decent intro for me, Joe. It took
I didn't
you
build it up
8
enough.
hours.
I just felt like you were a man who needs no introduction. We are 3-handed in this event. The championship event, the $5,000 buy-in, $3 million guaranteed event. And speaking of guarantees, the 3 remaining players are all guaranteed now more than $300,000. This table started 9-handed. 6 have fallen. Sean Winter has been cruising this final table, has never not had the chip lead. Robinson, Elharar, Winter. One of these 3 will take home nearly $700,000 and a glorious guitar pick shaped trophy.
This is a dangerous flop for Elharar. He is dominated on the clubs, on those crunchy.
That's right, a crunchy board
Clubs.
texture.
Again, that is going to be the Elharar signature snap call.
Get after it.
I want to know exactly.
Oh, I think that was a snap raise, actually. Robinson bet. Elharar threw a plaque in and some extra chips.
He does not want to make his flush.
And Robinson, quick to put it all in, of course, with the nut flush draw. Not a hand that you will be bet folding at this stage. I don't really think that if you're Elharar and you're going to check raise with the flush draw and 2 overs to this board, I really don't feel like you can fold. I mean, we obviously can see that he's dominated, but in most scenarios, you are going to have a lot of equity.
Gulp.
3.6 total.
Man, oh man. 2 overs and a flush draw. How do you say no? How do you say nay?
You really shouldn't.
How do you say yet? We haven't seen him get away, though, in various spots when he's been put to the test.
I would just suggest don't check raise then. You know, if you're not willing to call an all in, getting this price.
Jeez, that's harsh, Maria. Wow. Yet another live stream we're not going to be able to post with language like that coming from Maria Ho. Unbelievable. I suggest you don't check raise. We're going to get letters.
Oh, didn't expect it.
you think?
Ugh. That's sick.
You're getting almost 2-1, and you can't think that you don't have that kind of equity with 2 overs and a flush draw. Again, we can see Robinson's hand. We know he has the nut flush draw, but against a lot of other.
Did you hear him?
Yeah. Is he?
I can't believe I folded. But it's okay. Nice hand.
He said ace 10 of clubs.
Is he a poker savant and we just didn't know it?
Yeah, man.
Draw bigger than mine. Nice hand.
Maybe this is some Stephen Chidwick poker.
This is some Stephen Chidwick poker.
You know what's a...
This is some Ike Haxton poker. This is some Steve O'Dwyer poker.
This is some Dan Smith poker.
And or
Daniel Negreanu
poker.
Phil Galfond
Ivy poker.
Mm.
All right. Let's not take it too far.
I will say there is $173,000 difference between third and second place. So, you know, we were saying earlier that the pay jumps were a little bit flat between 7th through 9th, but not anymore.
2 pair now for Elharar. Did you know Elharar is Spanish for the harar?
This is the time of night where
I'm going to get you.
you really are.
I'm going to get you.
I'm going to be in a giggle fit over here.
Audience of 1.
Look like...
Or
Just 2 pair.
oh yes, you called it. This is actually some Bryn Kenny poker.
This is some
It
Bryn
actually
Kenny
really
poker.
is when you think about it.
Because this guy's also probably playing with 80% of his bankroll. By the way, how's my bet looking right now where I took Elharar against the field minus Winter? Looking real good. Winter. Speak of the handsome devil. Raising 9-7 suited. Nine, 10, Trey. 2 hearts. Pair of 9s for Winter. Pair of 10s for Robinson. I think it's just so much more fun commentating and watching a final table like this when you have a character like Robinson at the table. When you've got a guy that's just full of personality, that is just sort of like popping off the screen, the charisma, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's just one of those guys who you can't help but like him because despite his antics. Despite Robinson's antics, I still like him.
So he's kind of like Hawaiian pizza.
He's like Hawaiian pizza, exactly. He's a little controversial, but I'd rather have a Robinson than a guy that isn't showing a ton of life out there.
Yeah, no, I definitely see your point, Joe.
Seven, 8, 9, 10. Straight draw now for Winter. Still behind to Robinson. The big four. All jokes aside, Robinson, very impressive today.
Yeah, he definitely was one of the only players that I felt like was outmaneuvering everybody else. I think he recognized a lot of spots that, ooh.
Dicey river for Robinson. Why is Elharar staring down Winter
He's
in
still
this
trying
hand
to get that.
he's not involved in?
You know, 8 hours later, he's still trying to get that read off of Sean Winter.
$750.
750,000. Wow. Snap call from Robinson. Disgusted. Big hit to Robinson's stack.
That one is going to hurt.
That's going to leave a mark. And Robinson thought he was making a snap value call. Unfortunately, got dinged by the river. Murph Dog says that Elharar looks at Winter the way I look at your sister's Instagram. It's not far off. Completely needlessly and a little creepily. Agreed. Robinson visibly frustrated after that hand.
Yeah, so to finish my point from earlier, I felt like he was one of the only
Yeah.
other players that was zigging and zagging appropriately given the situation. And
wasn't sort of, in a table full of passivity, wasn't the most passive.
no, and he picked the right situations and waited for good
Yeah.
spots to be aggressive, to take advantage of the image that he had built up. And so my hat's off to Robinson for the way that he's played, regardless of how he finishes. And I know you want him to take his hat off as well.
Oh, man, yeah, the flowing mane. Like a lion. At the top of his pride.
Have you watched Lion King, by the way? You're not into
No,
that?
Not really.
I really want to see it.
It's so long. It's like 2.5
I
hours.
don't care.
I was at the movies.
It's the Lion
And I went to
King.
the bathroom, and I had no interest in seeing Aladdin. But as I walked past the Aladdin theater on my way back from the bathroom, and I heard like the music, like da da da, I was like, "Ooh, I kind of want to see Aladdin now."
I heard mixed reviews about Aladdin, actually.
Yeah.
So I don't know about that one. But how could Lion King be bad? I don't.
Big fat raise coming from Robinson, not raise, excuse me, a bet. Robinson is behind.
But he does have the second nut flush draw, and this ace is a good card for him to rep.
Unfortunately, you're not going to get more.
He's going to get enough.
Next time.
Back up over 3 million now. Yeah, so apparently this new Lion King is like a shot-for-shot remake of the old Lion King, but is somehow like 45 minutes longer.
I heard that they added a couple new songs. That's why.
Ugh.
Oh, please, Joe.
Ugh.
How could you hate on more songs in a movie like Lion King? Did that movie not have some of the most memorable
It had some great
songs
songs.
ever?
It had some great songs, but I don't know.
Hakuna Matata?
That's
Can
fine.
You Feel the Love Tonight?
Better.
Circle of Life?
Warmer.
Oh, I Just Can't Wait to Be King? I don't really know if that's the title.
You're leaving out Scar's song. That's right. Poker Night TV. Scar is my favorite protagonist. Where are my drinks, by the way? I handed you like $100 100 minutes ago. Okay. I won't throw... under the bus either. All right, here we go. Back to the poker. Top pair for Winter.
Oh, I just can't wait to be king.
It's pretty good. That's pretty good. A 3. It's a 3.
Pretty big brick, and I think Winter is going to go ahead and at least call this turn.
Oh, do you?
Elharar is definitely not getting away with this one.
River card is the 8 of hearts. Third heart on board. Top pair on the flop is still the best hand. This makes it, I was going to say this makes it pretty tough to.
And this is kind of what I was saying before the players.
Bluff, but
yeah, this is.
Not tough to bluff.
What did he show? The king of diamonds or the 10 of hearts?
10 high?
Okay, well, anyway. Oh, he showed the 10 of hearts. Okay. This is what I was saying before they took the break was I would love for Winter just to not underestimate his opponents at this point and to recognize that they might be switching their game up because that is what Elharar has been doing.
Disappointed how you don't call. Very disappointed.
He's got some wind in his sails now, and now he's back to bluffing.
Straight up lying, too, in a situation where 30 minutes later he's going to be found out.
And I also would have just liked to see Sean think about it. You know, there was no deliberation on the river. There was no momentary thought in his mind that potentially Elharar could be taking this spot as a bluff.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying is just give your opponents that credit. They may not deserve it, but you don't need to, you know, you have some time to make these decisions. You got no shot clock in play. You're a great player. You're going to be able to figure it out, but give yourself the time to make sense of the situation.
I give Elharar credit just for thinking he can bluff there. I'm thinking, well, I can't bluff out a queen. I can't bluff out an 8. Check. And I miss an opportunity there because you can bluff out a queen. Looks like a little whiskey's been delivered.
Yeah, but it doesn't have that square ice cube, that block of ice. I like that.
Some of us just like it neat. Do you know why they give you the square ice cube?
So that it doesn't melt and dilute the whiskey?
Less surface area than all the other ice cubes. Melts a lot slower. The round one, the big ball, is even better.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love the spheres.
Yeah, the sphere has even less surface area. Sorry, fewer surface area. King high flop, king jack 10. Top pair for Robinson.
Second pair and a straight draw for Winter.
Yeah.
And Elharar, just with nothing but the 8 deuce offsuit.
Chucking out chips.
I think I saw him do that, but yeah, he did. Just a small little feeler bet.
A bet for information. Wolf Brother on Twitch asks, how many left? That's the number of players who are still in the tournament. Thank you for your question. Incendium X says, LRR going to take this down. You're not wrong. Yet. All right, so we had 3 players continue to see cards on this board, the 10 of clubs being the next one.
Elharar waving at Sean Winter when it was his turn.
Hello. This time it checks around, and it's a full house for Winter.
Robinson has not been running well in these scenarios.
Robinson getting Robinsoned. Robinson. Can we, let's roll that back. Let's just try it again. Robinson getting robbed, Ensign. Nailed it.
Winter hoping somebody will bite. And looks like Elharar is going to oblige. It is a pretty credible line for Elharar. Unfortunately, he is repping the hand that Winter has, but he could have led with, you know, a jack on the flop. Look at Elharar acting like he's all eager to turn over his hand after Robinson calls. When Winter has yet to act behind.
Oh boy.
Oh, man. I mean, I think Winter might just call because he's afraid of King Jack, but also he knows Robinson can't have King Jack because if he did, he would raise. So, yeah, I mean.
There we go.
That makes more sense now, Winter.
And after playing so steady all day, I really don't see Robinson heroing here on the double paired board.
No, I just think Winter has too many jacks. I don't think Winter's ever going to do that against two opponents without a boat here. Hakuna Matata. No, what a wonderful.
Welcome back to Maria Ho Does the Lion King. By the way, were you asking me to go to the movies with you? And I just sort of, that
You
just
showered me.
Did that just go over my head?
Didn't even entertain it.
Robinson makes the correct laydown.
Exactly what I want. I can call you only next
What?
time. That was exactly what I want.
Can I tell you a really funny story about me blowing it like that?
Oh, I'm sure you have lots of stories of you blowing it like
Maybe
that.
I actually told you this one before, but this one time I did a show at the Comedy Store. And me and two young ladies came back to my apartment afterward. And they were like, why don't you teach us how to play poker? And I was like, sure, no problem. Here, we played poker for a little while. Here's how it works, blah, blah, blah. And then one of them goes, hey, why don't we play strip poker? And I was like, it doesn't really work with like the blind structure. It's like kind of weird. It's not really Hold'em's not really like a strip poker kind of game. And they were like, okay, guess we're going home then. And I was like, bye, have a good night. And then like when the door locked behind them, I was like, what did I do? What did I just do?
A little slow on the uptake there. Oh, Joseph.
Yeah.
Joseph M. Stapleton.
That's me. All right, looks like we're going to go three ways to this flop as well. 6-5 deuce rainbow. Have we had one rainbow flop at all today? I certainly don't. I can't think of one. Does anyone have a pair? Yes, Winter. I can see that almost immediately. It's a problem-free philosophy. You better tag that photo Hakuna Matata.
What's with the side eye, Aaron?
Me and Maria went to a Lion King themed breakfast place this morning. She had the Hakuna frittata.
What just happened? Wow. Guys.
Oh my goodness. I had the cheeky Rafiki omelet.
The cheeky Rafiki. Oh man. Oh wow.
We got a suggestion from the crowd.
Love it. I'm loving this. Let's do it. Let's do.
Is it too obvious to say Philhelmi with a scar?
Yeah, I think we need to go alternate antagonist.
Just deeper.
Yeah, several levels deep.
Ace Trey Deuce is your flop. 2 pair for Robinson. Gut shot for Winter. I wasn't done doing Lion King breakfast puns yet, though.
And to be honest, I'm not done with you being done. I am thoroughly enjoying it. Mattisau is Zazu.
That's a good shout.
Yeah.
That's a good shout. Check. River card is a 7. 2 pair, still good. The super high rollers would definitely be the hyenas, right?
Oh my god, yes.
Just picking apart all the carcasses
Yes.
of all the all the spots. The fun players is the elephant graveyard. Hey, there he is. Speaking of lions, Jerry Robinson.
All right, Hannah Disco, let's bring it back to the stream just for a hot second. You want to know what's up top? Well, these players are playing for $698,000 for first place. This is the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Big Four Championship event where the buy-in was $5,250, generating a prize pool of over $3.9 million, I believe. Robinson, easy value here with the rivered top pair. JRBS Scar, thoughts?
Poker Night TV wants to know if Alan Kessler could be Scar. It's pretty whiny, pretty entitled. Not terrible. I feel like Daniel would be a good Zazu also.
I like that actually. That one makes a lot of sense to me. Just like The energy feels like Daniel.
I can't think of anyone I respect enough to be Mufasa.
Oh, that might be a point well made, Joe. All right, Elharar limping in from the small blind here with Jack 7 of clubs into Robinson's big blind. Now Robinson has about 2.3 million with it being 150K on the big. So I'm very surprised that he doesn't, as the shortest stack, just take this shove spot. I think it's super standard. Chip, EV, Doyle Brunson as Mufasa? Question mark, question mark.
Who?
The godfather of poker, Joe.
It's not like Doyle's ever been like a big leader. He's more like a leader by default. Like he's respected just from experience, but not necessarily like someone who's like
Is that a check?
willfully taken the job, you know?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I'm just not really sure why Robinson didn't take this spot just to shove pre, but, you know, cost him some chips, and now he's down to just about 11 bigs.
How about Moneymaker as Mufasa?
I mean, but I think it's kind of a similar argument. I just don't feel like, I feel like he got thrust into that role, but I don't know if he was like a leader necessarily. He kind of.
I like Eric Seidel maybe as Rafiki. Wise, doesn't say much, but well respected.
And a little mysterious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Small blind.
You just were.
I was, yeah.
Yeah, maybe more like someone said Bobby Baldwin as Mufasa, but maybe more like Jack Binion or somebody more.
Oh, someone even older, yeah.
I don't know.
It's not good.
I want to know who Timon and Pumbaa would be.
Sean Deeb is Pumbaa. Maybe Jamie Kerstetter as Timon. Somebody chirpy. Does anyone else think we've run out of steam on this gag? No? Wow, consensus no. Big time. Everyone's shaking their heads no. Okay. Timon is Jason Somerville. Okay. I think at one point Jason Mercier would have been a good Simba. He does have the mane now. He is all grossed up. Doug Polk as Scar. Ooh. Ooh. Sam Grafton as Timon. Not bad. Esfandiari wouldn't be a bad Zazu either. All right, blind on blind. Little raising war back and forth.
You didn't wait for me to answer.
You're not gonna show anyway. Doesn't matter.
I think that's correct. I think that's an astute point.
That might be the best read Elharar has made all day.
And he made a pretty good read just 5 minutes ago. Trisha says, Joe and Maria, who would you be? Nobby says, Joe would be the squirrel in Ice Age. I think that's a great shout. I really do.
I didn't watch Ice Age, so
Big flop here. Top pair for Winter, bottom two for Robinson. Squirrel from Ice Age, not bad.
Elharar just quickly calling with King High in the backdoor club draw. And of course, with this board having a couple of draws out there, I would be very shocked if Robinson doesn't just check raise. Yeah, it looks like he ends up just calling. I feel like that might be a mistake just because, your hand is pretty vulnerable, but also if any of your opponents, you got to bet and a call there. If any of your opponents have an ace, then they would happily call you're all in on this flop. But what happens if a spade rolls off and that's a scare card for their top pair? Then you might get a little less value.
It's a great point. I think people don't think about that very often. They only think about what beats them rather than what cards maybe won't beat them but will make their opponents less likely to pay them off. Queen of clubs on the turn, so Elharar picks up all kinds of outs. Doesn't catch any of them on this 8 of diamonds river, but he's going to bet.
He's taken a lot of these spots to bluff into both of his opponents.
I just see, there's the all-in from Robinson. I just see a lot of classic tells coming out of Elharar.
Well, if you can spot them, then I sure hope.
You know what? It's easier to spot them from here, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Easier. Because I can corroborate my suspicions a lot more easily.
What are you doing?
Oh, looks like Robinson's exposed his hand before Elharar has acted.
I think that, honestly, I do feel like the wheels have started to slowly come off of Robinson, to be honest. I feel like he was so calm and so collected.
It was paying off that hand with top pair against Trips, I'm pretty sure.
And now, yeah, but now just even exposing his hand prematurely, I don't know.
No, I think that's the hand. That was the straw, the proverbial straw.
Right.
Honestly, I just so frustrated. I'm like lost.
Ding, ding, ding.
When you stuck it out, I was thinking that I was just like.
This is just 75. 3 hands.
Is this a penalty now? Is that why he stepped away from the table? Automatic penalty for exposing his hand? All right. Well, maybe not discuss chopping up his blinds while he's got a penalty that wasn't entirely necessary. I understand the rules are in place for a reason, but. It's a short penalty for something like that, though, right? Like 2 hands? I guess an orbit's even just 3 hands, right? So
it's very, very bad to get a penalty at this stage of the tournament.
At least you get to hang out with Tony Burns. Could be worse.
You got the big blind ante in play. You've got
Do I have a beat?
Got a lot going on.
I'm so short. Like it was.
All right, well, this is the big blind and big blind ante coming from the dead hand of Jerry Robinson. Please let the winner bust the second place stack. That'd be hilarious. The ICM mistake. Was that person saying what I think they're saying?
Odd penalty to. Yeah, obviously
You
you're
hurt yourself. But I mean, you got to do it.
It's 3.
You're right. The wheels have come off. Everyone's just fatigued right now, and I'm not gonna. This is not even a particularly long final table.
No, I don't think that's what the fatigue is from. I think the fatigue is just from the things that have occurred at this final between there being a lot more limps, a lot of double ups from the short stack.
Yeah.
I think that
Emotionally
does take,
draining.
that does take its toll on people who, probably expected just at least the pace of play to be different.
This hand's played through the streets very quickly.
King guy over there. Photos.
Do you say king high or king guy? Hey, king guy.
No betting with the tens, nothing, huh?
You would have called?
No. Still? See? It's going on.
Remember, the real first place prize are the friendships you make along the way. These guys, my guess is they decided to wrap things up so they can make it to Kuro. You can't put a price on dinner with friends.
I thought you were going to say, remember, everything the light touches.
I
swear that's what I
is our
thought.
kingdom.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what's one thing the light doesn't touch? It's part of no one's kingdom. Right here. Right here. This is mine.
I don't believe that for 1 second, actually.
Well, I just got call twice. Excuse me. It's the last time I tell you two anything.
Sean calls for 500.
There are your chip stacks. Well, one guy's got all of them. The other two are still in. 26 million plays 4 million, plays 2 million. Robinson's frustration likely to continue for as long as it takes him to pick up a big hand. Jack 8, or as I like to call it, Jate.
Like, okay, I just need you to be honest with me, Joe.
Yeah.
Have you said that before?
No,
Okay.
never.
Well, I liked it. I thought that was good.
But here's the wild
you-
part. I've been doing this for 25 years, and I still come up with new stuff somehow. All of it's stupider than the last thing I said.
And that is the impressive
Right?
part. Joe.
3 diamonds on board now. Solid flush draw for Elharar. Bets it, gets a fold.
Hero Valley wants to know, Joe, what do you call Jack 10, Jack 9, and Jack 7 then?
Jen, Jine, and Jevin.
They said she's still breached. But, I mean, that can happen.
Whoa. Talking about his pregnant wife, I assume.
Wait. Is
It was like it
Is she-
Is his wife
turn 3 weeks
in
ago.
labor right now?
3 to 4.
You know what? That'll be a question I will surely ask Sean Winter if I get the opportunity.
Is his
to
wife's name
interview.
Shirley? Pocket tens for Winter.
We have a high-risk pregnancy doctor.
Your wife's pregnant? What month?
What's up?
What month? Which?
8.5.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Speaking of high risk, there it is. We've got a race on our hands. Robinson been waiting to pick up a hand for a while. Finally found one to get it in, and he is flipping.
Where'd it go?
Like having a boy versus having a girl. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Yeah.
Two queens on the flop, tens holding.
So far, so good for Winter to get heads up with who we wanted.
From the very start,
Yes.
3 of clubs on the turn. 1 card to come. Robinson needs to hit an ace or a king or he's out of here.
Yes, sir.
It's a 4. Robinson eliminated. Elharar ecstatic.
Brother, good job. Nice and brother.
Yeah, please. Big round of applause for Jerry Robinson. 3rd place, $314,230. We are heads up for the championship 2019 Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, the Big 4. And this one is the biggest in terms of sheer numbers. Winter starts heads up play with a, I'm bad at math. What is this, a 6-1 chip lead?
Wow. Nice hand, brother.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
איפה הם? תגיד להם, מטומטמים. כשר,
What?
כתוב לך בוואטסאפ, עידו. הטלפון להם.
Ah, okay.
And listen, I think that if you had asked me at the start of today's final
We have a
table
break, maybe 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
who I could see getting heads up against Sean Winter, I might not have said Elharar, but also at this point,
No, I was small blind.
I don't think it's David versus Goliath. I think it's Goliath
I'm the bottom.
versus
Bigger Goliath.
exactly.
I don't need
Wait
a
a
break.
minute, right?
Whatever. You need a break.
For 1 minute.
All I know, Joe, is that this is going to be a
use the-
fun
Try to use the restroom real
heads up
quick.
match.
I agree.
Is
אף
this
שחקן
3?
יא דביל, יאללה בוא,
one's 3?
ביי.
This is the box.
Yeah,
for
bye.
3.
And for those
Yeah, but we're
wondering
supposed to-
out
you want
of
us to,
the
like,
other
cross.
tournaments that started
ready.
simultaneously in the Big Four today, there's only one left, and it's
here.
the 2650 where
Perfect.
Faraz Jaka is heads up against Jessica Dolly.
Who do you guys in chat think's going to win this heads up
Oh, this
match?
was prepared for
Goal 34 says Winter is going to crush him.
איפה צ'לסי?
Remember, Elharar owns an escape room, right? An escape room / haunted house. Pretty interesting.
Let's go.
These guys right now playing for a difference of $211,000.
Did you want
$1,000.
second? Are you ready?
What?
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, okay.
You want to chop? I take 7
No
minutes.
break. Let's go.
You already offered that.
I know. All right, let's start.
He's
it.
offering it again.
Oh, the trophy and the money. Okay, so we have a minute. Okay, so we got a minute.
Looks like we can't start heads up play until the trophy and the money presentation has been completed. Henry asks, how much does second get? Second place, $487,695. First place, $698,175.
אל תדאג, זה לא מעניין. אל תביאו לי עצות, אין לכם מושג.
More than enough money for the winner to sign up for giant guitar lessons. so that they'll be able to use that giant guitar pick. Play giant freebird.
So you're saying. Okay.
Tuning up takes 3 hours.
Thank you.
You leaving? Ah, okay. I don't know.
Oh, TD Tony Burns is not leaving.
What do you want me to say?
He is in here to the bitter end.
Woody's taking over. Woody's taking over. Thank you, Tony. Cheers.
Agreed. Cheers, Tony Burns.
Good luck, brother.
Too.
All right, let's make it happen. The
we-
impossible.
I think we already made it happen.
No, no. The impossible.
If you guys have never met Tony Burns in person, by the way, I recommend it. The view from the top of him is incredible. If you climb right up there, right at dusk, oh man, magic hour from the top of Tony Burns' dome. Beautiful. Magic hour. He's like, what do you think of this? Should I swipe right or swipe left? I'm not really sure. Draped in the flag, repping Israel.
Small?
Meanwhile, Sean Winters is draped in chips.
Yeah.
75,000, 150,000. Is TD Tony Burns one of those never reduced guys? I love it. That makes the big blind ante also 150,000. Pocket four for Elharar. This could be it, guys. This could be it. First hand, a heads up.
Check.
Pocket fours. Sean Winter. We know he's in. We're seeing a flop. 10 trade deuce.
150.
Looks like he's got some chips over that RFID card reader. May give us some problems. There it is, 10-6. Top pair. Elharar continues with only one overcard on this board. Winter, cold call. Deuce on the turn. Two pair now for each player. Oh, we went to the river. This is a counterfeited for pocket fours. Full house for Winter.
Two?
Not counterfeited, sorry. Three pair.
10 is good. I said.
10 is good. Counterfeited. Come on. Messing up my old man
Pocket four, pocket four.
terminology. Three pair.
Pocket four, what do you want? I'm good.
Whoa, Hero Value says, calm down, Joe. You don't tell me to calm down. It's my job. I tell you to calm down. I think. I'm not, honestly. Maria, anything to... Nope, Maria's got nothing to add. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Nine, five, six, two hearts. Both players flop a pair with their kickers. Is anybody counterfeited on this hand? No counterfeit, right? Just checking. Okay. Ace of spades on the turn. those sunglasses come from? That's new, right? Looks like the guy that gave me a speeding ticket yesterday. Officer Ray Ban. Sorry, officer. I have to get to the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood for the Big Four. That's where the fire is. The Sean Winter fire firing this turn with the worst of it. Quick call from Elharar. River is a king. Check, check. Nine's good. Still no counterfeit.
It's a tough chip.
3 times?
I'm allowed to fold. Just thinking how many chips I need to move here. I have like 4 hours.
You don't want to go up to the villa in 2 hours or sooner?
I'm okay.
Winter limps, 4-3. Elharar elects not to raise queen 9. Flops top pair. Going to lead with top pair. Quick fold from the 4-3. Doesn't even consider taking one off with the gut shot. Absolutely crazy action on that last hand, right, Maria?
Oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened. That is not something that I've ever seen on a live stream,
Right?
personally.
Me neither.
Technician.
He thinks we have a technician.
What kind of stream do you think this is?
I mean, come on.
Whatever.
I brought this microphone from home.
You barely talk. It's
Yeah,
okay.
the microphone. You barely talk. I need the microphone.
Elharar's raised ace-8. Gets a fold from Winter.
Don't show your hands, not talking.
I don't know. It's
Guys, are you not entertained?
right now or next.
I mean, honestly, I think people like Elharar are very good for the game. I mean, he's having fun. He's very talkative. He's been wearing his emotions on his sleeve all day. He's definitely mixed it up and put people in some tough spots and hasn't shown fear in certain situations, has been able to switch gears. Let's give him a little credit here.
200.
200. Can we change the blind for more? Make it move. 5, 5. Pillow.
Was he asking for the blinds to
Let me see. You know what? No.
be escalated?
Do you
I'm
like pillow?
confused.
No.
I think he wants. Oh wait, no. I think was he asking? Oh no, no. That's Sean trying to get him
Believe
to
me or not,
play PLO because
I don't
that's
even play
Sean's
poker.
specialty, guys. Sean wants an even bigger edge than he might have in this situation.
Ahí está pan, nadamos a fold the small. All good, all good.
I think the beeper's going off. Oh, that you were resetting it.
As the phenomenal pickup match continues, it's 5:45. The deep player, the Seminole Hard Rock, big blind ante, number review.
Top pair for Winter turns into trips. But this pretty much spells trouble for Elharar, considering he has 10s and 7s, which has to look pretty good to him. So that bet on the turn from Winter is going to get a fairly quick call from Elharar. River is the king of diamonds, and no doubt Winter is going to put in a bet. I think he might size it around a third pot or so, not too big. I don't... Looks a little bigger than that. It looks like half pot.
Oh, God.
This
Try to
is
understand.
close to half
I'll bet so
of
much.
Elharar's stack. I do think that maybe if... Oh, quick call. Quick call from Elharar.
I said,
And Elharar, after that hand... Can you believe what just happened?
Now has
Joe?
1/8 the chips.
Corto.
We're going to Casa Bonita after the stream? I love Casa Bonita. Ma'am, I want to go to Casa Bonita. Ma'am.
Oh, God.
King, queen for Elharar on the button. I think this is good enough to just put the chips in pre if you want. You could also raise, call it off, but not sure about the limp. That might be one of the... That's okay. That's not the last option because you can
Folding.
induce.
You can just open fold it.
True. You can, limp call off a jam, but I probably would have preferred open jamming or raise calling it off. Probably raise calling it off first. It's the circle of life.
I had the Circle of Life cereal at the Lion-themed breakfast place this morning.
Honestly, that was so seamless. Like, you went to the restroom, you came right back, you picked up right where we left off. Joe.
It's called being a professional.
Joe.
Glug, 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 glug.
I wasn't sure who I was going to vote for in Daniel's poll today, but that
Did I just win your vote?
I was just going to say, like, I love Norm and Chad. I love Norm. But that might have won me over.
Here's what I want to say about this, by the way.
Let's hear it.
There is no Joe Stapleton without Norman Chad.
I would agree with that.
So,
a bajillion%.
Although it is nice to be liked and to be voted for, I would not be the commentator that I am if I were not following in Norman Chad's footsteps.
And I do want to take this moment to just second what you said, because I feel like this has been a hotly debated topic in poker recently. And I just think that there needs to be so much more respect for the people that paved the way, for the people that came before us. I know even just as a poker player, I have the utmost respect for the players that came before me. And I feel like the younger generation just doesn't seem to show that same type of deference and acknowledgement for these people who have made it possible for us to make a living doing this. And honestly, it pisses me off.
Yeah. It's really easy to call yourself self-made or to think you did it all on your own. But the truth is that everyone has made whatever they've made for themselves on the backs of other people. Some more than others, some less than others. But, I go through the same struggle in comedy where I see a lot of comedians who doing things that really fail to recognize the people that came before them as well.
Yeah, it definitely grinds my gears. I feel like it's okay to understand that there might be a new wave of people coming through and things may be a little bit different. Times may have changed, but I just think there's a huge lack of respect. I think it's okay to like other people, to think other people are doing a great job, to acknowledge that job that other people are doing, and I don't think you need to be disrespectful of those that came before us. All right, we're going to get off the soapbox now and return to your regularly scheduled program.
Back to this heads-up battle for the championship.
Where Elharar has backdoored his way into a flush draw.
Oh, sure, I didn't see that.
I know, you don't. Give me the seat.
You heard the man. Give him his chips.
Winter taking it really well. I would not handle statements like that.
But I think Winter's taking it well because he knows that eventually all those chips are going into his stack.
You're all in?
Not yet.
Elharar on a little winning streak.
You look tired, huh?
What?
You look tired.
I think I'm too awake.
You can leave.
Too much coffee.
Oh, is this some psychological
What you gonna
warfare
do?
now?
5 blind.
You want me to take a break?
You want? We're going to play cage game after me. Heads up.
For everything?
Double or nothing. In the beginning, remember what we said. Falling 3 flop. Now I can do this for you.
Raise and take it for Winter with the Jack 10.
Only if we change dealer and Tony is the dealer, we go. And you bring me a lot of luck. I love that. You are awesome.
Is he talking to himself or is he talking to Sean? It's a pep talk. I don't know who he's giving it to, but it's a pep talk. 7 for Trey is the flop here, so Elharar flopping the joint here. Gonna slow play it. Winter with a gut shot straight draw and makes a pair on the turn.
Straight.
No, straight. I didn't even see the straight. I didn't even see it.
I already said it.
I didn't hear it. I didn't see it.
Is Winter on the red wine now? Winter always
I feel like
orders-
Winter is a mulled wine.
Winter always orders the best bottles of red wine.
Does he really?
Yeah.
I gotta become friends with this guy. I'm one of the world's best mooches.
Winter has great taste in wine.
I can't believe that there's a guy that orders expensive wine and I'm not friends with him already. I've been really slacking lately. Squad leader says, love the stream. Just want to give you some perspective. I think this stream could draw on a ton of the poker community. They simply don't know about it. Thanks to both you and Maria. Did you tweet about it? Did you tweet about the stream?
I did.
Did you tweet about the stream? That's 3 no's. I guess
I'm
you're right.
Here,
Squad leader.
Joe. I tweeted about it.
We got one person back here that tweeted about the stream. No wonder. No wonder the whole poker community isn't watching.
Dang it.
Ship it over.
Elharar makes another. Okay.
Yeah, right. Give me the chip.
Makes another flush. Don't call it a comeback. No, seriously, don't call it that. He's still outchipped like 22-1. It's still not a comeback.
Yeah,
5-1.
It's not the makings of a comeback, but
What do you think? I'm born yesterday.
I don't know. You do look young.
2-3 of clubs.
can you feel
I can feel the love tonight.
Small?
the needle tonight?
Oh, I'm not.
Payouts, please. Oh, Rad Poker 47. What's up, homie? All right. Payouts are $698K for the winner and $487,000 for second place. You are watching the 5250 buy-in, $3 million guaranteed Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Big Four Championship event.
See, we make it fast.
Live streamed
It's good.
through Poker Night in America.
We need another dealer. In the meantime, when you do this, you're gonna deal.
Scotty Bonds wants to know, Joe, how was the comedy scene in Florida? Do they have guns and gators as pets?
I only did one show here in Florida. And
Tell us how that show came about, though, Joe.
that show came about because I had a very lovely fan that you guys may know, Dana Craven, Mezzo Dana. She's an avid poker watcher, listener. And she said, I would be willing to call comedy clubs on your behalf here in Florida if you want to come play a show. I said, tell you what, I'm working at the Hard Rock on August 13th. If you can book something around then, I will be able to parlay my trip. Pair of queens, the best hand for now. Elharar's behind with his pair of nines. I will make my job work for me and use the travel, and that way I can perform for nearly free at this club. They don't have to pay my travel. She got in touch with a club near the Hard Rock. Club got in touch with me. I said, look, there's a big poker tournament going on. They get about 1,000 runners. I can't promise 1,000 people will come. I can't promise 100 will come, but I think 30 might come. They said, sure, no problem. Called up Todd Anderson, president, executive producer of Poker Night in America. I said, hey, Todd, that gig we're doing at the Hard Rock, I'm going to need you to fly me in a couple days early if that's okay. I booked a gig in Tampa. And he said, you know, we're doing our thing at the Hard Rock in Fort Lauderdale, right? Tampa is 4 hours away. You numbskull. And so I had to go back to the club and say, hey, look, turns out there's not going to be 1,000 poker players nearby. They're all going to be in Fort Lauderdale. So if you want to cancel my booking, I will, I understand. And they said, nah, it's fine. If you still want to come, it's fine. And we still sold about 20 tickets, which was good considering everyone was here 4 hours away. And so I did my show in Tampa and then drove here the next day. I rented a car to the tune of $400.
To be reimbursed. Oh, wait.
No, that's on me.
No,
That's not
I
on
know.
That's on me. So anyway, good show, though. Good show. For 10 minutes of comedy. $400. Plus the money I dusted off at the Tampa Hard Rock. Tampa Hard Rock was super cool, though. They gave me a free room. Yeah, they gave me a free room.
Because you're kind of a big deal, Joe.
Yeah,
you're
how about that?
Gigging over at Comedy Store, gigging over at the Laugh Factory.
You don't want me to have a big head. I will be
McDonald's.
insufferable. All right, we have gone to the river here. Winter's ahead with a pair of sixes. Elharar contemplating a bluff or maybe a value bet with king high. I don't know.
Winter has a good bluff catcher. I mean, he blocks the straight.
Boom. Bluff caught. Is that the end of a tournament? Is that what we just heard? That was Faraz Dolly. What happened?
I think so. I think the second to last tournament still going on of the big four
10-1 chip lead right now
just ended.
for Sean Winter. Hey, they're heads up to this flop, guys. 6-5 tray, 2 diamonds. Elharar with a pair of threes and some backdoors. And that is a diamond on the turn. Both players with a diamond draw. Harar's Elharar. The nut draw. 10 high is a pretty good diamond draw heads up as well. And there is the diamond on the river. 4 cards straight flush on board. Elharar I mean, you can't. Can you really be afraid of a straight flush? Not afraid, but 600K gets called.
Is there another card?
He wants to see them both.
What was it? 600.
So Elharar gets a little bit back there, closes the gap from 10-1 to 8-1. This has the potential to go on for a while. WBB says, Joe, I do stand-up in New York. I have a showcase at the Broadway Comedy Club on Saturday, September 28th. Come one, come all. That's the first comedy club I ever did in New York, the Broadway Comedy Club. And it was the first time I ever didn't crush. And it was also the first time that my girlfriend at the time had ever seen me do stand-up. And it was the first time that I ever got off stage and went, man, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Jesse was not there. And I was like, oh, man, maybe this isn't the thing for me. But I've performed there since then. My good friend Clayton Fletcher, as you guys know, is a poker player. Went really deep in the main event last year. World Series of Poker main event. Puts me on there every once in a while. He's a great guy. Great. I wish you luck with your show on September 28th. I will not be there. September 28th. I don't know where I'll be. I guess there's a shot I'll be in New York. Elharar wins another one. Do we think the players would be distracted if Tiffany Michelle was dancing on the table? I'd say yes. I'd say yes. Both players with clubs. King Trey for Winter, Queen 10 for Elharar. Ace 8 deuce. King high. The winner for now. Shalom checks. Looks like Jessica Dolly was the winner of that event. Very cool. Check, bet, call. 7 of diamonds on the turn. River's a 4. King high is the best hand. Is it going to go check, check? Yeah, check, check indeed. I think the last time I saw Jessica Dolly was in the parking garage here last year. Yeah, at Valet. Cool. Well done, Jess.
We then put club and get it over.
It was an interesting interaction because I told her I had a girlfriend, and then the girl who pulled up to Valet to give me a ride to the airport was not my girlfriend. And it looked like, well, we had just spent the night together in a hotel room. I was like, I do have a girlfriend, but that's not her, even though we just spent the night together. See ya! Yo asks, how much money should one bring into their first cash poker game at a casino? Done tournaments, but not cash. Well, how long is a piece of string? Really?
Make sure you...
Depends what limits you're going to play.
Change your batteries before.
Yeah.
Depends how many buy-ins you're willing to... Depends how big your bankroll is. A lot of factors at play there. I typically bring 200 big blinds, and then I'll take out another 200 big blinds, and then I'll do a credit card cash advance for another 200 or 300, depending on what goes through on my various credit limits. I wouldn't recommend doing it that way, though. These two are playing at a pretty quick pace. Give them credit for that. Thanks, fellas. Looks like a 10 high flop. Both players with a jack. Winter dominating. Has a gut shot. Elharar getting optimistic with a call there and catches a good backdoor card. And both players make top pair. Could be trouble for Shalom. Don't see how he gets away from this. Yeah. Jack 9. These guys hate showing both their cards at once. Jack, which one? 9. Okay. What's that?
On you.
A 7 tray, 3 hearts. It's on you. Winter bets. Shalom folds. Yes, Fusion. First place, $698,000. Winter with nearly a 15-1 chip lead.
Now, we're not going to say that's insurmountable, Joe, but it is. It's tough to overcome those. That's right. First place is $698,000 with second place taking home $487,000.
Nine. איזה ארוך. Switching, my friend.
And you know, at this stage in heads up, with the chip lead that Winter has, it is hard for him to not feel like it's already over and in the bag, but he needs to play from that standpoint just because, you know, we've talked about Elharar being super unpredictable. And because of that, you just can't really count your chickens before they hatch with him.
Two strong heads-up hands here. One of them dominated. Eight, 7 tray, 2 diamonds. Elharar still dominated, but has lots of ways he can get there. That 9 being one of them. A lot of checking going on.
I do feel like Elharar is missing out on some value in those spots,
Yeah.
which when you are coming from such a big chip deficit, you really can't miss out on those spots to value bet and potentially get called. Every little bit really helps.
All in.
Winter moves all in. Can't see his whole card. Can't see his hold cards.
His hold cards are a mystery to us.
Queen Jack offsuit for Winter on the button. He's going to raise it up, and Elharar with Queen 9 offsuit is going to defend. Ten, 8, 5, couple of diamonds. It goes check, check. And now Winter has improved to an up and down straight draw. And Elharar has a gut shot looking for that jack. Winter checks back again, hoping to realize his equity, but now with the 5 pairing decides to take his showdown value, which Queen Jack high is going to be good.
I play, yeah. Sorry, I can't count. Yeah, you're right. No, don't second guess yourself.
Yes, that's right, Winter. Your kicker does play.
Need a jack.
I need a 9.
You're watching the Heads Up battle here on the Big Four, the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open 2019, the championship event. This is the last of the 4, right?
This is the last of the 4. For those that missed it, we'll give you a quick recap. The winner of the 1100 was Joseph.
It's the only one I can't say. Sean Deeb won the high roller. Jessica Dawley won the 2650. The 1100, I'm stalling for time till Maria, who interviewed this person mere minutes ago.
His last name was Brennan.
Oh, from Ireland.
From Ireland. And his first name was, wait for it,
Keith
wait for
Brennan.
it, Keith Brennan. Okay. It's late, Joe.
It is late.
I've had to run out and do
Absolutely.
some winners interviews today, while you have just been sitting here
On
coming
my-
up
on my
with
butt.
names for who would play certain characters from The Lion King. I'm sorry. I deserve a break.
Elharar picks up a small one. Still hovering around the 15-1 chip deficit. Winter limps in with 9-4 off. Free flop for 86. Top pair for Elharar. Bottom pair for Winter. Neither player has a diamond. Neither player playing particularly aggressively. They're kind of playing these heads-up pots the way you would expect them to play multi-way pots.
Yeah, there definitely has been just a lot of pot control, not a lot of value betting, not a lot of betting with a lot of equity. they're just kind of happy to get to showdown as cheaply as possible, as often as possible, and may the best hand win.
We don't need no pot control.
I'm snapping. Can you guys
Just
hear it?
another brick on the river is all.
Okay, that I really was hoping you didn't continue because I didn't think there was another line that would
But there was.
work.
Turns out there was. Anyway, I was in the middle of resetting the stakes here.
Okay, all right.
The final table of the Big Four, the championship event, $700,000 to the winner. Started with 9 players. We're down to 2.
Sean Winter, trying to take it wire to wire, came into the day with a pretty big chip lead, was able to hold on to it, especially when he got a very, very big triple barrel bluff through with King Jack against none other than his heads up opponent, Elharar. But Elharar has managed to stay in it, ladder up, get heads up. But now it is looking a little bleak for him based on stack sizes, but still fighting the good fight.
And I think one thing we can give, another thing we can give Sean credit for is I think when you're this close, so close you can taste it, sometimes you actually get a little herky-jerky. You get a little clicky. And he hasn't done that. He's just maintained. He's playing his same game. He's waiting. He's letting Elharar make the few mistakes that he's making, which is, sort of missing value in spots. And not when he's losing pots, they're not very big ones. And I think some folks, when they're this close, are going to be clicking that all-in button a lot more often and maybe doubling up their opponent.
Yeah, and I think that's really just a testament to Elharar's unpredictability. I think
Sure.
Winter knows that he could just maybe grind him down slowly, but no need to get involved in pots where you can't predict what somebody like Elharar is going to do.
Yep.
So why take some semi-bluff spots when you could just maybe catch him bluffing?
And this rivalry started very early in the day. Sean Winter came in with the chip lead, but he really solidified that chip lead after a big pot he played with Elharar, who was third in chips at the time. And he bluffed Elharar on 3 streets, got him to fold pocket 5s and a bloated 3-bet pre-flop pot.
And
he's
huffed,
never looked back.
And he huffed and he puffed and he bluffed.
Sure did.
Bluffed the house of Harar down.
And how about the pace, huh? How about this pace?
Loving it. Loving it. No fake tanks here. No wasting time. I've been up since 6 in the morning, Joe, for a different reason than why you've been up since 6 in the morning. I actually went to the gym today at 6 in the morning.
Wait, you went to the gym? You don't work out.
How? What? That
you
is
don't work
rude,
out. You
Joe.
don't work out. I've
Actually-
asked you before, and you've completely admitted.
I know, but this summer I actually did start working out. I have a
Really?
personal trainer. Yeah,
You're good-
Wow. Have you not noticed, Joe?
No, I haven't.
Do you need me to show you where the gun shows at?
Listen.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, no, I don't have. I don't, guys.
This could be
it's not-
it, by the way, guys. I
Ooh.
mean, look, if Elharar calls, he's gonna be a favorite. But there's the call.
Wow.
So Winter doing exactly the thing I just praised him for not doing.
No, but I get it. 5-4 suited.
I'm not saying it's a
this is the type
mistake.
of
I'm
hand
just
that
saying
makes sense.
it's ironic that I pointed out that he hadn't done this yet, and here
Yeah,
he is
yeah,
2
but-
hands later. I mean, 5-4 is not in the worst shape. 5-4 suited.
Well, and normally Elharar's not going to have a pair. Normally he would happily get it in with 2 overs, and so
Even better shape against that.
it just looks a little worse than it actually is in the big scheme of things. But Elharar in a great way here. Ooh.
It's
Well,
not over.
It's not over. What happens during premature celebrations? Joe?
Sometimes what goes around comes around.
Another 7. 10, 3.
Wow, now he's calling for quads. Also not recommended.
Okay.
Oh,
Are we
man.
going to see
This could be
the
a-
heart on the river
10, 3.
for the premature celebration?
From over
For a
to
little
chopping.
justice.
Unbelievable.
Yes, indeed.
Unbelievable.
Well,
You hate to see
Sorry,
it.
guys.
but wait, you hate
longer
to
your
see the
favorite.
premature celebration? You hate to see the flush on the board run out?
Yes.
Which one do you hate more?
Yes. You hate to see it. Hate to see it.
That's the only way I can win.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness. It's over. Oh, wait. Chop it up.
What's your name?
Oh, God. Joe?
We are fired the dealer.
Dealer abuse.
Unbelievable. What a lucky person.
Yeah, I would say Sean Winter is pretty lucky. I can't say I disagree, but
He hasn't been unlucky today, that's for sure.
You might want to, yeah.
Sada, walang aniwash biyot. Yamuta ulam.
All right, this is a 1 million chip pot. Both players missed the flop. King high is the best hand. Gut shot now for Winter. As well as live pair outs. Check, check. River. 6. King high. Will be the winner at Showdown if we get there. Elharar checks. Checking with the intention of picking off a bluff? No, with the intention of folding king high.
Was ready to double, finally. Take some plastic over here. Seven flop. Unbelievable.
Do you know that there is a mass of those plastic plaques in the ocean the size of Arkansas? No more plastic plaques.
You're not worried, push all in with 4-5. Shame on you.
Misclick.
6, 7, 6, 4, 2 spades.
You need that
We're
flop.
shove shaming now. Shove shaming. Can you believe it? Riggs says Elharar is too emotional. I think he meant to say too emotional, not too emotional. Too emotional. Do you hear the difference? Too emotional. T-O-O. Not too emotional. Unless there's like a simile coming, like Elharar is too emotional, as Sean Winter is too unemotional.
I was really great at that in my SATs. Do you remember
Same.
that
Crushed it.
portion?
Yeah, I
oh
love
yeah,
that.
I crushed that portion.
Maria Ho is to the gym, as Santa Claus is to Easter.
Staves, honestly, I have nothing to prove to you. I know that, just a couple months
Do
ago.
20 push-ups right now.
I know just a couple months ago we were eating pizza on my floor.
Yeah, it's true.
But
Maria won like a couple $100,000. We have like eating pizza off the floor of her apartment.
and we loved every second of it.
I'm just kidding, Rigged. I'm just kidding with you, buddy. You're all right.
Tyson.
Wow. Winter now with a 16-1 chip lead. I don't know that I've ever seen a chip lead this big in a match that's still ongoing. It's anyone's game. Agreed. Now we might see the all-in button clicked pretty regularly when the chip lead's this big. when if your opponent doubles up, you're still going to have a 13-1 chip lead.
Yeah, and Elharar has to open up his range a bit in terms of what he's willing to call off with, what he's willing to get it in with.
Winter limps with 8 deuce. Free flop for the 6 tray. WBB says Winter needs to raise more pre-flop. Do you mean more often or a bigger amount? Please clarify.
I think he means raise. I don't know. Actually, it could go both ways. No, I think it's more raise more often. That would be my guess. But I don't actually mind the limps. I think he's limping with the right ranges and putting Elharar all in with the right ranges. I feel like so far, so good on that front.
Yet another unraised pot. Ace, 9, 5, 2 hearts. 5, 6, 7, 9. Nope.
A gut shot, though, for Winter.
Mm-hmm.
With a heart.
Yeah.
Winter having his way.
Look at that tower.
Right.
2 towers,
We're gonna
twin
go for a
towers.
few races. I'll do that.
Elharar down to under $1 million now.
Yeah, there's not really much more waiting around for Elharar, especially because there is that big blind ante, don't forget.
Time to call it, ref. He's had enough, Johnny. Pocket jacks for Winter. All in. Elharar folds the 5 high. Now down to 450,000.
No, I'm all in blind.
He's all in blind.
Put it blind too. I don't think you're gonna fold, no?
I don't think Sean's gonna fold either.
This could be it,
with that
people.
big blind ante in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Run it.
Oh no, everyone changed their tune. Well,
Run
that's definitely an all-in.
it.
King 10 versus Ace 10.
2 really, really good hands for this scenario.
All right, here we go. Domination Nation. This is very likely to be the last hand of the tournament. Wire to wire Winter, we'll call him.
7. It's not helping.
5, 5, 7. 7, it was not going to help you, Shalom.
He's looking for the king.
A king and only a king will save him on the river. If we do see a king, heads up play will continue. If not, we will have our Seminole Hard Rock Championship event winner. And we do, in fact. Sean Winter came in as chip leader. Rode out the entire day as chip leader. Established a rivalry early on with Shalon Elharar. Only fitting they ended up heads up. Elharar, second place,
Good job.
earns him
I'm happy.
$487,695. But that man right there fought as hard as he could in a heads-up battle where he was up against it.
ככה קרוב, זה בעלייה, אבל אתה יודע.
Thank you guys for tuning in to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Big 4 for final tables.
And let's give the winner his due. Sean Winter commanded this final table, ran well, played well. behaved as chip leader the way one should and just completely kept his foot on the neck of this final table, takes home that guitar pick trophy, the championship title, and $698,175. Everyone out there, thank you so much for joining us. Want to thank the Seminole Hard Rock, everyone here, the staff, the crew, the dealers, everyone who put this event together. Over 11,000 total entries over the course of this series. Maria Ho, thank you so much for all of your input and insight today. It's been a pleasure.
Always, Joe.
Congratulations once again to our championship event winner, Sean Winter, $700,000. That is it for our broadcast. Another Big Four in the books. We will see you back here next year once again. But for now, for Maria Ho, I am Joe Stapleton, and for everyone at Poker Night in America, smell you later.